Sea of Legends by Keith Robinson. Book 11 in the Island of Fog series. Chapter 1. 2 Weeks at Sea. Hal Franklin leaned over the ship's railing and squinted in the sunlight, hoping he was mistaken. "Emily!" he shouted in warning. "Fenton!" The strong wind snatched his words away. Not that it made a difference. His friends were too busy to hear him, dipping in and out of the choppy water, laughing as they raced back and forth. Gripping the rails, Hal scoured the glittering sea on the port side of the ship. Maybe he hadn't seen an ominous shape beneath the surface, and even if he had, it might just be an inquisitive whale. Something told him it wouldn't be that simple. This was New Earth, a world of magic and wonder. All manner of things lurked in the depths of the ocean. He might have spotted a kraken or worse. "Emily!" he yelled again. She heard him at last. The dark-haired girl broke off from her latest mad dash and turned to look at him. A casual glance from a stranger would see the head and shoulders of an ordinary 13-year-old wearing dark green silky fabric. But as she drew nearer, the sun shone on her long, serpentine tail. "What's up?" she called to him. Hal looked past her, searching the water. "Where did Fenton go?" She shrugged. "Wherever he wanted to go, I guess. Why?" "I saw something just now. Something big." Emily glanced over her shoulder. She didn't question him. Instead, she gave a nod. "I'll tell Fenton." She ducked under and was gone in a moment. Hal checked to see if any of the crew had noticed a lurking monster. 24 goblins manned the ship, including their friend Blacknail. All of them were stout and grumpy, their usually dour faces scrunched into terrible grimaces whenever they looked toward the sun. Many worked tirelessly with the rigging, adjusting the sails as the wind changed. A couple mopped floors, and another stood high above in the crow's nest. A group of 3 chatted near the bow. The rest were most likely napping somewhere. No sign of his friends, though. "Where is everyone?" Hal muttered. Lightweights, a bit of sun and wind, and they hurry below deck. He knew Dewey and Darcy were suffering from motion sickness. Robbie was more interested in the nest of spiders he'd found in a storage room in the stern. He'd tried to show Lauren, but she'd squealed and run away. Thomas was probably still in bed, bored out of his mind. As for Abigail, Hal smiled, spotting a tiny shape zipping about between the masts. She loved the wind. She said fairies normally stayed out of strong gusts, but she'd spent much of the voyage letting herself be carried around and around, laughing as she bounced from one world to another. Being 6 inches tall and weighing a few ounces had to be fun, for a while anyway. Hearing a splash, he turned back to peer over the railings and saw Emily swimming alongside Fenton. He'd transformed yet again. His red eyes glowed even in the dazzling sunlight. Unlike Emily, whose Naga form meant she remained part human, his transformation was from head to toe, a sleek black lizard the size of an alligator with an impossibly long tail. The two of them cruised through the water, heading for the dangling rope ladder. Movement below the waves caused Hal to suck in his breath and point with a shaky finger, a shout of warning catching in his throat. "Wow, watch out!" he finally yelled. Emily glanced down. It was clear she couldn't see anything from her angle, so she ducked under with a splash. Fenton turned his red-eyed glare toward the ship. Hal jabbed his finger again. "Right below you! Something huge!" In fact, it was colossal, a darkness so big it was impossible to make out its overall shape. It cruised past at the speed of a lazy whale. Could it be a whale? Gripped with fear, he watched as Emily popped her head out of the water, her eyes the size of plates. "No way!" she gasped, reaching for the hanging ladder. "Fenton, quick!" She clung to the rungs while beneath her silky dress, the lower half of her body slowly transformed from a thick, serpentine tail into human legs. Once she had her feet back, she could push herself much faster up the ladder. Dripping wet and gasping, she clambered onto the deck and backed away from the railings. Fenton didn't need the ladder. He launched himself from the sea with a tremendous splash and thudded against the ship's side. Instead of dropping back into the water, he simply stuck there, perfectly calm, his long tail dangling. Hal squinted into the water again. "What was it?" he demanded. Abigail buzzed into view, hovering a few yards away, her delicate wings a blur. She said something, but her voice was too quiet and high-pitched to be understood. Still, Hal heard the question in her tone, and he shrugged in answer. Emily trotted over to join them. It was a giant turtle. For a moment, Hal thought he'd misheard her. Then he swung around. "A what? Are you kidding me? That's all? A turtle?" "It's not just any turtle, Hal." Hal felt like scoffing, but then he looked again and remembered the size of the shape he'd seen just moments before. It was gone now, and Abigail was buzzing after it, heading toward the bow of the ship, jabbering about something. "What's going on?" a goblin barked as he descended from the rigging. It was Blacknail. He leapt down and thudded onto the deck. "What's all the shouting?" The scowl on his pig-like face was even deeper than usual. "Giant turtle," Emily said, gesturing vaguely, "and I mean giant. Bigger than the ship, bigger than 2 or 3 ships." She pursed her lips. "Maybe bigger than 4. Hal waited for the goblin to burst into raucous laughter, or maybe snap a rude comment at her, or more likely just growl and stamp away. Instead, Blacknail squinted at her. "So?" Abigail came buzzing back. As she bobbed up and down, she started growing, and her wings took on a deeper hum. Her mottled, dark green, silky dress was like Emily's. It fit snugly and hung to her knees, the sleeves ending just above the elbows. It expanded with her, magically adapting as she reverted to human form. Smart clothes were essential for shapeshifters, but unlike Emily, she and the other girls wore magical leggings underneath. It was too windy not to. "So," Emily said to the goblin, sounding like she might be at a loss for words, "the thing is huge." Blacknail let out an exasperated snort and turned away. "You should pay attention to Lady Simone when she's talking to you," he grumbled, stomping off. Abigail dropped neatly to the deck and retracted her wings. They vanished through a gap in her dress high on the back, the insectoid membranes melting into her flesh. As soon as they disappeared, the silk material quickly repaired itself. "That monster was easily the size of 6 ships, she said, her eyes wide with excitement. Emily rolled her eyes. "Don't exaggerate. 4 at most." They spent the next few minutes running around the ship, peering over railings and trying to spot the giant turtle. Hal considered transforming and flying high into the sky, but he knew the goblins would complain again. They were convinced he would take out some of the rigging the next time he came into land, or accidentally burn the sails with a casual blast of fire, maybe even knock the mast over with a random swing of his club-ended tail. Anyone would think a dragon had never been on board a ship before. "What was it Miss Simone said about giant turtles?" he asked the girls when they gave up looking. They both stared at him. "I don't know," Abigail said, interested. "What did she say?" "I don't know. I'm asking you." "Well, how should I know?" "Didn't you listen?" "Didn't you?" Apparently none of them had. "I bet Robbie did," Hal guessed. "He's the bug freak." Emily frowned. "Turtles aren't—" "You know what I mean. Let's go ask." They scurried down the steps to the darkness of the deck below. This was where Hal and his friends had slept for the past 2 weeks after setting sail from the coastal town of Broden. They had free rein to hang out as long as they didn't venture any lower. The ship's bottommost levels were out of bounds to annoying kids, as Blacknail put it. Darcy's long blonde hair stood out in the gloom from where she hunkered on the floor in a corner by some barrels. She had a wooden pail between her knees and looked miserable. This deck had a couple of tiny cabins at each end of the ship, but she refused to be cooped up in one, saying they were dark, smelly, and claustrophobic. Hal guessed Dewey was in one of them, though. Lauren sat with her, lounging on a few pillows and reading a book. Hal wrinkled his nose. The air couldn't be good for the lungs, and the portholes were so tiny that opening them let in no more than a gusty whistle. If he were seasick, with the floor swaying like this, he'd want a view of the horizon to get a better sense of balance and good fresh air in his nostrils. "Where's Robbie?" he asked Lauren. She didn't look up but pointed aft. Hal and Abigail set off to find him, but Emily hung back. Is he still spider hunting?" This caused Lauren to snap her book shut and shudder. Even though she wore leggings under her silk dress, she pulled the hem tight around her knees in an effort to keep out any creepy crawlies. "Yeah, he's nuts. It's the one thing I can't stand about him. Why can't he just squish spiders like normal people?" "That's cruel," Abigail shot back over her shoulder. "Shame on you, girl." Robbie was indeed lurking in the shadows, hunting for spiders. He was down on hands and knees, with his face crammed against a wall in the corner. Next to him was an empty jar, its lid nearby. "Trying to catch one of these beauties," he murmured. "They're bright red." Abigail gasped, and even Hal had to suppress a shudder. Goosebumps rose on his forearms. "Bright red?" he exclaimed. "That sounds... Robbie, doesn't that mean they're, like, deadly or something?" "Oh, probably. That's why I'm being careful." He reached out and prodded a bread knife into a crack between loosely abutted wallboards. "See this big gap down the bottom? They went in there, then crawled up behind the wall." "They?" Abigail demanded. Robbie sighed and rose to his knees. "3 of them. Kind of weird seeing spiders hanging out in a group like that." "Especially bright red ones," Hal added. He shook his head. "Hey, did you listen to what Miss Simone said about turtles?" Robbie climbed to his feet. His mop of brown hair had a cobweb in it. "Turtles? Well, yeah, but she was joking, obviously." "What did she say?" The boy absently rubbed his cheek and left a smear of dirt. "Just something about a giant turtle that patrolled the sea. She said, 'When you see the giant turtle, you'll be close to the edge.'" I figured she was talking categorically. Abigail snorted. "Metaphorically, you mean?" "That's the one." It used to be that Robbie would get angry at Abigail for making fun of him. Now he just agreed without blinking an eye. When they returned to the others, Thomas had emerged from one of the cabins in the stern. Bleary-eyed, he looked around. "Where's Fent?" "Stuck to the ship's side, like a gecko," Emily told him. "Have you checked on Dewey?" Thomas frowned. "Why would I check on Dewey?" "Because he's in the room next to yours and because he's sick." "That's his problem, not mine." Before his friends started squabbling, Hal broke in with news about the turtle. Robbie, Lauren, and Thomas listened in silence, and even Darcy raised her head. "If we're seeing a giant turtle," Hal went on, "it might mean we're near the edge." Darcy groaned. "Good. I can't stand much more of this." Thomas couldn't help chortling. "So instead of sitting here puking, you'd much rather fall off the edge of the world." "Yep. Bring it on." A somber silence fell. The edge of the world. It sounded mysterious, exciting, impossible, and now that they might actually be close, it sounded dangerous. "This is where we sail around for another week," Thomas muttered, "looking for something that obviously doesn't exist. Then we'll head home. Mission not accomplished." He nudged Darcy with his foot. "Don't worry. It'll only take another 2 weeks to get home. By the time we reach land, we'll have been at sea for, 5 weeks." Darcy pulled the bucket closer and leaned over it. Hal still couldn't help thinking the journey on the sea was unnecessary. He'd argued with Miss Simone about it. "But I can fly! Why sail for 2 weeks when I can be there in half a day? I could carry the others." "Because, young man," Miss Simone had said in a quiet, patient tone, "according to the journal we acquired, you'll never find the edge of the world by flying. Sailing is the only option." Hal refused to believe that. "I had a vision of the edge of the world. Remember when I was, gone for a couple of weeks? When Molly turned me into a statue? The snake-haired Gorgon had saved his life. It was either be turned to stone or die horribly in a tunnel flooded with boiling water." "Is this the vision of an enormous portal across the horizon?" "Yeah, that one." They were all familiar with that idea. Pulsing clouds of black smoke, gateways to another version of Earth, had been commonplace thousands of years ago. What if one truly gigantic cloud loomed on the horizon, invisible at night, and ships continually ran afoul of it? Everyone knew these portals to old Earth didn't always line up correctly in a geographical sense. If the surface of the sea was significantly lower when crossing from one world to the other, it would explain the feeling of falling off the edge of the world. But there were no portals out to sea anymore. "That's an old story," Miss Simone said. "No, we're talking about something else. Ships are still disappearing, and we need to get to the bottom of it." She'd gone on to explain in more depth, saying that 2 of her shapeshifter friends had set out to find the elusive, legendary edge of the world a while back. Charlie the Griffin and Orson the Pegasus had flown off together one day and returned a week later with absolutely no luck whatsoever. In fact, they'd run into trouble because there had been nowhere to land. Splashing about in the sea to rest had been their only option. "Recently, we found 4 dead sailors in a lifeboat drifting in the middle of the ocean," she'd explained to the younger generation of shapeshifters the day before setting off from Broden. They were towing a giant eyeball. This startling news had everyone gaping with confusion. Unfortunately, Miss Simone had no definitive explanation. "We understand their ship was drawn off course and attacked by a kraken early one morning. Maybe the eyeball belongs to it? Anyway, after the attack, 4 crewmen lowered a lifeboat to survey the damage to the hull. But then the ship entered a fog bank, and a precipice loomed ahead. The ship was too badly damaged to turn around, and it fell over the horizon. Only the 4 in the lifeboat survived, who were able to row clear, but their outlook was bleak. They kept a makeshift journal where they spoke of the northern lights, which couldn't be right because we found the lifeboat close to their originally plotted route in the south. Those men eventually died, stranded at sea with no food or water." "That's horrible," everyone chorused. "But," Lauren said, "a giant eyeball?" It was an awful and unlikely story. Still, though the edge of the world just wasn't feasible, there had to be some truth behind it. That was what Hal looked forward to discovering. As for the turtle, he recalled nothing about it. Apparently Miss Simone had told that part of the tale after he and some of the others had wandered off. According to the journal, there were 2 monsters as they approached the edge of the world, Robbie said, screwing up his face as he struggled to remember the exact words. One was a giant turtle. The other... "The kraken," Abigail said with a nod. "I did hear that part. It attacked the ship and crippled it so they couldn't steer. Everyone knows there's a kraken at the edge of the world." "I didn't know that," Thomas said. Robbie muttered, "Well, to be fair, you don't know much about anything." "What happens if we see the kraken?" Emily asked. Everyone looked at her. Darcy spoke from within her tangle of hair. "When we see the kraken, we die." "Ah, well," Hal said. "That might be true of others. But we're shapeshifters. We can deal with a kraken, right?" He tried to say it lightly, but he couldn't mask the slight tremor in his voice. Emily sighed. "I think I prefer the turtle." Everyone agreed until Thomas suggested it might be a snapping turtle. Armed with the possibility that a sighting of a giant turtle might mean they were close to the edge of the world, their mood lightened considerably, if only because their imminent horrible death would be more interesting than more days at sea. 2 weeks wasn't all that long. According to the Goblins, some ships sailed for months, but it was more than enough for 9 13-year-old shapeshifters. Luckily, for a strange and unknown reason, the edge of the world was reportedly nearer than one might expect. "It's obviously not really the edge of the world," Thomas had said throughout the journey. "It's just some bank of fog. Everyone goes on about a storm, so the waves must be really big, making sailors think there's a huge cliff where the sea runs over the edge." Nobody argued with him. His suggestion was far more plausible than the idea that the sea just poured into an abyss on the horizon. Where did all the water go? How come the entire world's oceans didn't drain away to nothing? "I still think," Darcy mumbled into her bucket, "that these edge-of-the-world stories are because of a giant hole stretching across the horizon. Obviously, a new one." "We'll know soon enough," Hal said. "And I'll tell you something else, Darcy." "What?" "We're not sailing home. We're flying. I can take everyone on my back." "Great. You realize I'm scared of heights, right?" Hal ignored her. "The Goblins can sail their ship, but I'm not sticking around once we've proved the edge of the world is just another portal somewhere, like it was a long time ago." Abigail had a faint smile on her lips. "I kind of hope it's not." He blinked at her. "Not what? Not a portal?" "I hope it's not as simple as that. I like the idea of something more, you know? I mean, I hate that sailors have died over the centuries and all, but just imagine." "I have? But if it's not a portal, then it can't be true." "Well, there was a time when we all thought transforming into mythical creatures couldn't be true, remember? But here we are, 9 shapeshifters, on a ship, trying to find the end of the earth." The day passed exactly like any other, with goblins toiling and bored shapeshifters trying to find something to do. One goblin suggested they try mopping instead of moping, and the children stared at him in amazement. One of the stout, grumpy fellows had made a joke. At least swimming in the sea once or twice a day provided a bit of entertainment for Emily and Fenton, but none of the others were so willing to leap in. There was something scary about the sea. The waves were bigger, the water deeper, and there might be sharks and other deadly creatures. Lauren grew restless. Hal watched her run along the deck and transform as she went, her fluffy feathered wings erupting with a whoomp sound. Her leggings flared open to allow her ankles and feet to become large, powerful talons, which in turn caused her footfalls to change from dull thuds to sharp clicks. When she was covered from head to claws in fuzzy white fur and feathers, and her hair had turned pure white, she launched into the air with her silky dress billowing. The goblins ignored her, which irked Hal somewhat. They didn't mind a harpy flapping about the place, yet they wouldn't allow a dragon. He was tempted to fly after her and prove how well he could land without damaging their precious ship. The sun began its descent in the west, but the sky darkened in another way as thunderclouds rolled in on the horizon. It seemed like they'd arrived from both the north and south, converging directly ahead as if preparing for an ambush. Hal stood at the bow, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he wished for a few more endless, trouble-free days, instead of what loomed in the distance. "Looks a bit scary," Abigail said, appearing by his side and slipping her hand into his. He squeezed gently. "We've seen scarier things than a bunch of dark clouds." If the edge of the world truly lay ahead, what exactly did Miss Simone expect them to do to avoid certain death? Hal had been the first to ask that question. She'd answered, You're shapeshifters, and you, Hal, are a dragon. Her vague solution hadn't thrilled him, so she'd smiled and added, I don't believe you'll find an edge of the world, but nobody can refute that ships have been lost at sea, and there are too many stories to ignore. There must be something out there worth discovering. As for your safety, she squeezed his shoulder. My goblin friends know what they're doing. Remember, it's Blacknail's ship. What did that mean exactly? So what if it was Blacknail's ship? How did that help? He'd once taken them for a flight in Cloud Drifter, a rickety hot air dirigible that had fallen apart when rocks attacked. And nobody could forget several rides in the gigantic six-wheeled steam-powered machine that shook and rattled their bones. Seaworthy didn't seem to be anything special, just a dirty, smelly ship with threadbare brown-colored sails. If the crew and passengers happened across a genuine edge of the world, the ship would likely plunge into nothingness like any other. Of course, Hal could fly to safety, although he couldn't help feeling a little rusty in the transformation department. He caught sight of Lauren again, and he sighed with envy at the way she swooped and soared. How he'd like to stretch his wings right now. Abigail must have noticed his longing. How many times have you flown since we left land? Twice. The goblins looked a bit horrified the first time I transformed and caused the ship to tilt to one side, and they were kind of angry when I came into land and nearly clipped a sail. Abigail laughed. And the second time was that night we snuck off for a moonlit adventure. You, me, Robbie, and Lauren. And I woke everyone up when I landed on the flat bit at the back. The stern. Yeah, stern. Like the goblins when they came rushing out. Well, you landed right over Blacknail's bedroom. It was Hal's turn to make a gentle correction. Quarters. The captain's quarters, Abigail said, nodding. The only real bedroom on board. Hal didn't mind sleeping rough on makeshift beds with all the others. He liked the sound of gentle snoring and occasional muttering in the night. Besides, he'd peeked into the captain's quarters, and the room was tiny. I'm going to get some sleep, Hal said. Abigail looked aghast. With a storm coming? Exactly. I want to get some sleep now while it's calm. The thick, ominous thunderclouds stretched high into the sky. Things are about to get rough. Chapter 2. The Monster Below. Hal slept well for a while. One thing about being on a ship, he thought dreamily, is how easy it is to doze off. Blinking, he realized that was no longer the case. The gentle sway and hypnotic creaking had turned into violent lurches, punctuated with crashes, thuds, yells from above, and the constant roar of the sea. Leaping up and staggering as the floor tilted sideways, he grabbed one of the rope handholds and scoured the shadows for his friends. They were all mumbling and climbing to their feet, all except poor Darcy, who clung to her bucket, and Dewey, who still hadn't emerged from his tiny cabin. "Storm's here," Fenton grunted, his large figure silhouetted against a swaying lamp. Even in human form, sometimes his eyes glowed red. "No kidding," Robbie squawked. "Let's all stay together," Emily called over the rising noise of the ocean. "We should get Dewey up too. Where's Lauren?" Lauren was right behind her. Hal felt Abigail nudging up to him, and he gripped her hand. Someone was missing. No, wait. Thomas was there, lurking in the background. "Come on, Darcy, on your feet," Emily said, helping her up. "Bring your bucket if you—" "Oh, wow, it stinks." "Well, all that nasty mess is swishing around in there," Thomas said cheerfully. Lauren backhanded him. "Shut up." With lamps jiggling wildly and shadows dancing, the whole group made their way to the stern and pounded on Dewey's cabin door. He emerged seconds later, a small white-faced boy. "Okay, so now what?" Fenton demanded of Emily. "We stand here and hold hands all night?" The ship rocked so hard that it took a monumental effort to keep from tumbling across the tilting floor. They gripped each other for support. "Maybe we should sit," Emily suggested. "Not me," Robbie said with a snort. "I want to see what's happening up there. They might need our help." It was Fenton's turn to snort, and he was better at it. "Seriously? A sailor now, are you? Think the goblins could use your help?" "As an ogre, maybe," Robbie shot back. They all waited without saying another word as the storm grew stronger. Hal couldn't help wondering what would happen if the ship capsized. Assuming they all ended up floating on the enormous waves without being hit by falling masts and other debris, which of them would make it out alive? Abigail's wings wouldn't last long drenched. What about Lauren? Harpies often created storms. Maybe she was built for wet weather flight. Hal had flown in rain many times and knew he'd be fine, but the wind might set him back, and it would be almost impossible to launch from the water. The others couldn't fly. Thomas might drown, since manticores hated water and tended to flail in panic. Centaurs surely couldn't swim well, so Dewey would be in trouble. Darcy was just a harmless woodland dryad. She wouldn't stand a chance. And Robbie, as big as he was in ogre form, might sink 3 times faster than all of them. Emily and Fenton, on the other hand, would be fine. With a thunderous roar, the ocean smacked the side of the ship, and a porthole suddenly crashed inward with a spray of water. Despite being one of the only 2 on board who would easily survive the powerful seas, it was Emily who let out the loudest scream. "Shut the storm covers," Darcy yelled. She's right, Hal realized. We should have thought about that. As they stumbled about the deck, he even remembered Blacknail warning them all to secure the sturdy porthole covers in the event of a storm. So much for paying attention. They all got busy slamming them shut and bolting them. Another spray of water gushed in through the open porthole before Fenton got it sealed. After that, the sound deadened a little, but the rise and fall, the awful tilting and shuddering, grew steadily worse. "We're going down!" Lauren yelled. "No, we're just tipping over," Robbie assured her. The floor shot out from under them, and they scrabbled and slid toward a wall. Hal guessed it was angled more than 45 degrees. The ship had to be on its side, or close to it. But then it cantered back the other way, and they all screeched and tumbled again. When Hal untangled himself from someone's legs, he spotted Abigail hovering over him, wings buzzing, her face a mask of fear in the light of the swinging lamps. She has the right idea, Hal thought with envy. A crash and sudden increase in the noise from outside suggested a hatch had just been yanked open. Another light appeared, descending the steep steps from the deck above. Blacknail stamped down, dripping wet as he skillfully navigated the tilting floor without sliding once. "Dragon boy!" he roared. "Outside! Now!" Hal felt his gut wrench. "Me? Any more dragon boys on board?" the goblin demanded, shooting glances about. "No? Then on your feet. Follow me." Feeling a little like he was going to his death, Hal could barely focus on anyone's face as he picked himself off the floor and staggered after the goblin. Abigail buzzed alongside, but he stopped her at the foot of the steps where rain and seawater sprayed in. "No, it's too wet for your wings," he yelled, pointing over her shoulder at the blurred, buzzing appendages. "Stay here." She opened her mouth to protest, but he quickly headed up the ladder, shocked at the weight of the water falling on him as he climbed. And so cold. Drenched in half a second, it took some effort to pull himself out of the hatch and onto the upper deck. A wall of water hit him, and he was swept away. Almost. When the blast subsided, he was left gasping and shuddering with Blacknail and another goblin gripping him from both sides. They simply stood there, holding onto the railings at the top of the steps, their feet wide apart, planted like tree trunks. Without a word, they frog-marched him across the deck before the next tidal wave could pummel them. Hal spotted the dark figures of more goblins moving about. He heard guttural grunts and yells and the alarming creaks of masts. The ship tilted again, and as he shielded his eyes against the spray, Hal felt real terror setting in. The ship not only leaned sideways, it rose high at the bow, pointing to low-hanging clouds in an eerily lit sky, while all around, the black, churning ocean moved like a landscape of living mountains capped with foam. The air was thick with salt, the wind and rain freezing. Was it rain? Or just spray? Hal couldn't tell. Either way, it hit his face so hard it stung. Feeling like he was in a nightmare, he offered no resistance as the goblins dragged him to the bow, which now plummeted as the ship came down off the ocean's swell. He knew for certain they would cut straight into the water and go all the way under, but instead, the ship slammed into a new swell that would have thrown him into the air had the goblins not held him down. How were they sticking to the deck? A massive spray swept over him, and when he came out the other side, he found himself leaning over the bow with the goblins still gripping his arms. "Burn it!" Blacknail yelled in his ear. Hal focused ahead. Burn what? He knew better than to ask stupid questions like that. There had to be something out there for him to blast with his dragon fire. He just had to open his eyes and really take a good look. And then he spotted it in the weird nighttime glow, a gigantic tentacle rising out of the sea, blacker than the water, thicker than the thickest of trees, reaching high and curling in an almost lazy fashion as if about to swat at the ship. "Burn it!" both goblins yelled in unison. As the ocean rose under them once more, Hal shook himself loose of the goblins and pushed at their chests. He might as well have shoved a couple of boulders. Still, they hurried backward to give him space. Now they want a dragon on board, he thought grimly. Hal transformed. But as his smart clothes rippled into a new form to make way for his rapidly expanding torso and limbs, he was spellbound by the descending tentacle. Instead of smashing against the side, the monstrous appendage curled around and slithered across the deck like a colossal serpent. Then, wrapped all the way around the ship. Hal was so distracted by the sight that he barely realized his transformation was complete. He stood there for a moment, with his four paws easily gripping the deck, his vastly increased weight holding him steady, and his wings flapping about in the gale. As the tentacle tightened its death grip on the ship, railings snapped like twigs and deck boards popped loose. "Burn it!" the goblins yelled again. Hal leapt closer to the tentacle and unleashed a blast of fire. The flames burned through the tree trunk appendage as well as a sizable portion of the deck. The continuous sea spray and heavy drenching ensured no breakout blazes, but nothing could prevent Hal's dragonfire from doing its job, and a section of the tentacle sizzled and popped and melted in no time. If the monster felt pain, it took a good 10 seconds for the message to get through. By then, the tentacle was practically severed, and when the underwater creature wrenched itself free, it took with it a useless limb that flopped and twisted in a ghastly fashion. Hal had to get a better look in case the thing came back. He stamped across the deck and threw himself into the wind, thrusting his wings out wide and launching hard. The gale pummeled him, but he turned with it and picked up momentum as he flapped around the ship. "This is better," he thought with glee. The terror of being a small human on the deck of a tossing ship drained away. From above, Seaworthy looked like a toy, listing from side to side while the wind ripped at the tightly folded sails as if trying to tear them loose. Goblins ran about, no more than dark shapes in the endless mist and spray. Hal felt much more in control now. He scoured the water, looking for the monster. What was it? A kraken? He guessed it must be, but nobody knew for sure. Krakens weren't the only tentacled terrors in the ocean. He saw it again, a black mound rising from the water just off Seaworthy's starboard side. Both the ship and the monster rose with the enormous ocean's swell. Hal swooped in low with a blast of fire. The water steamed in his wake, and he was pretty sure he scored a good hit on the back of the Kraken. He guessed the pain registered a little quicker this time, because it sank quickly in a flurry of foam, at least 4 tentacles briefly appearing above the surface before the thing vanished for good. "Ha! Can't stand the heat!" Hal bellowed in his dragon voice. Already committed to guard duty, he circled the ship a few times, mentally daring the Kraken or whatever it was to show its ugly face while he was around. But the monster was gone, and the storm seemed to be abating. A coincidence? Or was the Kraken blessed with storm-bringing powers like the god Poseidon? It was feasible. Even a group of harpies could rile up the clouds and make it rain. It seemed their problems were over. Soon the ocean would be calm, the rain and wind gone, and a quiet night ahead. Only, was the ship sinking? No, 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 Hal murmured in his growling dragon tongue. He flew around and around, studying the listing ship. It was definitely damaged somewhere and letting in water. Or could it have just filled up a little from all the tossing about? After a few more swoops, he spotted the damage, a crack on the starboard side near the back, very low in the water, only visible when the ship bounced on the waves. Each time it crashed back down, it listed a little more and sank farther at the stern. Dozens of horrible thoughts poured through Hal's mind. He'd already considered who could swim and who couldn't, and the obvious solution was to fly off with his friends on his back. But what about the goblins? There were a couple dozen. The ship didn't carry more than 2 small rowboats. They should be big enough, but I can float in the water like a life raft. If nothing else, he felt that could work. But then what? How would they get home? He couldn't paddle for 2 weeks in the freezing ocean with who knew what lurking in the water. Maybe he could leave the goblins in the boats and take his friends to safety, then come back. First things first, he thought, if the ship really is sinking, everybody needs to get off safely. Without the sails in the way, landing was easier. He thumped down and was immediately surrounded by goblins trying to get past. "Move!" they shouted as they rushed for the steps leading to the lower decks. They stamped down, one after the other, leaving the deck empty. No lifeboats yet? Maybe that was a good sign. They probably planned to repair the damage down below. Hal reverted to human form and slid across the slippery deck to the steps, suddenly shivering from the cold wind and his even colder wet clothes. He hurried down, listening to the frantic yells from below, trying to discern what the goblins were saying. "There's a leak," Robbie told him. "I know." Lamps swung wildly. His friends huddled together by a wall, while a crowd of goblins peered down the next set of steps to the out-of-bounds lower levels. "Is it bad?" Hal asked. As if to answer his question, goblins started handing up pails of water. Someone wrenched the storm covers and portholes open, and the pails were emptied out the window, over and over, an endless procedure, a line of goblins stretching down the steps to the lowest level. Yet the ship listed farther still to one side. The floor was uncomfortably steep, hard to stand upright on without slipping. "We can't sink," Emily said, her voice sounding small and pitiful. "The edge of the world," Thomas said in disgust. "Miss Simone sends us to the edge of the world. And for what? To drown, before we even get there." "We won't drown," Hal told him. "We have 2 lifeboats and me. We'll be fine." Thomas let out a nervous laugh. "Oh, good. You'll carry the supplies, will you? All the food and water we'll need for the 2-week journey back home. And blankets to stay warm at night? Or will the goblins fit all that in their boats?" "Shut up, Thomas," Darcy snapped. "Not helping?" But Thomas shook his head and muttered, "We're idiots. Edge of the world. I mean, why? Why did she send us here? She must have known we'd die." "Shut up," Robbie yelled. Guys, Lauren said, holding up her hands. Please, stop. How about we help the goblins? When they tried to insert themselves into the line, the goblins snarled and told them to get out of the way. It seemed they were too organized to let a bunch of kids get involved. How are they blocking the hole? Hal asked them, as the umpteenth pail of water was emptied out of a porthole. We ain't, a goblin grumbled. We's trying to bail out before the rupture sinks below the waterline. Probably too late. Hal recognized this goblin as one of the more chatty ones. He had a scar on his chin that made him slightly easier to spot in a crowd, and his grimace was never quite as pronounced compared to his shipmates. What was his name? Stubtoe, Knotface, Gnarly Nose? Other than distinguishing features like scars, it was difficult to tell the goblins apart. Even their good friend Blacknail blended into the crowd. The next 20 minutes were nail-biting. Fenton thought he could help by switching to his giant lizard form, sucking up some of the water and spitting it out the porthole. That might have worked if he were a gargantuan adult, but he was not, and the goblins again told him to stay out of the way. Hal had a fleeting, crazy idea to transform and see if he could grip the ship somehow and flap his wings hard enough to hoist it out of the sea a little. But he quickly abandoned the notion as ridiculous. In short, there was nothing anybody could do but wait while the goblins handed bucket after bucket up the line, dumping out seawater as quickly as it poured back in below. Someone apparently made a decision, because 2 goblins broke from the ranks and stormed up the steps to the deck above. "Where are they going?" Robbie asked. One of the goblins answered with a grim look on his face. "Lifeboats?" That said it all. "We're abandoning ship?" Abigail murmured in Hal's ear. "Looks like it." In all the excitement, Darcy seemed to have forgotten about being seasick. Instead, she now covered her mouth in horror at the news. Abandoning ship, Hal thought, his heart thumping. 2 lifeboats. Enough for the goblins if we're lucky. Leaving the rest to climb on my back. His mind was already working out the logistical problems, mainly how to take off from a sinking ship in a storm with that much weight on his back and without dislodging anybody. Or worse, taking off while floating in the sea. Maybe Lauren could help. He could launch and flap around while she grabbed his passengers one by one and brought them to him. He was so engrossed in his imaginings that he barely registered when the goblins officially gave up the cause as hopeless. "Out!" someone ordered. Everyone headed up the steep steps. "Why's it so bright out here?" Lauren called. Nobody answered, but she was right. The northern lights, Hal thought, in awe, as he took in the eerie green and yellow spectacle above the clouds. Just as the sailors in the lifeboat said, and a good thing too. There was no way the half-moon could illuminate everything so brightly on its own. The storm had eased, but rain and spray still lashed them as they stumbled across the slippery floor, and the cold wind took their breath away. Hal was already sodden, but in a matter of seconds, the rest of them were too. As the goblins hurried to prepare the lifeboats, Hal pulled his friends into a tight circle. "Okay, listen, this is going to be a little awkward, but we can make it work. If I transform and take a couple of you with me into the air, and then Lauren picks the rest of you up one by one and brings you to me, I think we—" At that moment, a terrible thud sounded from below, and the ship lurched, throwing everyone to the floor. They rolled about, gasping. Hal was amazed to see most of the goblins down too. The ship tipped sideways, and everyone yelled and screamed. "What?" Thomas exclaimed. He got no further because all 9 of them and a large number of the goblins slid down the rapidly tilting deck. For a horrible moment, Hal expected to lift off and fly straight into the sea. Instead, they all smacked into the sturdy railings. Breathing hard, Hal untangled himself and clambered up. The ship's deck had risen so steeply behind him that it was almost like a wall now. Only the railings prevented him and his friends from sliding into the sea, and only then if they planted their feet just right. The idea of being so close to the churning water a few yards below. Something was off. The ship had fallen on its side, yet it rose higher and higher, somehow no longer subject to the constant swell of the waves. And at the very moment he figured it out, he glimpsed something emerging from the depths directly below. It was much bigger than the crippled ship, big enough to pick it up and lift it out of the ocean. Something dark and mottled green shone in the moonlight, glistening as it broke the surface. Hal stared in astonishment. The giant turtle!" he yelled. Chapter 3. Riding the Turtle. Though lightning flickered and thunder rumbled in the distance, an eerie calm settled over the ship. Hues of green and yellow in the night sky cast a glow across the deck. The wind and rain eased a bit more, leaving everyone plastered against the steep deck, dripping wet and breathing hard, battered but not broken. Except, "I think I broke my wrist," Fenton said through gritted teeth. Thomas had a hand to his face. "I banged my head." "I really whacked my knee," Emily offered. Hal realized he'd been lucky. Next to him, Abigail rubbed her shoulder. Sliding down the tilting deck and thudding into the railings hadn't exactly been graceful, and some had tumbled head over heels to get there. Spread out along the ship's side, 24 goblins clung in a similar fashion. The lifeboats were forgotten. In fact, there was no water to put the boats into. Lowering them now would be pointless. It was Abigail who jumped first, though she didn't exactly jump. She spread her wings out the back of her sodden dress and flew down to the glistening green surface below, the shell of the turtle. A silence fell as she landed and stood there looking around. Everyone waited to see what would happen. The turtle was enormous. It was like being atop an expansive hill. The ocean sloshed haphazardly lower on its slopes. Hal judged the exposed part of the turtle's back to be as tall as a house, only far wider. How big was the giant under the water? The mind boggled. "I think it's safe," Abigail called up to them. Lightning flickered as she said that, lending an ominous tone as if she'd just tempted fate. She tapped her foot on the hard shell, then walked around in an arc, following the outer reaches of the shell as far as she could before it became too steep and slippery. She ended up quite far away, so far that she had to shout to be heard. "Come on, it's safe!" "Yeah, for now," Robbie shouted back. "What if it sinks under the water again?" Abigail's voice floated back between rumbles of distant thunder. "Then we'll probably all drown." Goblins were already climbing over the railings and thumping onto the hard surface below. With a shrug, Hal went next. Even letting himself dangle by the hands, it was still quite a drop. He fell awkwardly and ended up on his backside, but he quickly got up and shook it off. Amazed, he walked away from the ship and turned to glance back. It looked surreal, lying on its side, masts thrusting and ropes hanging at an odd angle. "A ship on the back of a giant turtle," Abigail said, padding over to him. Her footfalls made little splashes on the slick surface. "It's weird to feel like we're on firm ground again." Comparatively speaking, the turtle was firm ground. Heck, for all they knew, it might be humongous enough to walk on the seabed instead of swimming. Shapeshifters and goblins milled about the hilltop, never venturing too close to the steeper slopes around the edges. The goblins made a beeline for the front, or where they guessed the head was located, based on the direction the giant cut through the sea. The sky, though busy with thunderclouds, still had that weird glow. But at least it shed light on the situation, far more than the moonlight alone could have managed. It meant they could stand near a raised edge at the front of the turtle and look down on its massive head. It was deeply wrinkled and weathered, covered with moss or lichen, with drooping tufts of seagrass sprouting all over. "It's so old," Thomas remarked, shoulder to shoulder with his friends and a line of goblins atop the biggest turtle in the world. With a crippled ship behind them, Hal wasn't sure he could remember a more bizarre evening. "Ancient," Robbie agreed. They could talk a little more normally now that the thunder was rolling away into the distance. The rain had diminished to a drizzle. Though the turtle seemed huge enough to walk on the seabed, Hal decided it had to be paddling. If it were walking, they'd feel a terrible lurching sensation between each jarring footstep. Instead, all was calm. "I know what this is," a familiar goblin grunted. Blacknail then barked out a word that had everyone frowning. "Minogame?" Lauren repeated slowly. "Right." The goblins spelled it out for them. Minogame, Minogame. "That spells Minogame," Thomas retorted. "Then you're a fool who doesn't listen. It's Minogame." Hal mumbled the strange word to himself, then sighed. "I'll stick with turtle." Blacknail turned to his colleagues. "This turtle has lived a long time, like 10,000 years. It's harmless. We got lucky." "How is it so big?" Darcy asked. After 2 weeks at sea, bent over a bucket, it was nice to see her back to her usual self, bedraggled as she was. "How should I know?" Blacknail retorted, "but we got to be close to whatever Lady Simone was going on about." And that was all he had to say on the matter. Their journey continued, though not exactly as planned. Where were they headed? The goblins seemed happy enough with the turtle's direction, saying it was where they'd been bound for anyway. Thunderclouds rolled away, fully revealing the strange and beautiful glow in the sky. The goblins suggested it shouldn't be there. "We ain't that far north," one complained. "And turtles don't grow this big either," Hal thought. It had to be the width and breadth of Miss Simone's entire science laboratory complex back in Carter. But never mind its size. Why had it rescued them? "I'm going for a swim," Emily murmured. "I have to see what it looks like." Lauren touched her arm. "Wait until morning." "Yeah," Robbie chipped in. "I don't know about you, but I want to get back to some sleeping." Darcy did a double take. "Sleeping? Are you kidding? Where?" "Right here." Robbie flopped down on the hard surface and lay back. They all watched him as he squirmed and frowned. Finally, he sat up. "I guess we need something soft to lie on." Thomas let out an exasperated snort. "I'm going back inside. I don't care if the ship's fallen over. Still got to be more comfortable than out here." Pretty much everyone agreed. Only Fenton remained as the others headed for the ship. "Fent?" Hal called. Fenton turned and held up his hand. "Seriously, my wrist is broken. I'm going to change a few times." With that, he shifted, a fluid transformation into his alligator-sized lizard, sleek and black, his clothes melting off his body, then reforming as a translucent strap around his throat that spread out to cover part of his back. It looked like dried, flaky skin, and maybe that was the point. The magical, silky garments had a life of their own, and nobody quite knew how they worked. Instead of shifting back and forth a few times, which would have healed his broken wrist bit by bit, Fenton scuttled away down the slope of the turtle's shell. He slid straight into the water and was gone in an instant. Trust Fenton to ignore everyone else and go off on his own. Hal caught up with Abigail, who was waiting with her wings buzzing. Though he could have clambered up the dangling rope, he accepted her help and allowed her to clasp him tight around the waist. She flew past everyone else. They were busy trying to navigate the steeply inclined deck by using the gaps in the planks as footholds and handholds. Hal smiled as Abigail landed lightly at the hatchway leading to the deck below. They clung to the frame and climbed down. Yes, this was a much better idea than sleeping outside. Already it felt warmer, and all of their bedding had piled up against one side wall. "This'll be just fine," Hal said, as he located his own mattress and threw himself down. He half-heartedly pulled a blanket over him. It was all twisted up, but he didn't care. "I'm going to sleep on the wall tonight." "Don't you want to get some dry clothes on?" Abigail fussed. "I'm going to change. Hal, are you listening?" But Hal barely heard her. He was already dropping off. To his amazement, the ship still rested upon the turtle's back in the morning. Hal stretched and lay there a while. He could feel slight movement, but nothing as pronounced as when the ship had been sailing. The masts didn't creak as much, and the lamps barely jiggled at all. The motion he sensed was more of an occasional forward lurch, slow and ponderous. The sun streamed in through the portholes at an angle he hadn't seen before, and no wonder, because the ship normally stood upright. Everything was dry, including his silky clothes and bedding. Well, mostly dry. He yawned and got up. Half his friends were still asleep. Thomas, Robbie, and Dewey were buried within the tousled bedding, and of course Darcy was completely out of it, catching up on a lot of missed sleep during her restless voyage. Outside, the sun shone bright in a deep blue sky, but as he clung to a post and peered into the distance ahead, he felt a sense of dread. Another storm? No, it looked different, more like a bank of fog. So the sun wouldn't last long this morning, but at least it would be a calm ride. And they had a giant, friendly guide. The turtle cruised onward. How far had they come during the night? How far did they still have to go? Did the fog mean anything? Goblins sat and lounged all over the place. Some had brought stubby tables and squat chairs down onto the hard shell, and they drank from tankards and chatted amiably. They seemed happy and relaxed, despite their crippled ship. Blacknail stood looking up at the gash in the hull, contemplating the damage. Hal found Abigail and Lauren sitting on a stack of folded blankets. The turtle's back was bone dry by now, but it was still hard to sit on. He wandered over. "Hey!" Abigail shielded her eyes against the sun. "Hey, sleepyhead. Fenton and Emily are swimming again. They said the turtle's so old it has weeds growing out of it." "Yeah, right," Hal said with a laugh, but then he realized Abigail was serious. Struck by an urge, he stepped back from the girls. "I have to see for myself." Abigail wagged a finger at him. "Now you know goblins don't like you transforming while you're on board." Hal headed down the slope to the water, shifting as he went. By the time he started to slide down the shell, he was already in dragon form, so he tipped himself forward and plunged headfirst into the ocean. He'd expected the turtle to be huge, but the scale of it still stunned him, a monstrous beast too big to see all at once because its farthest reaches faded into the darkness of the water. He studied the massive flippers, which had blotches and scars all over, and followed them up to where they joined the body. He'd never seen such heavily lined skin before. Crabs crawled from the gaping openings in the thick carapace, and fish darted about. The underside was covered with barnacles. Since the turtle's head was above water, Hal surfaced to get a better look. It was almost bird-like, an elongated face with a hard, pointed beak. Long sea grass hung from the sides of its wrinkled face, moving in the sea breeze and brushing the water like a willow tree on a riverbank. Hal took an instant liking to the monster. It had a kind face. Plus, it had saved them from the kraken and the storm. Not wanting to alarm the turtle, he ducked under again. The huge flippers moved gracefully back and forth. If the gentle giant stopped paddling, Hal fully expected it to float easily with limbs dangling. It could likely drift indefinitely. It probably did. Something this size needed an ocean to laze about in. Its reptilian tail was partially obscured by a streaming mass of weeds and algae trailing in its wake. Hal imagined a fisherman's boat getting tangled up in seagrasses and dragging it along behind. This creature, however, was so old it had grown vegetation of its own. Hal spotted Fenton and Emily racing one another again and wondered if perhaps something was happening between the two, maybe a spot of romance. They'd deny it, of course. Besides, everyone suspected Fenton had a crush on Darcy, not Emily. This had to be nothing more than just two friends sharing a love of swimming. "I don't like it," Thomas muttered. All 9 of them stood together, looking up at the towering wall of fog. Goblins lined the leading edge of the turtle's carapace, grunting at each other. The chairs and tables, along with stacks of blankets, lay forgotten now that the crew and passengers were about to enter the murk. The temperature had plummeted, the sunshine was now muted, and the perfectly lovely morning had turned into a dark and ominous afternoon. "It's just fog," Abigail whispered. "We grew up on an island full of fog. We're used to it. There's nothing different about this. The turtle's still moving, and if it's not worried, then I'm not either." "You sound worried," Robbie said. When the turtle abruptly plunged into the fog, the ocean and wind stilled. The sunlight faded, and Hal wiggled a finger in his ear to clear a sudden pressure change. Visibility dropped so much that they could hardly see the turtle's head. Behind them, the ship's slanted masts fuzzed out at the ends. "It's gone all quiet," Emily said, her voice suddenly loud. Hal could hear the goblins muttering. He couldn't see the water lapping against the turtle's shell, but he imagined it to be eerily calm, barely a ripple as the giant cut easily through the sea. In fact, he felt certain the ocean here was as flat and still as the pond in the center of Carter back home. "Could there be land ahead?" Darcy asked. After a moment, Blacknail replied, "Could be. It's like we're in a harbor." Hal felt a thrill of excitement and relief. Could that be it? They'd arrived at an island somewhere, or even another continent? The fog suddenly cleared around them. Although it remained thick in the distance, at least now they could see the water immediately ahead. It was calm for sure. Not exactly pond-like, more akin to a small lake. The longer they all stood there, mesmerized by the surrounding gloom, the more it quietly faded. Hal squinted. Yes, it was definitely lifting. "How weird," Abigail murmured, her hand slipping into Hal's. "It's like we just passed through a wall of fog." "Ooh, like a portal to another dimension," Lauren said. Fenton scoffed. "No, just a wall of fog." But it was more than that. The sun flatly refused to penetrate the murk high above, and the way ahead still looked ominous. Hal imagined they were in the heart of a fog-free void, like a witch had cast a magical bubble to protect them from being smothered. "What's that?" When Dewey's panicked voice cut through the air, everyone strained to see ahead. Hal looked for a landmass, or a boat, even some people or a creature swimming in the sea, anything at all. He saw nothing. "I don't," he started. Then he saw it. Or rather, he didn't see it. The ocean simply ended. "I thought the edge of the world would be different," Robbie said in a shaky voice. Abigail nudged closer to Hal. "Different how?" "I don't know. Noisier?" Hal had to agree with his friend. In his mind, he'd seen a raging, thunderous torrent of cascading ocean, an endless waterfall stretching across the horizon, with deafening gales and booms of thunder, rain and lightning lashing the air, screams of terror as ships creaked, groaned, split in half, and toppled into an abyss. Instead, he heard nothing more than a gentle, almost soothing gush, the kind of sound he'd normally associate with a bubbling brook in the woods. Nobody said a word as the turtle continued onward, apparently unconcerned. Emily said, breaking the serenity, "Are we going to, die?" Her plaintive voice galvanized the goblins into action, or into a panic anyway, since there was very little anyone could do. There were no brakes, rudders, nor anchors. "Abandon ship!" one of the short fellows yelled. Everyone made a dash for the rear end of the turtle. Some wasted no time in sliding into the ocean. Others hesitated. "And then what?" a goblin barked. "Swim for your life!" "No, we gotta trust the turtle," another grunted. "It has to know what it's doing." What if it's tired of life and going over the edge to die? What if it knows something we don't and leaves us behind? "I ain't going to be left floating in the sea," another retorted. "I'm staying put." "Stop your nonsense, the lot of you," Blacknail yelled. "I'm cap'n here, and we ain't abandoning ship." Hal and his friends remained still the whole time, paralyzed with fear and indecision. The idea of pitching forward over the edge of the world and plummeting into darkness filled him with terror, even though he knew he could transform and fly to safety. "Stay close," he commanded. For once, not a single one of his friends argued. They edged nearer, seeking him out, prepared to clutch at him the moment he was in dragon form. Even Lauren, who would probably be safer as a harpy. Should he go ahead and transform now? Something held him back. The turtle wouldn't just throw itself into peril, would it? With the decision made to stay on board and wait for whatever was to come, a silence fell again. The turtle cruised onward, the fog thinning even more as they drew nearer and nearer to the impossible edge of the world. They saw nothing over the falls and beyond, nothing but a rising mist. It was time. "Hold on!" a goblin shouted as the monstrous turtle sailed over the brink and began to tip forward. Chapter 4. The Edge of the World. With nothing to cling to except the precariously perched and untethered ship, 24 goblins and 9 shapeshifters slid, staggered, and tumbled across the hard carapace as the gigantic turtle began to pitch forward. But the moment was short-lived. As though bumping down off a ridge and onto another flat surface, the turtle righted itself and continued on thin air. Hal gripped somebody's arms and somebody else gripped his. He and his friends were all bunched together, wide-eyed and stricken, feet planted wide on the hard surface as the turtle bucked and bounced a few times before settling. After that, the ride was even smoother than before, though a little more floaty. "No way," Thomas croaked. "Is this thing flying?" "Turtles can't fly," a surly goblin snapped. His correction held no water, since they were indeed flying. Hal gently disengaged from his friends and took some tense steps toward the front of the turtle's carapace. When he peered over the edge, he gasped in amazement at the nothingness below, just a steamy mist where the ocean should be. "So the turtle can fly," Fenton remarked loudly, casting a raised eyebrow toward the goblin who'd said it couldn't. "Or are we all dreaming?" "Maybe we're falling," Lauren said in a shaky voice. They all knew that wasn't true. Hal looked back the way they'd come and saw the ocean cascading like a waterfall into the abyss, its roar strangely subdued. The effect was awesome and horrifying, but the fog quickly closed in and smothered the view. "How deep does it go?" Abigail wondered. "How deep is the edge of the world?" "It's not even," Hal said, shaking his head. "I mean, how can it just end?" "Yeah, there has to be something below us," Robbie agreed. "It can't be just nothing, like deep space. This isn't really the edge of the world, just some kind of—" Nobody needed to point out he'd failed to finish his thought. Several minutes passed. Astonishingly, Fenton grew impatient. "So now what? We can't just float around all day." "You could try jumping off," Robbie told him. Before Fenton could come back with a rude retort, Dewey spoke up. If he did, would he float as well? Or is it just the turtle that can float? A ripple of interest spread through the shapeshifters and the nearest goblins. "Good point," Darcy said, nodding. But I have a feeling the turtle's special. If ships sailed off the edge of the world, they'd fall into the mist, wouldn't they? Otherwise, there'd be a bunch of them floating around up here. Her suggestion got everyone peering into the fog ahead, trying to spot ghostly sailing ships. What was worse, though, long dead sailors on silent, floating ships, or the idea that dozens of old vessels lay in pieces far below, deep within the mist. And if they lay in pieces, what kind of secret world had they smashed down upon? Hal knew he would have to descend into the mist to find out. But not right now. A murmur spread throughout the goblins. "I see land," Darcy said. A few others agreed. Hal squinted, annoyed at being among the last to see anything. He spotted it soon after, though, a dab of pale green in a splash of sunlight. The color slowly emerged from the gloom as the fog lifted. Hal rubbed his eyes. "This is crazy. We're floating in mid-air. And now there's land?" "An island in the middle of the ocean isn't so strange," he commented. "It's just this weird missing bit that doesn't make sense." "Missing bit?" Abigail repeated, raising an eyebrow at him. "Oh, what we're floating over. It could be a misty moat." "Misty moat." "Like a castle moat?" "Yes, only full of mist instead of water. Maybe it surrounds the island, and you can't cross it unless you're on the back of a turtle." "So we're sort of on the drawbridge," Robbie chipped in, about to pass through the gate into the courtyard. As fanciful as the notion was, the reality didn't quite match up. As the fog cleared, what lay ahead revealed itself to be quite a bit more than a castle. The island, if indeed it could be called an island, hung suspended in the air before them, about level with the sea, its sides plunging like cliffs into the mist below. Hal wanted to believe it was simply the tip of a mountain, poking out of some low-hanging clouds, but it wasn't. He could actually see the underside in the gloom. It had no base. It just floated there. It was breathtaking. The sun shone down through a hazy sky, its slanting rays glinting off dozens of red rooftops where quaint houses clustered together in the middle of a flat, grassy plateau. Rivers and streams with no apparent source ran outward from the town, across the fields and meadows, to tumble off the cliffs at the edges of the island. "There's your castle," Hal whispered to Abigail, pointing. Rolling green hills provided a serene backdrop at one end of the floating island. Behind those hills stood a mountain where an impressive citadel perched on its slopes, presiding over the town. The only way up to this magnificent palace was via a truly terrifying set of steps carved into the side of the mountain. And beyond the mountain, an even taller peak loomed high above, fading into the haze. Though much rockier and impossible to climb, a lonesome structure stood at the very top. Hal squinted up at it, amazed that anyone had gone to the bother. The views had to be spectacular, but who would live in such a hard-to-reach dwelling? "The houses are funny-looking," she said, shielding her eyes against the sunlight. Hal studied the small town. The buildings had quaint rooftops, mostly red-colored, that flared up at the edges. "I see people," Thomas said. Hal did too, tiny figures streaming from the small town and toward a river that flowed from some unknown and probably impossible source, and which tumbled over a cliff on the nearest side of the island. In fact, it seemed the turtle was headed right for that waterfall. Sure enough, the monstrous turtle eased through the air and pulled up alongside it. The flowing waterfall was so close that Hal could feel its cold spray on his face. "I think we've arrived," a goblin said. The inhabitants of the strange floating island lined the banks of the river. They weren't human. "What are they?" Thomas demanded. Goblins muttered and mumbled, but it seemed nobody had an answer. They were tall and burly, some had blue skin, others bright red. All had horns, some short, some long, some curled. Their hair was long, thick, and wild in varying shades of brown, black, dirty yellow, white, and grey. The people varied in size and shape, from tall and broad to short and thin, although even the shortest had to be 6 or 7 feet tall. "I have no idea what they are," Blacknail muttered. "Never seen nothing like 'em." "They ain't ogres," another goblin said, "and they ain't human." The turtle seemed to have moored itself to the cliff. One edge of its shell bumped gently against the rock, and a couple of the island people rushed forward to lay a sturdy board, so it stretched from the sloping surface to the grass. "I think that's our cue," Abigail said cheerfully. Hal heard the tremor in her voice, though. He reached for her hand. One by one, the goblins marched across the plank. It bounced a little, but not much considering the weight of 5 or 6 stout goblins walking on it at once. As they stepped onto the grass, some of the blue-skinned people surrounded them, smiling broadly and showing dirty fangs. Their eyes were black and creepy, their protruding foreheads heavily creased. "Seem friendly enough," Robbie pointed out. "Yeah, until they chew our heads off," Thomas growled. "I smell trouble." Once all 24 goblins had made it to land, everyone turned to look at the shapeshifters. Several blue-skinned people gestured in a welcoming manner and smiled. Hal sighed. "Stay calm, everyone. And Thomas, be nice." Thomas muttered something, but Hal didn't catch what he said. Letting go of Abigail's hand, he led the way across the plank, trying not to look down. He could transform any time he liked, but still, the turtle, the island, everything was suspended in mid-air over an abyss. All he could see below was mist. "I wonder what'll happen if we fall off," Robbie piped up from somewhere behind. "We'll die," Fenton replied. "We might float like the turtle." "Didn't we have this discussion already?" Emily complained. Fenton wasn't done. "Want to give it a try, Beanpole? Here, I'll give you a shove." "Don't you dare!" Lauren hissed. Darcy didn't like walking the plank one little bit, and the brief argument about falling didn't help. It took quite a bit of coaxing to get her onto it, and even then, she had to shut her eyes and hang on to Emily's shoulders. When Hal stepped onto the grass on the other side, it felt springy and lush. It even smelled fresh. The distant roar of the cascading ocean, as well as the constant bubble and gush of the nearby waterfall, seemed to fade away along with his doubts about this strange land and its equally strange inhabitants. They milled around, smiling and patting his shoulders. He couldn't help feeling very small. They towered over him, some nearly twice his height. The red-skinned people were the scariest. After bright red spiders on the ship, now they faced equally vivid people. Their forward-jutting horns and short tusks turned their smiles into snarls and grimaces. Simple, raggedy clothing hung off bulging shoulders and powerful arms. But they yielded to the blueskins, who were smaller and a little less fierce. They only bared their fangs when laughing in a jovial manner. "Welcome, welcome," one said. Hal jumped in surprise. He'd expected a weird, ogreish dialect. Instead, he understood them perfectly. "Who are you?" Blacknail demanded in a gruff, semi-friendly tone. "We are the Oni." Hal felt a sense of awe. Oni. He'd never heard the name before, and it seemed the goblins hadn't either. Except a few of the goblins scowled deeper than usual, whispering and nodding. They had heard of the Oni, and judging by their expressions, they weren't impressed. One pointed back to the turtle, but others shook their heads. "It is safe here," one of the blueskins assured them all, raising his gravelly voice and cutting through the babble. As a hush fell across the large gathering, the Oni nodded and smiled broadly. "You may have heard frightening stories of my people, but they are tall tales. We are not to be feared." You will see." "That's what you say," Thomas said a little too loudly. The blue-skinned Oni cast his gaze across the crowd, unsure who had spoken. "Please do not judge us by what you see. This is not our true form. We are in fact yokai, spirits of the earth. What you see before you, this Oni form, is merely our physical manifestation." "Oni, yokai." Hal scratched his head. "Two names?" There had to be 70 or more Oni surrounding them, an army of hulking brutes with wild hair, versus 9 children and 24 goblins. The odds were against Hal and his friends, even though they could transform at any time. He could rise up and spread fire about the place, but he never liked doing that. "I heard bad things about you people, the Oni and the yokai," a goblin growled. "Stories that would curl a goblin's toes, and that's saying something." He had his hand on the short sword tucked into his belt. "I think we best be heading out." "How?" Blacknail challenged him. "Ship's busted." "Stay a while," the blueskin said with a grin, spreading his hands wide and making a sweeping gesture. "Be our guests in haven. Explore, eat, dance, play. Do whatever you want. We will repair your ship in due course, and then you may leave if you wish. And your giant turtle will take us back across the gap?" "Indeed. You cannot cross the dearth without Minogame's help." It was Emily who spoke up next. "The dearth?" The Oni gave a nod. "Of water, yes." The distrustful goblin gripped his sword tighter. "Why? Why would you help us?" At this, a ripple of surprise spread through the Oni, and they glanced at each other and whispered. The blue-skinned leader looked equally puzzled. "Why would we not? You have arrived here with a damaged ship. If it were not for Minogame, you would be at the bottom of the ocean by now. And if it weren't for your kraken, we'd be just fine." "Ah," the blueskin said with a sage nod. "Koromodako. We apologize for him. That creature is one of us, yes. He was banished long ago, but still he lurks. We regret that he attacked you. This is why Minogame patrols the water. She saved you. We saved you. She is one of us." "Yeah, well..." The goblin seemed a little unsure how to respond to that. "Guess we're staying," Blacknail muttered. Come, explore, eat, enjoy. Or not. We are making you uncomfortable, so we will leave you be. Do as you wish." The Oni grinned broadly and gave a bow. "Our king would like to meet with you if you decide to stay." "If we decide to stay?" Thomas repeated loudly. "Like we have a choice?" His cutting remark might have offended some, but the Oni people took it in their stride and laughed it off. The crowd dispersed, and as the hulking figures moved away, Hal felt the tension ebbing among his friends and the goblins. Abigail nudged him. Looking to where she nodded, he blinked in surprise at the sight of a shuffling female human with the oversized head of a cow. It was such a bizarre vision, and she was so unexpected and out of place that he couldn't help letting his mouth hang open. "Is that, like, a minotaur?" She had no answer, but a deep voice behind them said, "She is Kudan." They swung around to find one of the red-skinned brutes looming tall, blotting out the sunlight. He had his hands on his hips, and his biceps bulged. Hal imagined the Oni could probably smash a couple of heads together into a pulp. Thanks," he stammered. "Are there many, Kudans here?" The Oni threw his head back and bellowed with laughter. He then wiped his eyes and shook his head. "Each of us is unique. There is only one Kudan." "But," Hal looked around puzzled, "there's so many of your kind, so many Oni. I don't understand." "You were not listening earlier. This is not our true form. It is merely something a little more presentable to visitors. Underneath, we the yokai are each unique. Many humans find us frightening in our true forms, so we wear this instead." He gestured as though referring to his outfit. Right, Hal mumbled to Abigail. Presentable. The Oni stared down at them both, his black eyes emotionless. Do you fear me? Abigail licked her lips. You're, a little scary, yeah. Even in this form? Ha ha. Well, do not worry. You have nothing to fear from me. From any of us. Go. Explore. Enjoy our haven. With that, he stomped off. Hal realized his friends and the goblins were beginning to drift away in groups. What else was there to do? And with the Oni dispersing and leaving them alone, there appeared to be very little to fret over. The island was nothing short of breathtaking with its lush grass, pleasant hills, and quaint, colorful structures. It was easy to forget the island floated above a mist at the edge of the world. He spotted Darcy questioning Blacknail and, taking Abigail by the hand again, hurried over to join in. What kind of stories? Darcy was asking. Blacknail rolled his eyes. Don't you kids learn nothing in school? This ain't a goblin thing. It's a human thing. The yokai come in all forms. So do we. Yeah, but none of that lot are good, or so I heard. They're ugly and mean-spirited. I don't trust them at all. Darcy threw her hands up in obvious exasperation. So why are we still here? What choice we got, girl? Ship's busted. We'll fix it if they don't get in our way, but it's going to be days before we can leave. Abigail spoke up. Well, Miss Simone sent us to check this place out, so let's do that for her. We'll go back with a full report. She grinned. She won't believe a word of it. Don't forget nobody's ever come back from here, Blacknail grumbled. Yes, well, they obviously weren't rescued by a friendly turtle. Darcy turned to Abigail. How do you know? Maybe it's more dangerous here on this island than in the sea with the... What was it called? Coromadako, the goblin said. Looks like we're thinking alike, Miss Darty. Darcy? Yeah, well, point is, maybe all the ships before us were helped by that friendly turtle. Maybe the real danger ain't the rocks below, but this place, and these yokai or oni people. Blacknail glared at them all. No shifting, got it? Keep that little trick a secret in case we need to surprise him with it later. He stalked away, muttering under his breath. Hal noticed how Darcy chewed her lip and kept glancing from one end of the island to the other, her brow creased. Abigail appeared relaxed on the surface, but he could tell she was deep in thought by the way she absently twirled her ponytail. Look, he said, I can always fly us out of here. Well, sort of. I mean, I can easily carry all of you, but maybe not the goblins. His attempt at reassuring them promptly deflated. Is that food over there? A group of giant blue-skinned women carried baskets filled with what he guessed were bread rolls. They handed them out to the goblins, who took them and stared with open suspicion as if they'd just been handed poisonous apples. When a giant Oni leaned forward to hand rolls to Fenton and Thomas, Fenton bit into his immediately, while Thomas rudely tossed his away. Rather than show offense, the Oni woman screamed with laughter and ruffled his hair so hard he almost lost his footing. For a second, his red mop was as wild as hers. He smoothed it out and backed away, scowling and glaring. Emily, Lauren, and Robbie sauntered closer. They tentatively took the bread rolls and sniffed at them. Meanwhile, in the near distance, Dewey was hiding behind a couple of goblins as a gigantic red-skinned Oni handed over a wooden club. It seemed modest in size until one of the short fellows took hold of it. Then it appeared enormous, like the goblin was toting a hefty armful of firewood. Hal had to try one of the bread rolls. Leaving the girls behind, he intercepted the towering Oni women and happily accepted one of their offerings. When he sniffed at it, he realized it wasn't exactly bread, more like a sweet pastry, dry on the outside, but sticky on the inside when he bit into it. And tasty. Sucking in a breath with surprise, he turned back to Abigail and Darcy. It's good, and it's got fruit inside. He peered at it, seeing a lush red jam. Looks like strawberry. Darcy refused to try one, but Abigail gave it a go. Not strawberry, she commented, not sure what it is. But it's good, right? Hal said. She shrugged, non-committal. Darcy had something to say, though. She lowered her voice so the giant Oni couldn't hear. If you all start dropping like flies, then I'll know those pastries have been poisoned. I'm not touching them. And with that, she folded her arms and looked off into the distance with her chin raised. Hal smiled. If the Oni wanted us dead, they'd just bash our heads together and be done with it. Relax. Everything's good. Right, Abby? But she just pursed her lips and looked troubled. Chapter 5. Haven. They spent a few hours traipsing between quaint and rather beautiful houses of all sizes. Nobody had seen such a distinctive style before. Flared, red-tiled rooftops that curled up at the corners with small upper windows extending from there. In fact, some of the larger buildings had 3 or 4 levels, each narrower than the one below. The island community seemed jovial, kind, and intensely interesting. Once in a while, an Oni would shift forms, or more correctly, as Emily pointed out, a yokai would shift from the hulking Oni form into something entirely different, something weird and wonderful. The first time Hal and the others saw it happen was when they were crowded together watching an Oni perform a handstand. His hair was as red as his skin, and it hung to the ground as he shifted easily on his hands, fingers spread wide and arms bulging. It didn't seem to matter what he did with his legs. He wiggled them about, kicked, even did the splits, yet his upside-down walk never wavered. As the shapeshifters and a group of Oni cheered, the performer abruptly changed form. It happened so fast that everyone yelled and backpedaled, then laughed and pointed. The Oni became quite different. Suddenly no bigger than a human child, he was a cross between a monkey and a gargoyle. Brown-haired, thin arms and legs, a narrow torso but odd potbelly, and a human face with an extremely large mouth along with pointed flapping ears. How the giant Oni had transformed into a creature so small didn't bother Hal. He, after all, could expand into a dragon. The Oni hopped about on his hands for a bit longer, then somersaulted onto his feet and grinned. Everyone applauded, and the monkey gargoyle bowed. Suddenly, he giggled and ran at Hal, who drew back a little further, but the creature was too fast and scurried up Hal's legs onto his back. "Piggyback!" Robbie cheered. Trying not to freak out, Hal couldn't help noticing how everyone, even Darcy and Thomas, had notably relaxed since beginning their tour of the place. The Oni laughed a lot, and when they weren't laughing, they were offering sweet rolls or strips of crispy meat that tasted like bacon, or gooey handfuls of what looked and smelled like marshmallows, or yellow gourds filled with delicious lemony-orange spring water straight from a bubbling brook. A chanting started, and Hal paced in a circle with his monkey-like passenger. "I, Obarion, challenge you," a nasally voice said rather loudly in his ear. "How far can you carry me?" Puzzled, Hal deliberately shrugged, easily lifting the lightweight an inch or two. "As far as you want." Obarion pointed, and Hal blinked at the close proximity of the hand by his face. "If you can make it as far as the fountain, I'll give you a gold coin." With everyone cheering him on, Hal set off for the simple water feature with the feeling he was about to be tricked. The fountain Obarion spoke of stood just a stone's throw away. What was the big deal? He expected something to leap out and stop him in his tracks, so he kept his eyes peeled for an ambush. Instead, he found his lightweight passenger grew increasingly heavy. Hal started panting after 20 paces, about halfway to the fountain. Hunching over to support the weight better, He put one foot in front of the other and pretended he was climbing a mountain, because it sure felt that way. With Thomas hooting and hollering, Robbie roaring with laughter, and even Abigail teasing him, Hal gritted his teeth and swayed from side to side as Obarion's impossible weight bore down. If he wasn't so aware of small arms around his neck and tiny feet digging painfully into his back, he would have guessed his passenger had reverted to his giant Oni self. Apparently, Obarion's transformation skills allowed him to look small while returning slowly to his full weight. Hal couldn't make it. The fountain stood no more than 10 paces away, but his knees buckled, and he collapsed flat on the grass, pinned down so hard he could barely breathe. Obarion leapt off, and Hal rolled over with a gasp as the crowd giggled mercilessly. The hilarity in this place seemed infectious. Nothing could be that funny. He and his friends saw other transformations too, and they weren't all funny and mischievous. One Oni woman grinned and ran at them, her head down. Expecting to be bowled over, Fenton dropped into a crouch just as the Oni shifted into what looked like an ordinary domestic cat, but the size of a panther, fluffy and pretty grey fur streaked with black and puffy white patches on her face and tails. Tails. Hal thought he was seeing things as the cat bounded toward Fenton. For some reason, this oversized tabby had 2 tails, and both were on fire, blue flames leaping off as the cat ran. Rather than attack Fenton, she simply stood with her front paws on his shoulders and her back feet planted on the ground. She was as tall as him when stretched out like this. She licked his face and purred, and Fenton reddened with embarrassment. Hal watched the tails flick from side to side. What a curious thing. The flames were part of the cat, quite harmless and mesmerizing. It was only when she reverted to her Oni form and loomed over Fenton that she spoke. "You're a handsome boy," she said, and Hal swore she still purred. "I am Nekomata. What is your name?" "Fenton." "Well, Fenton, walk with me later, will you?" Hal couldn't contain his mirth. He wasn't sure whether this Oni was young or old. Their age was hard to fathom. But either way, she had a soft spot for dour-faced, grumpy Fenton. What must Emily think of that? Not much, it turned out. She narrowed her eyes and gave the Oni such a glare that the Catwoman's smile faded for half a second. The Oni were everywhere, at least 1 or 2 loitering nearby at all times, as if their job was to serve and inform. It was weird at first, but useful too. If the visitors had questions, they just had to ask. They saw Kudan again. The cow-headed woman was gathering tufts of long grass in a basket. Maybe she grazed in private. A rather creepy, beak-nosed, green-skinned, long-haired figure ambled along the riverbank. He had a hard tortoise shell. Oddly, this creature had a dent on the top of his skull, and that dent was filled with water. "That is Kappa," a white-haired Oni explained, appearing from behind them. "He normally stays in the water, but he can walk on land as long as he retains some water in that indentation. That is his power, his life force. If it spills, he weakens." Hal looked sideways at Abigail. She raised her eyebrow in such a comical way that he burst out laughing. Pretty soon, several of the others had joined in. The white-haired Oni smiled and walked away. Thomas looked annoyed. "What kind of stupidity is that? What are we? Idiots?" "It's a pretty lame explanation for a dent in the head," Darcy said, rolling her eyes. "Whatever." "Maybe we should show them some real shape-shifting," Thomas grumbled. "Don't do it," Abigail warned. "I agree with Blacknail on this. Let's just be ourselves for now." "Speaking of Blacknail, where are the goblins?" Dewey said, his voice cutting through the conversation. Being a little shy, Dewey rarely spoke up. When he did, it was usually something important. Everyone started turning in circles, shielding their eyes against the hazy sun. Working on the ship? Abigail wondered aloud. I don't see them, though. Working inside the ship, probably, Thomas suggested. The ship remained perched on the back of the giant turtle, which in turn floated in the air, still moored to the cliff edge, and a plank bridging the gap. The turtle had its eyes shut. No sign of the goblins anywhere. If 24 of them were hard at work fixing the damage, at least a few would be outside. Maybe they're all off gathering materials, Emily said. I should have gone to help. I'm good at making lists and organizing. Fenton, shall we go find them? He looked like a deer caught in the roaring flames of an approaching dragon. Me? Why would I want to help make lists and organize stuff? Hal nudged Abigail, and they guffawed at the mystified look on his face. Darcy, Dewey, Robbie, and Lauren ambled off together, heading for the hills, where it looked like some reclusive Oni were picking berries and filling baskets. Hey! Hal called out. They all turned back. Making sure the nearest Oni couldn't hear, he said, Remember, don't let them see us shift, okay? Robbie narrowed his eyes. Sure, but why exactly? Moron, Fenton muttered, rolling his eyes. Abigail sighed. At the moment, we have a trick up our sleeves in case the goblins are right and these Oni people are planning to eat us. If we show off and turn into ogres and fairies and harpies, we'll lose our element of surprise when we really need it. Everyone was silent. Then Dewey said, Eat us? You never know, Abigail said with a shrug. They seem polite and everything, and we all seem to be enjoying ourselves, but I don't know. Sometimes I stop and wonder. Wonder what, Freckles? Abigail turned to Fenton. Well, do they have cows and sheep here? What kind of meat do they eat? Or are they vegetarians? I would say they eat fish, but, well, look where we are. We're floating on air. Hal had wondered about these things too, but hearing Abigail say it made him suddenly eager to explore. The food we had earlier was pretty good, Robbie argued. Maybe you're overthinking it. Fenton gave him a casual shove. And maybe you're underthinking it. Just keep a lid on it, Beanpole. No ogring about. Fine, he agreed. The four set off again. So what shall we do, guys? Emily asked. I think we should go find Blacknail. Seriously, it's weird that we can't see a single one of the goblins. It'll be getting dark soon. You go, Hal said absently. I want to check something out. I'm with you, Abigail murmured. Emily linked her arms through Fenton's and Thomas's. Just us three, then. The boys looked horrified, but they allowed her to drag them away. Abigail raised an eyebrow at Hal. What are you wanting to check out? Seeing the white-haired Oni still eyeballing them from a distance, Hal turned his back, took Abigail's hand, and lowered his voice. Let's go for a walk. See the hills way over there? I think that's about as out of sight as we can get. They walked hand in hand across the fields, skirting the town. Hal had never seen such lush, healthy grass. It moved gently in the breeze and felt springy underfoot. The sun, hidden behind a haze of mist, still managed to feel warm and pleasant. Puffy clouds drifted lazily. In the distance, peaceful enough to fade into the background, the ocean continued to pour into the abyss below. The dearth, as the Oni had called it. Hal could hardly get his head around the place. It was impossible, yet here they were, walking around on a floating chunk of rock. If the island of fog they'd grown up on had been anywhere near as pretty as this, they might not have ever wanted to leave. I want to get a look from above, Hal said, when they finally made it to a steep, grass-covered hillside that masked them from view of the small town. There wasn't much of the plateau left to walk on here, just a triangular wedge at one side of the island. Think I can shift here and fly around the back of the hills? Abigail pursed her lips. Maybe if you jump off the cliff and drop down into the abyss and then change, you'll be completely out of sight then. As long as it's high enough and I have room, he said. Oh, it's high enough. She stepped up close to the cliff edge and peered down. Hal joined her there. They couldn't see much below, just a lot of mist swirling about in darkness. Still, he saw enough to know it was a long drop. They shared a glance and checked to make sure nobody was watching from afar. Then, seeing Abigail sprouting her wings, Hal dove forward. He allowed himself to fall, then transformed just as he plunged into the mist. He was blind for a second, and he adjusted his wings and leveled off a bit in case the ground came up out of nowhere and smashed into him. Then the mist cleared a little, and he saw something below, a flat expanse, dark and foreboding. Swooping around with his wings stretched wide, he couldn't help being amazed yet again that the Oni's island floated high above. It had no base. It was not a mountain poking out of the mist. It was simply a great chunk of rock suspended in the air, and looking up, he could see it, a huge mass just hanging there. The underside of Haven in all its impossible magical glory. Knowing Abigail would be wondering where he was, he flew around in one last circle and was about to climb his way back out of the dearth when he spotted an enormous wall of water off to one side. He couldn't resist taking a closer look. The ocean. It should have been a thundering waterfall crashing down and flooding the bottom of the abyss. Instead, it cascaded in relative silence, just a gentle, distant roar. But it didn't go anywhere. He flew closer. He could feel the spray coming off it, and the noise increased, but even when he dragged the tip of his wing in the falling ocean water, it just didn't seem anywhere near as powerful as it should be. The whole thing was muted somehow, like it was nothing more than an illusion. Hal pondered that as he flew alongside the wall of water. It felt real, cold and wet, just not real enough. He imagined a real waterfall this size would be deafening, and the power of the cascade would smack his wing hard enough to knock him out of the air. There would be much more spray, and it would probably be colder. And the ocean would fill the bottom of the abyss instead of just vanishing into thin air. He thumped down onto damp, hard-packed soil at the base of the falls and stood with his wings spread and his tail swinging from side to side. Moving closer, he became even more convinced the endless watery cascade simply evaporated right before it hit bottom. What was this place? When he turned to face the other direction, all he saw was gloom in the distance. Just how big and wide was the dearth anyway? His claws caught on something and it crunched underfoot. As he looked to investigate, he heard Abigail calling to him from high above, her voice muffled and barely audible over the soft roar of the waterfall. "Hal!" "Down here!" he yelled, then remembered he was in dragon form when his words came out as a throaty bellow. "I'm coming down!" Abigail called. He only dimly heard her. He was too busy staring at what he'd stomped on. What the heck? A skull. A human skull, now split into various pieces thanks to his heavy-footed blundering. If a skull wasn't disturbing enough to find between the claws of his foot, he spotted more skulls when he scanned the mud all around. Half a dozen of them. No, more like a dozen. Maybe more. A shiver went through him. Skulls everywhere, mostly human, but some much larger with tusks. The Oni. "There you are," Abigail called, much clearer now that she'd descended out of the layer of mist. He glanced at her as she buzzed down, wishing she'd stayed up top. Abigail sucked in a breath when she spotted the skull at his feet. Dropping lightly onto the ground and barely leaving an indentation as she tiptoed about with her wings still fluttering, she turned in a circle and came to the same conclusion as Hal. "This doesn't make sense," she murmured. "Why just skulls? Where are the skeletons? Why would someone throw skulls down here?" Hal had images of the Oni killing any humans that set foot on the island and tossing their decapitated heads down. He shuddered. Something was definitely wrong with Haven, and the Oni were far from trustworthy. The shapeshifters were in danger. "What's that?" Abigail asked. He looked to where she was pointing. He didn't see it at first, because though the thickest mist restricted itself to a cloud-like layer above their heads, it was pretty murky below too, especially in the distance. But when he squinted, he saw a very tall pole or similar, set at an angle. He couldn't make out what it was, so he stomped that way, dragging his tail across the mud. Abigail buzzed up to sit high on his back, and even at full human size, she was so impossibly delicate he couldn't feel her weight at all. The angled pole stood near the waterfall, but it was quite a walk to get there. "It's a ship's mast," Abigail exclaimed, breaking the eerie silence. She was right, of course. And as they approached, the entire hulking wreck showed itself in the grey, murky air. By the looks of it, the ancient ship had crashed down on its bow and spread itself quite wide, but at least half the ship's structure remained intact, even if most of the planks were inexplicably missing from its sides. Just one mast stuck up in defiance of whatever had befallen the voyage. "They sailed over the edge of the world," Abigail whispered. She sounded both saddened at the tragedy and fascinated by the wonder of it all. The old rumors were true. All those accounts of lost ships, the missing crews, the stories of sea monsters, it had all really happened. The Kraken, or whatever the Oni called it, lurked in these parts, and the edge of the world was right here. There could be other ships. There had to be. And the skulls. Many were human, probably long-dead sailors. But where were the bodies? "I think I see another," Abigail said. "See? Just a pile of wood now, but definitely a ship." Hal squinted, trying to make it out. Hardly even a pile of wood. Looks like it's been stripped bare. He heard something, a thud so heavy he felt the ground shudder. At first he imagined another ship crashing down, but then another thud followed. And another. He growled. "I hear it too," Abigail said, "but I don't see what—" She broke off as an enormous dark figure lurched out of the mist some distance from them. Hal only saw the bottom half, just a couple of bony legs. The rest was lost in the misty blanket above. Whatever this thing might be, it was easily the biggest creature he'd ever laid eyes on. And it thudded toward them, one colossal, slow-motion step at a time. Chapter 6. Skulls and Shipwrecks. "We need to go," Abigail yelled. No kidding, Hal thought, as he launched as fast as he could out of the mud and away from the rapidly approaching giant. A huge hand came down out of the mist and reached for him. It moved faster than he could fly, so he instinctively blasted it with roaring fire, making it flinch. It gave him an extra half-second to get away before the bony fingers snapped together in a grasping motion. They still brushed the tip of his tail as he soared upward. Abigail screamed. Hal glanced back as the hand came at him again. It was in that moment he glimpsed the rest of the monstrous figure as it ducked below the mist, and he gasped. Bones! Nothing but bones! He veered sideways, rolled, and swooped under the skeletal hand. Then he was off again, already out of reach, but terrified the giant would start running after him if such a monster could run. A giant skeleton. He almost laughed at the absurdity of it. It was a skeleton for sure, but its huge bones were made up of thousands of smaller bones. As he rushed through the mist, flying alongside the cascading ocean wall and seeing more shipwrecks looming ahead, he realized where all the sailors' skeletons had gone. Every bone in their body had been repurposed, gathered together, fixed in place, melded, absorbed, shaped, all to form a single, powerful, very angry or very hungry giant. Only the skulls had been left unused. How many human thigh bones had it taken to create each giant femur? He thought of the old woman back in Carter, known as Peg-Leg Patrina, who instead of carving a solid crutch out of a branch, preferred to gather and bind spindly sticks together. This giant skeleton creature was an amalgamation of thousands of bones. It must have been down here for centuries, accumulating, building itself, growing. Hal cautiously circled around and rose through the mist, not so high he'd appear alongside Haven for all to see, but enough to stay out of reach. Or so he hoped. "You're too low," Abigail called, as if reading his mind. "It's taller than this. It'll grab us." But if he flew any higher, the Oni would spot him. He didn't like not being able to see through the thick layer of mist below. The giant could spring out at any moment and grab him. So he dropped through the gloom until he was sweeping along the foot of the abyss once more. Now he could see the giant, straight ahead of him. It was standing still, knobby knees bent, leaning sideways to peer under the layer of cloud. Hal gasped at the sight of its head. Perhaps it had once used human skulls to form one gigantic noggin, but it must have torn them back off again, for there was nothing but an unfinished mess that might have been a lower jaw, one jagged cheekbone, and a single eye socket. That empty socket scoured the dearth for Hal, and when it spotted him, the giant jerked upright and began thumping toward him at a frightening speed. Hal turned and fled. He made for the back end of Haven, thinking of the hills and mountains behind the town, and knowing he would have some cover there when he shot up out of the abyss. As he flew under the floating island, he glimpsed something on its underside, a faint orange glow, as though Haven's belly were on fire. Then he was past it, rising up the cliffs and out of the mist. At the last second, that awful skeletal hand again reached for him. Its fingers emerged from the mist and scraped against the island's cliff face in an effort to grab him, and Hal realized with horror that the giant was way taller than he'd thought. Any taller, and it would surely clutch at Haven's grassy plateau. He imagined its fingers curling over the sides as it hoisted itself out of the dearth. Shaking off the creepy image, he concentrated on what he was doing. He ascended to the backside of the tallest mountain, but its cliffs were so smooth and rocky there was nowhere to land. He kept going, up and up, until he reached the very top. There, he thumped down on the edge and lowered his wings, peering suspiciously at the single structure he'd spotted earlier from far below. It was a little bigger than he'd expected, a 3-story building with the familiar ornate, red-tiled sweeping rooftops that rose to points at the corners. The place was modest in footprint, though, not much larger than a double shed. A lookout post, perhaps? Nobody appeared to be around. He waited for Abigail to climb off, then shifted to human form. They hugged, allowing the tension to slip away before separating. Her wings eased back into the flesh between her shoulders, and the fabric of her silky dress closed up. "That was something," she said. "It was," he agreed. "A skeleton with bones made from thousands of smaller bones." The wide-eyed amazement on her face made him laugh. Just when you think you've seen everything, right? But the seriousness of the situation quickly sobered him. "I'm betting the Oni will have some clever explanation for it. They were pretty quick to give an excuse about the Kraken attacking us, said it was someone they'd booted off the island." "Como something?" Abigail said. "Koto? Koromadako." She squinted at him. "You remember that?" "I didn't before, but I do now." He scuffed the hard rock with his heel. "It's weird. My heart was beating like crazy a minute ago, and now I'm feeling relaxed and calm. Even knowing the Oni might be lying to us, maybe even planning to kill us. Somehow I'm okay with that." She narrowed her eyes. Yeah, I'm surprisingly calm about it too. When we were flying around down there, all I could think about was getting away from this place. But now, I don't know. Maybe we're overreacting. Hal stared at the ground. He had his suspicions the island had a calming effect on them all. He'd noticed it almost as soon as they'd walked across the plank onto the grass. All their doubts had slipped away. Well, eventually. Thomas had been openly hostile toward the Oni at first. The goblins had too. He jerked. We should find the goblins. I keep forgetting they're missing. Why do we keep forgetting that? We don't. We just feel okay about it for some reason. She was right. The disappearance of Blacknail and his crew seemed like a problem to be solved another day. Nothing really urgent to worry about right now. He scowled at her. We have to keep our minds clear. Maybe we need to make a point to fly away from the island a few times a day just to get away from its power. Sounds like a plan, she agreed with a nod. That is, until we decide it's not that important after all. Hal brushed past her. Let's check out this place while we're here. They approached the building. The door opened into a single room with a staircase at one side. The floor was pristine, tightly abutted polished floorboards. The walls, equally clean, were smooth and cream-colored. Large windows looked down on the island, but of more interest was the view they afforded of the ocean. Hal and Abigail clasped hands and stood gazing in awe. This reminded him of the time they'd climbed the lighthouse back on their own island and looked out across the top of the fog, witnessing a blue sky for the first time. Just like then, now they saw what was invisible from below, the horizon in the far distance, and an enormous expanse of sea glittering in the sun. From here, it was clear the fog bank they'd sailed through was no more than a barrier, a wall shielding this magical place from view. Oh, he said. He'd expected the legendary edge of the world to be dead straight, cutting across the Earth's surface for miles in either direction. It made no sense for that to be the case, but that was what he'd imagined, what everyone had imagined. They'd all been wrong. It's a circle. Well, Abigail whispered. She didn't have anything else to add. The mysterious island of Haven was located within a massive anomaly in the middle of the sea, what the Oni called the dearth, a place the oceans simply avoided. A surrounding wall of fog kept it hidden from sailors. Haven was by no means the dearth's center point. It floated close to the tumbling water at one side, where ships fell over the edge. More islands hung in the air farther away, some of them just small lumps of rock, others huge. Seen from high up like this, it was clear Haven was just a small piece of the anomaly, though from what Hal could tell, the only inhabited island. So the edge of the world, Abigail said slowly, with a wistful look on her face, is really just a big, round hole in the ocean. A dry patch, Hal said, where the sea just kind of stops and flows around it. And there's a bunch of rocks and tiny islands and some mountains floating around in that dry patch, with mist everywhere. And these people called the Oni somehow live here with no livestock farming, no crops, no fishing, they just kind of exist. Oh, and there's a giant skeleton stomping about below, almost but not quite tall enough to climb up. Right? I think that about covers it. They stayed a while longer, taking in the breathtaking beauty as well as the impossible nature of it all. The sun offered rays of golden light in some areas, and a haze in others, while a wispy drizzle fell in the cloudier regions. A rainbow projected from the mist, full of color and mystique. The distant mountains floated like Haven, both majestic and surreal. Why had this enormous anomaly in the sea never been spotted from above? Surely someone had flown over it in the last few centuries, perhaps in a rickety airship like the one Blacknail had built. Or maybe someone, like Charlie and Orson, had flown over but never detected anything strange, which suggested the region was shrouded in magic of another kind. Forgot to mention the place is invisible to outsiders, he added. Abigail pursed her lips. Ships are drawn here somehow, so it's invisible and acts like a magnet, like it's trying to smash ships on the rocks. Why? To build a giant skeleton? Abigail sighed. Well, it explains a few things. All those missing ships could have gone around, but they might not have realized that. They saw the fog ahead, sailed straight into it, and tipped over the edge. So why didn't we? That was a good question, even if Hal thought so himself. Why had the turtle saved them, and not the other ships? Well, he said with a shrug, I guess we should head back. Yes, and find the goblins. They flew off the back of the rocky mountain. Hal peered down into the swirling mist, imagining the giant skeleton monster stomping about down there. It had a huge playground. Shipwrecks no doubt littered the floor around the dearth's perimeter where the ocean poured in. And with each handful of sailors' bones, the monster grew just a little more. He couldn't get that image out of his head as he carefully navigated the mountain and swooped down to where they'd set off in the first place, out of sight, at the side of the grassy hills. The skeleton hadn't just popped into existence that size. It had grown. It must have snatched more and more bones and increased its height, rather than simply adding to its girth. It had to have taken many, many years. But again, why? They walked back the way they'd come, across the lush fields and toward the town. A couple of Oni appeared, and Hal grimaced. You have been gone, an extremely long-haired, red-skinned woman said. Though she smiled, Hal thought he detected a hint of disapproval. She bobbed and weaved her way toward them as though ready to intercept if they veered off in one direction or another. An evening banquet is prepared, all are summoned. A banquet? Abigail asked, sounding wary. Hal understood her concern. Who was on the menu? Come, my name is Shinshu and I will escort you. The Oni woman loomed tall, twice Hal's height, and he felt very small and intimidated in human form. She could take his head in those powerful hands and crush it in the blink of an eye. Which made him wonder, if these people meant harm, there had to be a good reason for their delay. He mentally shook his head. Or maybe they don't mean us harm. They've been nothing but nice since we got here. A screech caught him off guard. Spinning around, he couldn't help gasping at the sight of a massive flying snake with a human face. Its copper-colored feathered wings spanned 15 feet, and a matching swath of feathers covered part of its dark brown reptilian body as well as streamed from the tip of its tail. The creature was spectacular but unnerving. The human face had a creepy curved beak designed to rip and tear. The flying snake stayed low for a while, then soared upward with further screeches that echoed across the sky. Itsumade says it is time, the Oni woman said. Come, the food is ready. Itsumade, Hal thought. I'm never going to remember all these names. It seemed the screeching from above had attracted everyone's attention. All across the island, Oni came hurrying out of homes and massing in the streets before gathering on a single extra-wide dirt road and forming a procession. Hal spotted Emily, Fenton and Thomas among the crowd and hurried to join them, Abigail following close behind. Did you find them? He urged. Emily squinted. Huh? Blacknail and the other goblins. Did you find them? She stared at him. Then her eyes widened, and she put a hand to her mouth. I forgot to look. Fenton and Thomas appeared just as bewildered. Hal leaned toward Abigail. The island makes us forget. She grabbed Emily's arm. What have you been doing all this time, then? Emily smiled. You wouldn't believe what we saw. The Oni were playing a game. They were yelling and laughing and trying to catch each other, but some were small and crafty, and they kept getting loose, and the rules said nobody could declare a winner until the bigger Oni had at least one in their net for the count of 10. There was one called amikiri, a lobster that flies about like a giant bug, and she kept getting caught, but just snipped her way through the net faster than you can imagine. And there was an otter called Kawauso, who stands upright and wears clothes and mimics everyone. Wait, what? Abigail interrupted. And that scary old woman, Fenton added, finally getting a word in. His eyes gleamed as though he'd enjoyed hanging out with Emily and watching some kind of Oni party game. She hid above the ceiling and kept crawling out and hanging upside down. Nobody could get a hold of her. And the chicken that turned into a ball of fire, Thomas chipped in. The fire had the face of an old woman, too. He grinned suddenly. Or was she a ball of fire that turned into a chicken? Which came first? The chicken or... Guys! Abigail barked. They all fell silent. Hal couldn't help noticing then how many giant Oni stood around them, watching and listening, grinning and chuckling. A long line had formed on the dirt road, but hadn't started moving yet. Looking ahead, it seemed some of the smaller blue-skinned Oni were in charge of this expedition to wherever the banquet hall was. "Where are the others?" Hal asked. They all peered toward the hills where Robbie, Lauren, Dewey, and Darcy had last been seen. Hal breathed a sigh of relief. There they were, silhouetted in the sunset, heading back down the slopes, escorted by a few more Oni. He wasn't sure what this banquet was about, but at least they'd all be together. At last, the procession was ready to move. Around 70 Oni, with Hal and his friends clustered together somewhere in the middle. When they started along the road, the sound of stomping filled the air, so loud it probably carried across the dearth to their floating neighbors, if indeed there were any. "Where are we going?" Abigail asked loudly to anyone that might be listening. The red-skinned Oni, who'd introduced herself as Shinchu, grinned, baring her fangs. "The king has invited us all to the Citadel." Hal immediately cast his gaze upward, but he couldn't see the Citadel so well this close to the mountain on which it stood. He could, however, see the steps carved into the mountainside. "Darcy's going to have a panic attack. We're going to see the king," he muttered. Abigail reached for his hand. "Hopefully it's just an invite to eat with him, instead of us being the dinner." They walked in silence. At least he and Abigail did. The others seemed a little more animated, perhaps even excited. Yes, they really needed a moment off the island to give them a little perspective. Hal couldn't shake the feeling a dozen Oni glares were drilling into his back. They might be licking their lips for all he knew. Ahead, some of them surreptitiously glanced back, still flashing those manic, fang-filled grins. The carved steps were wide enough to walk two abreast on. Some of the Oni jostled each other, and Hal shuddered. Veer too close to the right-hand side, one tiny slip, and it would be a very long drop. He watched to see how Darcy handled it, and was surprised when she marched at a steady pace alongside Dewey, one foot in front of the other, up and up, only occasionally reaching out to touch the rock wall to her side. Definitely not herself. Some of the steps were tall and very deep, coming up to his knees. Others were shallow. They wound around, hugging the cliff and circling the mountain. About halfway up, the steps angled sharply to the left, cutting into the cliff, which meant that suddenly they had a towering safety wall on the right. A welcome relief. The Citadel came into view, massive cream-colored stone walls topped with the familiar sweeping red rooftop. The place was enormous. It could probably house the entire population of Haven without effort. Leaving the steps behind, the procession stamped up a sandstone pathway so steep it had everyone panting in no time, even the Oni. Hal watched his feet the whole time, left foot, left foot, determined not to be the one who stumbled and needed a rest. To keep his mind occupied as the shapeshifters climbed to a possibly horrible fate, he wondered idly how the Citadel had been built, where all the stone had come from, and how they'd cut it into blocks. That was some serious masonry work. All the wood, too. The rooftops alone were full of rafters, and the floors had to be wooden joists. He'd only seen a few trees. A blanket of thick bushes, sure, but very few trees, not even stumps. How had they built all the timber frame walls? Maybe the tree stumps had been overrun by bushes and shrubs. That had to be it. The whole hillside might have been forested once. Oh, and all the wrecked ships in the abyss that had been plundered for planks. That explained a lot. Still, it didn't tell him where the stone had come from. Hal imagined everyone would be eating at a grand banquet table, or maybe several, surrounded by chairs. More wood. Were the Oni craftsmen, or had they simply ripped it all from the ships? They seemed a little rough and ready for such precision work. By the time they arrived at the huge wrought-iron Citadel gates, he'd made up his mind that Haven was just too unlikely to be real. The sheer amount of stonework and metal made no sense whatsoever. He could understand plundering wood from shipwrecks, but he very much doubted any of those vessels had been transporting blocks of stone when they'd gone down. Even their swords were a mystery. Who'd made them? Where? He hadn't seen a single blacksmith in town. Had they been plundered too? Possibly, but what about the Citadel gates? It had to be fake. All of it. Something didn't add up. And this wasn't just a banquet they'd been invited to. This was something else. But he had no idea what. Chapter 7. Guests of the Citadel. The guests of honor, Hal and his shapeshifter friends, were among the first to be led into a massive hall. It had walls of stone, at least 10 columns as thick as tree trunks, a ceiling of intricate colored glass sections, and a highly polished marble floor. 5 banquet tables stretched from one end to the other, each packed with chairs that scraped softly as the Oni seated themselves. "Your places are reserved," a gruff voice said in his ear. Hal was too dazed and confused to see which of the Oni was speaking, but it didn't matter. "The center table," their usher added, "all the way to the front." The shapeshifters dutifully seated themselves, 4 on one side and 5 on the other, so they could put their heads together and talk. Nobody else sat close. The center table was purely for them, so it had a lot of empty seats. The table for humans, Hal thought. It's shorter than the other 4. And the chairs are smaller. "This reminds me of that time on Whisper Mountain," Robbie commented. "Dinner with the elves. Don't know about you guys, but I'm hungry." They all nodded and voiced their agreement. Except Hal and Abigail. "How can you be hungry?" Hal whispered. "Listen, there's something off with this place." Yeah, Lauren said. She leaned in close to Robbie and smiled. "Haven's a magical place. We know that. The Oni are mysterious and scary and wonderful. We know that too. Just have fun, Hal." Robbie patted her hand. Yeah. The other 4 banquet tables had filled up quickly, and the babble of noise throughout the hall was loud enough that Abigail had to raise her whisper to be heard. "You don't get it. We saw—" She broke off, glancing about. Then she shook her head. "Never mind. But we need to be careful. And have you all completely forgotten about the goblins again?" Fenton barked a laugh. "Actually, yeah." Thomas let out a high, fluty giggle. "Me too." Darcy and Dewey, at least, had the decency to look troubled. "I'd forgotten about them," Darcy said, "but I'm sure they're fine." And Dewey offered, "They're probably fixing the ship." Robbie's eyes widened. "Wait." Everyone fell silent and stared at him. He looked around at each and every shapeshifter, eyebrows raised. Maybe what, doofus?" Fenton grunted. "Maybe the goblins are on the menu." Hal felt his heart stop. He opened his mouth to say something, but then everyone burst out laughing. Lauren gave Robbie a hard punch on the arm, who laughed even harder while shaking his head and apologizing for his sick joke. Only Hal and Abigail found the situation serious. The idea of goblins, especially their ornery friend Blacknail, on the menu. Hal ground his teeth together. What a bunch of fools Haven had made of his friends. They definitely needed to get away from the island for a while. He'd have to take them for a secret ride first chance he got. "Welcome." The soft, rumbling voice put an instant end to the babble of noise throughout the hall. The shapeshifters swung their heads to the front, recognizing the sound of a leader, the revered king. He sat on an elevated throne just 20 paces away. Hal was sure he hadn't been sitting there before everyone had walked in. He was small for an Oni, probably not much taller than Robbie. He had red skin, short horns, a rather long nose, and close-set eyes. His fiery orange hair was thick and wiry, sticking out all over. And he wore a crown, small and gold, slightly lopsided. "I am Tengu, King of Haven and first of the immortals," the Oni said in a soft, almost lazy tone, as if he expected everyone to lean forward and strain their ears. Hal searched his memory. For some reason, the name Tengu rang a bell, and the fact that Hal could recall it gave him the shivers. He had to be someone the history books had written about, or something. One of the yokai, whatever they were. Maybe all the yokai were mentioned in books, but Tengu stood out, either because it was an easy name to remember or because he was someone extra fearsome or spectacular. "It has been some time since we last had visitors," the king drawled. "We are happy you are here. Eat well, my young friends. Be my guests in the Citadel tonight, and then tomorrow you will meet the rest of us." "The rest of—" Abigail whispered. She turned to look at Hal. "What does he mean?" He shrugged. More Oni? Were there neighbors on other islands after all? "Who were their last visitors?" he said in an equally low voice. "A ship of sailors? No wonder this table is so big." Abigail's eyes widened. "And where are they now?" "Eat," Tengu commanded, giving a casual gesture. After that, the babble started up again, and the banquet hall was filled with the clatter of bowls and noisy slurping as the red and blue-skinned Oni devoured their first course in seconds. Hal stared with suspicion at similar bowls now being placed on his table by two Oni. Some kind of soup. It looked grey and slimy, with green bits floating around. Oddly enough, it reminded him of Haven, a collection of islands suspended in mid-air over the mist. There were no spoons, not that Hal was hungry enough to care. He and Abigail sat in silence, amazed, as the rest of their friends picked up their bowls and took a sip. "Not bad," Fenton muttered, licking his lips. "Hey, that's pretty good," Darcy agreed. She smiled and wiped the back of her hand across her mouth. "It's just vegetable soup." Hal remembered the meal they'd eaten with the elves on Whisper Mountain. The tasty meat had been roasted rat. Still, it had been edible. Could he judge the Oni for gross-looking but perfectly good soup? And he had to eat sometime. Giving Abigail a nudge, he picked up his bowl and took a sip. After a moment, he had to admit it was okay, and he downed the rest while it was still warm. He doubted it would be as good cold. The second course had them all astonished. It was a fish, a huge one about 3 feet long, laid out on an equally long tin platter and garnished with cold, leafy greens. After the servers delivered it, another Oni pulled out a long knife and placed the tip on the scaly side just below the gills. Carefully, he dug into the flesh and drew the blade the entire length of the fish, all the way to the tail. Then he put his knife away and reached in with his hand, yanking at bones and breaking the thing wide open so that steam escaped and gobs of fish meat hung loose. With that, the Oni licked his fingers and walked away. "Well," Emily murmured, I mean, I like fish, but a fork would be useful. They all got pretty messy digging in with their fingers, but the meal was good. Hal's doubts began to slip away. He knew they were slipping away, and he knew the island must be working him over again. But nevertheless he felt better knowing the menu wasn't as horrific as he'd feared. The third course was fruit and nuts, apples and peaches from trees Hal didn't know existed, berries that had apparently been picked that very afternoon, and roasted nuts dipped in some kind of sugary glaze. It was all good, especially washed down with more of that lemony-orange spring water straight from the bubbling brook. "Where do you grow these apples?" he asked the server. "We have an orchard." Hal frowned at this and asked where. The response was simply, "Near the cemetery." He dropped the matter for the time being. Full and relaxed, the 9 shapeshifters sat back and chatted openly about their day and the strange wonders they'd seen. Hal and Abigail naturally said nothing about their trip into the mist below. Not here. That story would have to wait. All the while they sat there eating and talking, King Tengu watched them with narrowed eyes. It was a little creepy and off-putting, but not a serious cause for concern. At long last, the Oni ended their meal and got up, scraping their chairs as they stood. Many of them went out of their way to pass Hal and his friends, reaching down to squeeze their shoulders so hard that Robbie was convinced he'd wake the next morning covered in bruises. When the room was half empty and the king rose from his throne, Hal jumped to his feet and said in a loud voice, Excuse me, where are the goblins?" The room instantly fell silent. The king paused where he stood, and every Oni in the room glanced from him to Hal with rather shocked expressions. Even Hal's friends looked at him like he'd gone completely crazy, except Abigail, who smiled and reached out to take his hand. Hal felt like a million eyeballs were on him. "I mean, it's just that we haven't seen them in ages, and—" Tengu took a deep breath and let it out. He forced a smile. "Your friends are busy?" "Busy?" Abigail challenged him. "In the mines." Hal had imagined many different answers, but not that one. "They're locked up in cells, we chewed off their heads, we tossed them off the island." These all sprang to mind as possible explanations. But busy in the mines? "What mines?" he asked. "Busy doing what?" "Hal," Emily whispered fiercely. The silence in the banquet hall was so complete that it seemed impossible for 20 or so brutish Oni to still be present. The king tilted his head to one side, which comically set his skewed crown perfectly level. "The goblins need to repair the ship, but they lack the materials they need. We have the materials, and we can offer assistance. But such services are not free. The goblins agreed to work the mines for 2 days. They will be busy until tomorrow evening. After that, they will commence repairs on the ship." "Happy now?" Emily whispered, her face flushed. "Sit down and be quiet, Hal. He's the king." Hal found himself floundering. Tengu's answer sounded feasible. "May we see where they're working?" he blurted. At this, the king shook his head and wagged a finger at him. "Not tonight, but in the morning you may. I will take you to the mines myself. Tonight, however, you will retire to your rooms and rest." He bowed and walked away. After that, chairs began scraping again, and Hal glanced around to see the Oni filing out. Quite a few of them shot him a look, but he couldn't fathom what kind of look. They didn't seem angry or puzzled. They were just blank. He sat, realizing he was trembling. Abigail leaned close. "You did good." Fenton jabbed a finger at him. "You could have got us killed, moron. One word from him, and we'd be dead meat." "For asking a question?" Abigail snapped, making everyone jump. "Come on, guys, wake up. Something—" She checked herself, looked around the rapidly emptying hall, and lowered her voice. "Something isn't right here. Maybe the goblins are in the mines, wherever they are. But how come nobody told us before? Why didn't Blacknail tell us what they were doing? Yeah, they're always so chatty, Thomas said with a sneer. I can't think why they didn't come and find us. Hal shook his head. You all need to come for a ride with me later, okay? I'll come and get you. You need a break from this place, then you'll start asking questions. Abigail nodded. Right. So be prepared. We'll come and find you at midnight. How will we know it's midnight? Dewey asked. He wasn't being sarcastic. He was completely sincere. Around midnight, then, Abigail said, when the moon is out. Look, get some sleep if you want, but just be ready to go when we come knocking. They didn't get much of a chance to talk after that. A group of 9 Oni came to see them to their quarters, which, as Thomas muttered, was a pompous way to say bedrooms. The huge, sweeping staircase took them up to the next floor and into a long corridor with lightweight sliding doors everywhere. Hal fully expected to share a large room with the boys, but the King's Citadel was spacious, and they each had a room of their own. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. He made a mental note of all the doors along the corridor and where his friends ended up. Glancing back, he caught Abigail's meaningful look just before she was led into her quarters. Then his personal Oni assistant towered over him and blocked his view, obviously impatient to give him a tour of his facilities. He sighed and entered. It was plain and simple. No bed, just a mattress on the floor. A very clean and soft mattress, though, as Hal found out when he knelt on it. There is fruit and water, his red-skinned guide said. He recognized her from earlier, but couldn't remember her name. She had extremely long hair, Shu-Shu, Chun-Tu, something like that, he thought, as she moved about the room, showing him the water jug, the bowl of fruit, and then the window. It can get cold at night, she went on, so I would advise keeping it closed. There are drapes, as you can see. The sunset is pretty, but afterward, close the drapes so you are not woken in the morning. She droned on, sounding a bit like his mum. No, not his mum, someone else's. Maybe Robbie's. He felt like a visitor at a friend's house, and the parent was making sure he was comfortable when all he really needed was a bed. It was way too early to sleep, though. The sun was only just setting. Still, he felt tired. For all he knew, they'd put something in the food. He stood by the window, looking down on Haven, nodding and grunting in response to her questions. She eventually headed out the door. Call me if you need anything. Sorry, what was your name again? He asked. Shinchu. Just before she slid the door shut, he added, Is that your orchard down there? She nodded. It is. We grow apples and peaches. No wonder nobody had seen the enclosure from below. Tangled bushes grew all the way up and over the top of the fencing. About 20 short trees thrived inside, each laden with fruit. And what's that nearby? All those rocks down there on the hillside, all neatly lined up in rows? Ah, that is our graveyard. Hal immediately felt awkward. Sorry. Why are you sorry? Graveyards are quite normal, though ours is new. Her response chilled him. New? What do you mean? She pursed her lips as if wondering whether or not to answer. This may shock you, but my people have always consigned the dead to the mist. The mist. In short, for a long time we threw our deceased over the cliff. Hal's mouth dropped open. He didn't know what to say, but he had plenty to think about. They throw their dead off the cliff. The skeleton collects their bones. Shinchu waited for his mouth to start working, an amused gleam in her eye. But now you have a graveyard? Hal finally managed. Now we have a graveyard. We bury our dead instead of throwing them over the cliff. Does that satisfy you? Which, in your opinion, is less horrible? Hal swallowed and changed the subject. Well, why are there mines here? Shinchu smiled. Our king will show you in the morning. Well, Where are these mines, anyway? Is it far to walk? I don't like walking after breakfast. His fib worked. The Oni shook her head. The mines are beneath us, deep below the mountain. You will see. Good night. Wait, I'm not tired. He started toward her. I'll just go hang out with the others for a bit. Shinchu drew the door shut a little more. No, you sleep now. Rest. She gently closed it, and Hal stared with annoyance and suspicion. The thin door panel was slightly transparent because he could see her grey silhouette through it. When she headed off, he hurried to the door to peek out. It was locked. He rattled the handle and pulled at it. The door was flimsy but quite secure. He felt he could probably throw himself at the panel and punch a hole right through, and he would certainly do that in an emergency. But that wouldn't be sensible right now. Best to play the humble guest, or the compliant prisoner. He returned to the window. The two panes opened wide onto the darkening sky, letting in a cool, fresh breeze. This was much better. Although he could lean out over a narrow section of sweeping roof below, it didn't look safe to walk on. One slip, and he'd tip headlong to the ground. Unless he switched to dragon form, of course. He could fly away quite easily by throwing himself off and transforming. But he doubted he could put any weight on the roof. He'd fall straight through. That meant, to take his friends anywhere, he'd have to hover in place outside their windows, beating his wings while they climbed on. That might work. He just needed to get their attention. Looking down on the island so far below, he could see the Oni still traversing the cliff steps as they headed back to the village. He could just wait until they were home and asleep before he snuck out. But were there guards outside the Citadel right below his window? Would they be posted all night long? If so, they would certainly see or hear a dragon flapping about the place. He turned 4 gas lamps out and the remaining 2 down low. The room plunged into a cozy, subdued light, and he perched on the edge of the bed, feeling like he was squatting on the floor. He sat there for a minute, listening for the sounds of his friends, but he heard nothing more than the occasional creak of a window or a thud on the floorboards. Realizing he'd been absently rubbing his ankles, he looked down to find he was covered in tiny scratches. He peered closer. Apart from his smart shoes, which wrapped around his feet, his skin was exposed below the silky pant legs. He didn't know where the scratches had come from, but they were a little irritating. He forced himself to leave them alone by lying back and staring up at the smooth, flat ceiling. Despite everything, he felt pretty calm and relaxed. "Wake up," Abigail whispered. He jerked upright. "I wasn't asleep." "Sure you weren't?" She stood over him, arms folded, wings stretched wide and fluttering. Hal looked beyond her to the open window. "I hope you shrank down." "Of course I did." She sat on the corner of the bed and retracted her insectoid wings. "So now, we just have to wait until it's really dark and the Oni are asleep. How are we going to grab the others? Can you hover? They could step out of the window onto the roof, but I can't see Darcy doing that. And I'd be in full view, flapping about out there." She frowned. "Well, maybe we need to risk that. I think it's important for the others to get away for a while. Clear their heads, you know." Hal agreed. "And then I want to find the mines. We should check on the goblins, make sure they're okay. I wish we could just leave." She slid closer to him. "Me too. Are you sure you can't carry all of us and the goblins as well?" "Even if I could, where to?" The idea of setting out across the ocean with 8 friends and 24 goblins on his back gave him the shivers. He wouldn't last long. He'd end up plunging into the water, far from home, and they'd all drown. "Hey," he said, looking down at her feet. "You're all scratched up too." They compared their wounds. She wore leggings under her dress, but they were shorter than Hal's pants, so her tiny scratches extended up her shins. "How weird," Abigail said. "I don't remember getting those." They talked a bit longer, discussing their options to sneak away for a while. Escape in itself was not the problem. Even Dewey could smash his way through one of these flimsy sliding doors, and that was as a human, not his much larger, stronger centaur form. The bedrooms were locked from the outside, so the king clearly wanted them to remain where they were. But the only thing keeping the guests confined was their own reluctance to be the first to show hostility, to be rude when they weren't yet certain of the Oni's intentions. Smashing their way out of their rooms would be destructive, a sign of animosity which might lead to angry retaliation and real imprisonment. Hal stood up, suddenly annoyed. "You know, we're sitting here trying to figure out how we can escape without upsetting the apple cart. But guess what? The apple cart is already upset." She squinted at him. "Huh?" He pointed to the door. "They locked us in." "How rude is that? Did we ask to stay the night?" "No, not really. We could have slept on the ship. But they insisted. And now we're prisoners?" He shook his head, feeling a familiar fire burning in his chest. "No, we're walking out. And I mean walking straight out through these flimsy doors. If the Oni see us, well, I don't care." "Hal, I've made up my mind," he growled, heading to the door. Taking a deep breath, he shielded his face with his arms and lumbered forward. "Hal!" He crashed through the flimsy white panel, tripped on the frame, and stumbled into the corridor amid a shower of broken pieces. The noise was tremendous. He blinked and looked one way then the other, hoping none of the Oni had... "What is going on?" one of the blue-skinned Oni demanded as she marched toward him. Two others followed behind, including his own personal assistant Shin-Chu. "Ah," Hal said, snatching a glance into his room. Abigail rolled her eyes at him and abruptly shrank to 6 inches tall, spread her wings, and zipped out the window. "Nothing. I guess The Oni crowded around him, bushy eyebrows raised as they stared down from what seemed like a great height. "Sleepwalking?" Hal blurted. "I was sleepwalking. I do that sometimes. Sorry." After an awkward silence, the 3 Oni smiled. The redskin, Shin-Chu, took charge. "Ah, well, we have plenty of rooms. You may take another. Please come this way." "No, this room is fine. Just leave the door. It's not a problem. I might need the bathroom in the night anyway." "The bathroom is in your room. I showed you. Were you not listening?" Truthfully, Hal had missed that part. "I will fetch you a new door," the Oni said, reaching out to ruffle his hair. She grinned down at him. "So silly of you. Go to bed. We will replace your door, and all will be well." "No, really, you don't have to—" But Hal found himself ushered with force back into his room, where he had to sit on the edge of the bed and watch as the Oni cleaned up the broken door and replaced it with another. The last thing Hal heard was the resounding click of the lock, almost as though the Oni knew exactly what he'd been doing and was making a not-so-subtle point that resistance was futile. It was like a battle of wits. Who would remain polite the longest? Hal's resolve tightened. Polite or otherwise, he planned to find Blacknail and the rest of the goblins. Tonight. Chapter 8. Oni in the Hall. Hal was sorely tempted to smash his way through the flimsy panel door again, just to annoy the Oni. He resisted. A stealthy escape would be better. The sky had darkened and the moon was rising, but that strange glow had appeared above the clouds again, the green and yellow hues first spotted from the ship right after the Kraken attack. The so-called Northern Lights lit up the night sky directly over Haven. Leaning from the window, Hal looked to his right and waited to see if any of his friends would peek out. If he remembered correctly, Abigail should be next door to him, and then Fenton and Darcy on the end. Darcy was the first to show herself. "Hey!" he called to her. She glanced his way. "Oh, hey, why did they lock us in?" Her voice sounded far, far away, but carried easily through the evening air. "Don't know. Listen, do you think you could—" He lowered his voice as much as he could and spoke as vaguely as possible in case they were overheard. "If I came to you, do you think you could, get on my shoulders?" Well, that sounded weird. Darcy stared at him. "Do you mean—" He held a finger to his lips, then followed up with a series of gestures to indicate someone might be listening below. He finished by pointing at her, then to himself, and flapping his arms a few times. "Have you lost your mind?" Hal sighed. Fenton popped his head out just then. "Who's lost their mind?" "Oh, you mean Hal? Nothing new there." Ideas flitted around in Hal's head. Fenton could easily climb out and cling to the slanting roof without falling off. He could help Darcy. That would make it easier for her. Abigail appeared. "How about you all go to sleep?" she said in a loud, annoyed voice. "We're guests of the king, and we shouldn't be yelling out the window. Let's get some rest. Okay, guys?" Those who knew Abigail would recognize the slightly offbeat tone she used, and the way she winked profusely as she spoke. Her meaning was clear. They might be listening. A silence followed. Then Fenton said in an equally loud voice, "Sure thing, Mom. See you in the morning." Darcy grinned and waved. "Good night, then." Abigail turned her gaze on Hal. "You too. I'm trying to get some shut-eye in here. You've caused enough trouble tonight, Hal, smashing that door open. Just go to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow." Despite the irked tone, she gave him another wink and a half smile. "You're right," he agreed. "Wake me up when it's time for breakfast. See ya." He hurried back inside and shut off another gas lamp, leaving only one burning. Lying down on the bed, he started counting away the seconds and minutes. At some point, he heard heavy footsteps in the corridor. A huge silhouetted figure arrived, paused, doused one of the lights out there, and moved on. The door dimmed to a dark gray color, no longer partially see-through. Hal could hear the Oni stopping briefly in the corridor to extinguish more lights. Then all went quiet. It was officially lights out. It had to be another 20 minutes before a soft click alerted him. The door opened, and Abigail appeared with a smile on her face. "Ready?" He got up. "So you went out the window and back in— where?" She giggled. "No need. These doors are flimsy, remember? I just poked a small hole in the bottom of mine and made it look like the place is overrun by mice. Come on, the others are waiting." When he tiptoed into the darkened corridor, he was startled to find every one of his friends standing there in the shadows. He was the last out. Abigail kept her voice low. "Now let's get going." The 9 of them shuffled in silence, Abigail in front, and somehow Hal at the rear. He couldn't help thinking how ludicrous it was for them to be sneaking about as a giant group like this, but he was glad to be together with them all. Although, if they got caught, they'd all get caught. They made it as far as the landing at the top of the stairs when an Oni guard swung around to face them. It was Shinshu again. As the long-haired, red-skinned woman opened her mouth to yell, Fenton dove for her ankles while Thomas leapt at her throat. With arms locked around her legs and a sudden weight clinging to her face, she stumbled backward and crashed down with a grunt. But even lying on her back, the Oni threw Thomas off as if he were a rag doll, and then she kicked at Fenton until he rolled clear with a gasp. Robbie launched himself into the fray, growing broader and taller as he fell on her, his clothes stretching and then splitting open as his ogre shoulders and arms thickened and sprouted shaggy hair. The Oni struggled, letting out muffled grunts, but Robbie already matched her size and then some, and he pressed down on her so hard she could barely breathe. The weird creature that had clung to Hal's back earlier sprang to mind. Two could play at that game. Fenton crawled closer, his eyes blazing red and water dribbling from his mouth. He was still in human form, but he had a sinister look about him, with fangs showing and black reptilian skin creeping up around his ears. Robbie smacked the Oni sharply around the face with a massive, hairy hammer fist. Then, while she was dazed and lying on her belly, he held her hands together while Fenton dribbled over her wrists and breathed hard on the liquid, turning it into glue. It seemed like time stood still, while the foul-smelling liquid solidified. "Your boyfriend hit a girl," Thomas said to Lauren, feigning shock. "Doesn't count when she's that big and strong," she muttered. The Oni continued thrashing, even with her arms pinned in place, and Robbie reached over and clamped his paw over her mouth. She must have been shocked at the size of his fat fingers, because she went completely still for a moment. Fenton glued her feet together. Then, unceremoniously, Robbie stood up and grabbed her ankles. At full size, he was nearly 3 times his normal height, and more than a match for the Oni. "Take her to one of our rooms," Abigail said. "No, wait. Someplace else with a strong door." Robbie grunted and started dragging the Oni feet first along the corridor. Hal caught a glimpse of her wide eyes before she opened her mouth to yell, but instead of yelling, she morphed. What had once been an Oni suddenly became a creature out of a nightmare, an enormous furry moth-like insect that quickly grew and ended up crammed against the walls and ceiling, its rear end toward them and its colossal bulk now blocking the way to the staircase. The tips of its wings tried to flutter, but couldn't in the confined space. A stinger shot out of the tail and wriggled from side to side, short and fat, not long enough to reach them, but repulsive enough to cause Hal and the others to cry out in alarm. "What is that?" Lauren squealed. "Shh," Thomas hissed. "You'll wake everyone up." "We'll have to go out the other way," Abigail said, sounding irritated. But as abruptly as Shinchu had changed, she reverted back to her Oni form. Now, free of her glue restraints, she climbed to her feet, panting and scowling. She glared at Robbie in particular, who remained in ogre form. "I don't know what you are, but—" Robbie lurched forward and lashed out, punching her hard across the side of the head. The force of the blow knocked her straight back down, where she lay unmoving. A silence fell, broken only by the hard breathing of 9 shaken shapeshifters. "So," Lauren said, "does anyone know where the mines are?" Darcy giggled. Robbie spoke a little too loudly. "Obviously they're somewhere really low. Ow!" "Keep your voice down, idiot," Fenton hissed. "Do you want to bring more of these weirdos running?" Abigail swung around. "All of you, shush!" "Who put you in charge?" Thomas grumbled. They started down the enormous winding staircase. This meant tiptoeing with great care, otherwise their clattering footfalls would echo around the entire Citadel. As they descended, Hal ran his hand over the wooden banister, thinking it was a little rougher in the poor light than it had seemed earlier that evening. Everything seemed a little different in the dark, perhaps older, definitely creepier. It was amazing how the glow from a few measly gas lamps compared to the golden rays of the late afternoon sun slanting in through the windows. They could easily get lost in the Citadel. Abigail evidently knew that and headed straight out the way they'd all come in. No guards, Hal thought, as they sidled out of the great doors. Oh, wait. There's one. An Oni stood with his back to them on the steps outside, a brutish figure holding a massive sword. Another guard, a female, was posted by the stone road. Without a sound, Abigail signaled for the shapeshifters to reverse and go back inside. They huddled together as she whispered, "Seems like every one of these Oni can transform into something different. I don't want to take any chances. There's only 2 guards, Thomas said. We can take them. Hal shook his head. There's only 2 because we never showed them we're shapeshifters. Let's keep it that way for now. So, what then? Thomas asked, looking sullen. There's no point having the element of surprise if we don't use it. Look, how about I shoot some poison quills and knock 'em out? Then they'll really know we're not just ordinary humans. So what? That one upstairs knows already. She'll wake up soon, and then she'll sound the alarm. We haven't got time to mess about. Without waiting for further argument, the red-headed boy dashed outside. "Thomas!" Abigail cried. Then she huffed with anger. "Idiot!" Thomas transformed as he ran, and was in a full 4-legged sprint by the time the Oni guard started to turn around. The manticore leapt with claws extended and brought the Oni down. The scorpion tail arched high, and the poison-tipped quills shot out. A few of them struck the startled guard in the face, and he yelled before the poison took effect and made him woozy. Thomas then focused on the other guard, just as she turned to see what the commotion was. For a second, the manticore faced the open-mouthed Oni. Then Thomas sprinted toward her, and the Oni transformed. The flying snake, Hal thought with dismay, as the huge serpent wriggled about and then sprang off the ground with wings flapping. Itsumade, or whatever her stupid name is. The serpent shrieked and shot toward the manticore. Thomas faltered, and no wonder, as he was no match for a thick, writhing snake that moved 20 times faster and could swoop down on him from above. Hal ran out into the courtyard, ready to transform. He suddenly realized that Itsumade had arms. They were thin and easily missed when held to her sides, but clearly visible when she reached down and slashed at Thomas's back as she flew over. Thomas roared and flinched, then swung around with his own claws, but Itsumade was well past him by then. She circled around and prepared for another dive bomb. Hal shifted and blundered forward, letting out a blast of fire as he went. The long stream of flames enveloped the winged snake, and he immediately cut them off with a wave of guilt and horror. He hadn't meant to hurt her, just scare her off. He hated burning living creatures, even when they were enemies. The idea of roasting someone filled him with revulsion. Itsumade screeched and spun away, trailing black smoke as she twisted and turned down the hillside. She was gone in seconds, and Hal could hear her muffled roars as she bounced and rolled across the grass, no doubt trying to snuff out the fire. "Let's go," Abigail commanded. Fenton flung out his hands. "Go where?" "I don't know, let's ask." She buzzed over to the first Oni guard, who lay woozy and moaning on the ground. Hovering over him, she turned to Hal. "I need you to show him we mean business." Before Hal had a chance to cough up a threatening ball of fire, Thomas again leapt on the guard and swung his scorpion tail around, this time brandishing the shiny black stinger. A gob of yellow venom oozed out as he dangled the deadly weapon over the Oni's face. "Where are the mines?" he demanded in his high, fluty voice. The Oni stared up at the stinger. He might not have been fully in control of his senses, but he seemed to recognize the danger. Feebly, he tried to roll aside. Then he tried to sit up and feel for the quills poking out of his face. Each time, Thomas knocked him back down with a red-furred paw. Hal glanced around, looking up at the windows. The skirmish had been so noisy that it would only be a matter of minutes before more Oni came running, or flying, or whatever. He imagined the King's Guard comprised all the fiercest monsters, judging by the winged snake and the giant moth with a stinger. "Are you shapeshifters?" the Oni said, his amazement obvious. "You did not tell us you were shapeshifters. This is interesting. We have never—" The Oni clammed up. "Speak," Thomas growled. "Where are the mines? We just want to check on the goblins. Are they all right?" The guard laughed, showing his fangs. He tried to sit up again, and Thomas shoved his stinger inches from the Oni's face. A silence followed. The guard lay still, contemplating. After a while, he spoke calmly. "You will see them in the morning. Stop this nonsense. You do not understand. Go back to your rooms, sleep, and at dawn you will learn everything. It is a good thing. You will see." "The mines," Thomas said again, pushing the stinger so close that the gob of yellow venom smeared against the Oni's face. It burned into his red skin, causing a sizzle and a trail of smoke, but the Oni merely grinned. "Even if I told you, it would do you no good. The mines are forbidden. But never fear. Your goblin friends are alive and well. Now please, return to your rooms as our honored guests." Thomas growled some more, but the sight and sound of figures approaching from all directions caused Hal to utter a warning, and Abigail reached out to touch Thomas on his broad shoulder. "Let him go." Oni surrounded them in no time, maybe 10 of them, each with swords drawn. They looked even fiercer in the moonlight, hunched forward as though preparing to attack. Hal was pretty sure these warriors could put up a good fight, even if attacked by a fire-breathing dragon or full-sized ogre. And besides, the Oni had more than one form. Hal reverted back and ran forward with his hands held high. "Thomas, enough!" he hissed. "We're giving in," the Manticore complained, turning his snarl on Hal. "We can take these people. Why'd you change? One blast of your fire—" "We need our friends back." Emily moved closer to the Manticore, taking tentative steps. "Thomas, stop! This won't end well." Hal sighed with relief when Thomas hung his head and stepped away. He vividly remembered the attack on the beach at Broden when shapeshifters had fought other shapeshifters, he and his friends against Queen Bee and her army of scrags. It had ended with a death. Outright battle just didn't work. The woozy Oni slowly climbed to his feet, staggering as he plucked the poison quills from his face. He waved at the advancing guards, and they relaxed their stance. "Return to your rooms," he said again. "You will see the goblins in the morning. You will witness something else too, something wonderful. You, our honored guests, will be part of it." "You locked us in our rooms," Darcy suddenly blurted. "That's why we broke out. You locked us in. That's rude. If we're your honored guests, then don't treat us like prisoners." Amusement rippled through the crowd. The Oni guard nodded and smiled. "You are quite right. But you see, we were afraid you would snoop around. And you did." "Only because you locked us in and made us suspicious," Emily exclaimed. "What did you think we were going to do?" Robbie added. "Pretend being locked in is all perfectly normal and just go to sleep?" Thomas had reverted to his human form. "Are the goblins locked up too?" Shinchu suddenly appeared, striding out of the Citadel doors and cutting straight through the bickering. "These humans are to be treated well. Return them to their rooms." She glanced around at Abigail, then Hal, then the others in turn. "There will be no more mischief. Go to sleep. Wake early. All will be revealed then." "All will be revealed then," Thomas mimicked with a sarcastic tone. He rolled his eyes and pushed past Hal. "Fine. Since you're all too chicken to show these people what we are, I'm going to bed." He vanished into the darkness, leaving Abigail to smooth things over with Shinchu. "Most of us are just ordinary," she assured her, casting a quick glance around at the others. "Thomas is special, and so is Hal. And Robbie," she added. In the background, the guards edged closer. Shinchu narrowed her eyes. "The rest of you cannot transform." Abigail opened her mouth but said nothing, looking uncertain. Dewey spoke up then. "Just the 5 of us." "5?" Shinchu repeated. "We 5 boys. We're shapeshifters. Girls aren't allowed." The red-skinned Oni woman glared at Robbie, then Fenton. Interesting. I did see both of you boys transform, and the other, the manticore. She looked at Hal. And you? He is a dragon, Shinchu, one of the guards muttered. We saw it. Taken aback, she turned her attention to Dewey. Appearances can be deceiving. What are you? Without a word, Dewey transformed. Seconds later, a centaur clip-clopped nervously around the courtyard, weaving between the apprehensive Oni guards. Shinchu grinned. Good. Then she glanced around at the girls. And you? They're just girls, Fenton said with a scoffing sound. Where we come from, girls aren't allowed to be shapeshifters. Are you kidding me? It's against the rules. Hal had to hand it to him. Fenton's scorn sounded so natural, and he had to admire Dewey too. He'd given up his own guise in the hope of securing the bigger lie. All that will change one day, Abigail offered rather haughtily. Fenton snorted. Not in this lifetime. My mission in life, Abigail went on, is for boys and girls and men and women to be treated equally, like the Oni. Look at them. They're all big and strong, and they can all shift. Why can't we be like that? Hal wanted to chip in with the lies and really sell the idea that the girls were normal, but Fenton and Abigail seemed to be doing a good enough job on their own. He saw Robbie opening his mouth to say something and hurriedly jumped in. Well, anyway, this shifting has made me tired, he pointed at Abigail. You wouldn't understand that being a girl. He cringed. Did that sound lame? But the Oni looked like they might have accepted the story, at least for now. Shinchu took Abigail by the shoulders. I promise you, young human girl, your wish will come true. Abigail was dwarfed by the giant. I hope so. There was nothing to do after that but go to bed. It seemed incredible that Hal, a full-blown fire-breathing dragon, and his friends, including a 15-foot-tall ogre and a manticore, had to step down and surrender. To actually go to bed. Still, being ordered to sleep wasn't the worst outcome, considering the alternative was a bloody battle in the courtyard. If the Oni were hostile, they sure were polite and considerate about it. Tomorrow, though, might be a different story. Chapter 9. The Mines. Hal half expected Abigail to come visit him again, but she didn't show. He ended up rolling over and eventually dropping off. He woke to the sun's rays warming his face. It took him a moment to remember where he was, and then he leapt out of bed and ran to the window. The Oni had lined up outside. Every single one of them, by the looks of it. Had the king invited the town for breakfast? He doubted it. They were here for Hal and his friends, whatever that meant. It wasn't long before Shinchu appeared at the door. She smiled and showed her fangs, her hair hanging in her face even more than usual. Hal couldn't help thinking of the way she'd morphed into that giant-sized moth creature with a nasty stinger. Such an image was hard to shake. It is time. Hal shuffled toward her. Time for what? Time for the honoring. Come. The honoring. She'd said it with such reverence. Who's being honored? She grasped his shoulder and squeezed tight, making him wince. That is yet to be decided. It depends. On so many questions. Hal wriggled free of her grasp. Yeah, well, you promised we'd get answers this morning, so I want answers. Out in the corridor, his friends were amassing along with their own personal Oni guards. Answers are forthcoming, Shinchu promised. Now come. The group, 5 shape-shifting boys and 4 very ordinary girls, or so the lie went, marched along the corridor and down the huge winding staircase, escorted at the front and rear by the red and blue-skinned Oni. Hal felt nervous, ready to transform at any time. He could see Robbie ahead of him, his shoulders a little bigger than normal. Fenton and Thomas followed behind, and it seemed the Oni watched the red-headed boy the closest. As for the four ordinary girls, they clustered together, glancing about and whispering to one another. Hal hoped keeping identity secret would help in some way when the time came. Maybe it wouldn't matter one bit. The procession turned sharply at the foot of the stairs, heading toward the back end of the Citadel rather than out the front doors. Hal glanced into the banquet hall as they passed. The door stood ajar, and he caught a glimpse of empty tables. No breakfast? Probably a good thing, though. Despite the fair-tasting meal the evening before, he wasn't sure his stomach had approved. King Tengu had joined the ranks and now led the way. He walked with an entourage of much larger Oni. Meanwhile, behind them, the Citadel's front doors had been flung open so the rest of Haven could file in and trail right through the building to the rear. Abigail shot Hal a worried glance over her shoulder. He offered the most reassuring smile he could, then started to think about plans to escape. They were headed outside, which was a good thing. He could spread his wings and fly. So could Lauren and Abigail. Dewey could gallop off with Darcy and Emily on his back. Robbie, Fenton, and Thomas could look after themselves, but none of that would help Blacknail and the Goblins. The sunlight was dazzling this morning, especially shining off the courtyard flagstones. Yesterday's haze had cleared up, and though Hal could see the fog in the near distance at the edge of the ocean, the sky couldn't be bluer. A grand day for the honoring. He grimaced. They were headed into the mines. The weather was irrelevant. A large doorframe stood in the courtyard like it had been carried in and placed there as a prop in a school play. It looked rather like a shed without a door. Instead of a floor, stone steps led down. The entrance to the mines, Hal thought. He'd seen his fair share of mines. He hated caves and tunnels now, after traipsing around in so many and getting trapped. He'd even drowned once. Well, almost. The king started down the steps without hesitation, his entourage by his side, and the procession right behind. Thomas called softly, "It's now or never, guys." Hal glanced back. "We're going in. We're looking for Blacknail, so no trouble, okay?" At least not yet. One underground tunnel looked much like another. The steps descended quite a way before ending in a square, dank-smelling passage lit by flickering torches. The black smoke pooled on the ceiling and crept along until it found a crack to escape through. The tunnel sloped downward. The procession marched. Torches flickered. The tunnel angled to the right. The procession still marched, and the torches continued flickering. Walking to your death can be boring after a while, Hal thought. He shook himself, clearing his head of such thoughts. At least he didn't seem to be in Haven's carefree thrall this morning. His friends didn't either. They looked anxious and jumpy. Maybe the situation was a little too serious to ignore. Whatever subtle magic drifted across the island, dulling their senses, had no effect when all they could think about was what lay ahead. They came to a fork, but the Oni ignored the tunnel to the right. Hal made a mental note of it for now. "Behold!" King Tengu's echoing voice drifted up the cold passage. The procession didn't stop, but as Hal and his friends drew closer, he realized the king had stopped. The Oni were simply spreading out around him. No, not around him. Around a pit. In a vast domed chamber. Thick stalactites adorned the ceiling. Lower down, the walls glowed orange in places, but Hal couldn't decide whether that was natural or from the numerous torches and lamps. In any case, the chamber was brightly lit. The hole in the ground was so big that the 70 or so Oni and 9 shapeshifters easily found a place to spread out around it without needing to jostle for a peek. A handrail surrounded the great shaft, and pretty much everyone present gripped it and leaned over. The pit had sloping sides like a funnel, way too smooth and steep for anyone to grab hold of should they be unfortunate enough to fall in or be thrown in. Deep down inside lay darkness and... Hal squinted. Was that mist curling around down there? A pool of mist maybe 20 feet across. They're going to sacrifice us, Thomas muttered. Shh, Fenton hissed. Why? Why should I be quiet? Nobody answered him. We are gathered together once more, the king said in a rather droning voice that carried around the chamber, for the honoring, and this time it will be different. Some of our guests here today are special. They are shapeshifters like us. A murmur spread around the pit. We have never had shape-shifting humans here before. We must proceed with caution for this honoring, for we are venturing into the unknown. What exactly are the ramifications of honoring when our guests already have two forms? Hal's ears pricked up. What the heck did he mean by that? Therefore, Tengu went on, we will display caution. Only two will be selected for now, one a shape-shifting male, the other an ordinary female. Another ripple went around the chamber, this time with a hint of annoyance. The king raised his hands. Patience. We will see how the honoring goes with two before we proceed with the rest of them. Hal took a deep breath. Where are the goblins? He shouted. You promised to let us see them. Shinchu muscled her way through the crowd and grasped his arm in a painful grip. You will be silent while the king speaks. Or what? Thomas challenged. You sure you want to mess with a dragon? Abigail spoke up then. Please show us the goblins. We need to know they're okay. Then we'll be honored or whatever. A few of the Oni laughed. Shinchu raised an eyebrow at her. You misunderstand. It is not you who are to be honored. It is us, and you will facilitate that. What do you mean? Hal demanded, fighting to control the sick feeling and the burning in his chest. Are you going to sacrifice us? Throw us in the pit? Actually, go ahead and throw us in the pit, he thought suddenly. There's mist down there. It's bottomless. It drops straight down into the abyss under the island where the skeleton lives. If everyone can get on my back, I can fly us out. He knew that was a crazy, impossible plan. Still, the more this sinister ritual played out, the surer he was that they couldn't stand around and let it happen. But even as ideas for escape came to him, a rattling, cranking sound echoed throughout the cavern. He and his friends spun about, looking this way and that. Two cages descended from the high, domed ceiling. They'd been hidden among the many stalactites until now. Each was the size of an upright coffin, made of dull metal and hung on a chain. Hal suddenly understood what was happening. They're going to lower us down to the giant skeleton, he whispered to Abigail. But she frowned, doubt written across her face. That can't be right. The skeleton would just rip the cages loose. The Oni would have to keep finding new cages to hang up every time. She had a point, but Hal clung to his theory. Okay, I think we're done here. Before he could do anything, several Oni grabbed the shapeshifters by the arms. A boy and a girl, the king called out. Let us see who wants to be the first to try a shapeshifter. A murmur filled the air as Hal and his friends were held tightly. He struggled and found the Oni's strength astounding. Not a match for a dragon, though. He hesitated, transforming now in such close quarters with his friends who were pressed up against the guardrail overlooking the pit, might not be entirely safe. And as he hesitated, Thomas leapt into action and shifted to his manticore form. His transformation was fast and furious, and he let out a savage roar as the Oni fell back. Suddenly, in a space of his own, Thomas spun and growled, his meaning clear, "Let my friends go." But in the confusion, Lauren screamed as one of the redskins picked her up, turned her upside down, and dangled her over the pit by an ankle. Her dress flew up around her torso, and luckily she was wearing silky leggings underneath as well, or she'd be embarrassed as well as angry and scared. "Let her go!" Robbie yelled, already beginning his ogreish transformation. The red-skinned Oni simply stood there, calm and unmoving. "If you attack us, I will drop her." His chilling words cut through the panic. Even Thomas paused, his stinger raised high. "Please," Emily begged, "don't do that." Hal's mind whirled. Transform? Breathe fire? What should he do? Lauren could transform, of course, but she'd probably bounce and scrape down the sloping sides of the pit first, maybe knocking her head and falling unconscious to the ground far below. Or what if the giant skeleton was waiting to grab her? A wrong move could mean her death. Meanwhile, the mist seemed excited, tendrils eagerly puffing upward as if to reach for her. King Tengu spoke up, and everyone fell silent. It took a great deal of concentration just to hear his hushed words. 2 volunteers, a boy and a girl. "We don't want to die," Emily cried. "Nobody will die," the king said. "Except this girl if you do not comply." Hal frowned. He caught Abigail glancing his way, and he raised an eyebrow to show his skepticism. "We won't die?" Darcy said, her voice eerily loud in the silence that had fallen. "But the cages, what's going on?" The king smiled. Breaking free of his entourage, he ambled around the pit as the Oni respectfully stood aside. Once again, Hal was struck by how small and unthreatening this ogreish creature was in comparison to just about every other Oni present. King Tengu approached the restrained group and reached out to rest a hand on the shoulder of the Oni, dangling Lauren over the pit. "This female's life is in your hands. We have done this many, many times. Yours is not the first ship to arrive. Humans have been coming here for centuries." "And where are they now?" Robbie demanded. "Are they dead?" The king shot him a quizzical look. "Do you suppose centuries-old humans would still be alive?" Well, duh, Hal thought. Robbie had embarrassment written all over his face. "Humans come here, we welcome them, and we grant them a home. They live long lives and die old. In return, our own people are honored." "What happens when they die?" Hal asked. "Do you toss them over the side of the island?" A mutter rippled through the crowd. The king looked surprised. "We used to, yes, but we bury them now. Their bones are no use to anyone in Haven." "But they're useful to the giant skeleton monster," Hal thought. "Guys," Lauren said weakly, still hanging upside down. "Any chance we can hurry this along?" "Let her go," Darcy said. "No, wait, don't let her go," Robbie blurted. "Put her down. I mean, give her back to us." Darcy rolled her eyes. "That's what I meant." "Then you agree?" the king asked, still annoyingly calm, almost lazy. "2 of you will volunteer for the cages. I assure you, all of you will walk out of here. Otherwise, this girl will fall to her death, and the ceremony will continue anyway." Hal felt helpless. The Oni had only to open his fingers. "We have to do as they say," he urged his friends. They looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and anger. "We need to stand down," he added, lowering his voice. The Oni could still hear him, but he didn't care. "For now?" Abigail nodded slowly. "He's right." She raised her voice and spoke to the king. "We'll do as you say, but if you try to hurt any of us—" King Tengu wagged a finger and said, "Choose." Hal didn't understand how previous humans, sailors from numerous ships, could be forced to play out this crackpot ceremony and then live long, happy lives in Haven. Something didn't add up. And had the last ship's arrival really been so long ago that the passengers had all died of old age? "Me," one of the girls said. Everyone sucked in a breath. Darcy started to push through the crowd. "Take me! I volunteer!" "Darcy, no!" Emily cried, reaching for her. "If she's volunteering," Fenton said in a gruff voice, "then take me as well." Hal couldn't believe it. It wasn't that Fenton was too cowardly to volunteer like this, because he wasn't. It was just the idea of him volunteering because Darcy had. What was that about? "Fenton," Emily said, sounding shocked. "No, I mean, either of you." She suddenly drew herself up. "Take me instead of Darcy." The crowd murmured softly. Many of the Oni grinned and nudged each other, apparently enjoying the moment. Hal and his friends, however, were far from amused. Darcy spun around. "Emily, quit! I already said I'd volunteer." "But Darcy, you need to be here." Emily stared at her, the weird expression on her face conveying some kind of message that nobody could fathom. "You need to be here, or maybe there." Without looking, she pointed to a random place several feet away. "Or somewhere, you know?" Hal got it. It seemed half of his friends suddenly did as well, including Darcy herself. She could turn invisible. That was a useful talent for someone who needed to sneak away. But invisibility was useless in a cage. She looked troubled, but she made no move to prevent Emily from squeezing past her to face the Oni up close. "Besides," Emily added, still speaking to Darcy, "can you really see yourself hanging over that pit? From such a height?" Darcy shuddered, gave Emily a hug, and sidled away. "Emily, get back here," Abigail insisted. Hal felt a jolt of fear. "Abby?" Lauren, still hanging upside down, sighed. "Oh, for crying out loud! Guys, please!" The Oni started chuckling. Even the king seemed amused. "Such bravery in one so young. Who will prevail?" Emily scowled at Abigail. "Don't try and stop me. You know I'm not afraid of heights, right? Or confined spaces?" This gave Emily pause. She studied Abigail's determined face and eventually relented. "I guess you're right." Hal felt a wave of nausea at the idea of Abigail, any of his friends, but especially Abigail, sacrificing herself to whatever the Oni had in store. He strode forward and shoved past Fenton. "Then I'm volunteering as well. Move over, Fent." "Suits me," the big boy muttered with his eye on Darcy. Thomas yawned and sat, curling his scorpion tail around. Dewey, who as usual had stayed quiet and out of sight, whispered fiercely, "Say the word, Hal. Just say the word." Hal gave him a grin, then found Robbie blocking his way. "Hal, maybe you're not the best person for this." "Oh, come on!" Lauren shouted. "My blood is rushing into my head here. Robbie, it's already decided." But Robbie spoke loudly without taking his eyes off Hal. "It'd be better if you stayed here and let me get into that cage. You know, bars don't mean much to me." This time, the king stepped in and shook his head. As the upside-down girl said, "It is already decided. The dragon boy and this dark-haired girl. It is done. Let us proceed." The Oni suddenly sprang into action, muscling in on the group to restrain them again, while Hal and Abigail were escorted around the pit to an opening in the guard rail. Thomas growled and complained incessantly until Fenton told him to button it. Emily and Darcy looked glum but beaten, out-reasoned by Abigail. She was right, though. Of all the shapeshifters most likely to escape from a cage hanging over a pit, it had to be her. As for Hal, he wasn't quite sure what he would do. The cage might easily break open if he transformed, but what if it didn't? That would hurt. The two of them were made to stand on the edge of the pit, while one of the cages was hooked with a pole and pulled closer. 3 redskins hung onto the bars, unlatched the door, and opened it wide so Abigail could step inside. Then they latched the door shut and gently allowed the cage to swing back out. Hal thought again about shifting to dragon form, but Lauren was still hanging upside down. Only when he stepped into the second cage and they locked the door did the Oni carefully deposit Lauren on the ground so she could shake herself and get back on her feet. She adjusted her dress and scowled at Robbie as if he'd done something wrong. He had a puzzled look on his face after that. Hal understood her annoyance. He felt just as miffed that Abigail had offered herself up. "Let the ceremony begin," the king announced. The Oni cheered, the combined noise deafening in the domed chamber. Somewhere, one or two ogreish operators cranked a wheel and lowered the cages bit by bit, down and down into the narrowing shaft until mist crept through the bars over Hal's feet. Abigail stood calmly in the next cage, watching him. He reached for her, and she reached back. Their fingers didn't quite meet. She shrugged and smiled. "She'll be fine," he told himself. "She'll shrink to her tiny fairy size in the blink of an eye, then fly out of the bars." After that, who knew? Her escape, and Hal's too, would spark a frenzy of activity above, with the shapeshifters transforming and attacking the Oni, and the Oni transforming and fighting back. Ugh! Hal felt so powerless right now. Abigail could slip away. He could break free. But in doing so, their friends would be in grave danger. "The yokai are here!" the king yelled from above as he leaned over the guardrail and pointed into the mist below. Confused, Hal glanced at Abigail, then shifted his gaze to the mist creeping around his feet. The yokai? To his amazement, what happened next had nothing to do with the great lumbering giant below. Instead, ghosts materialized from the mist, first a few, then a dozen, and then 24. The translucent phantoms floated into view and circled the cages like sharks. Chapter 10. Phantoms in the Mist. "What are they?" Abigail whispered from her cage. Hal tried to reply, but the words stuck in his throat. It was hard to discern whether these faint, greyish phantoms were more like the red-skinned warrior Oni or the smarter blue-faced thinkers. In the end, he decided they looked more human than anything, though their insubstantial legs stretched behind like smoky contrails. So were the yokai Oni, ghosts of dead sailors? They circled the pit, sometimes zigzagging and crossing paths, but never colliding, no matter how many writhed in the steamy mist. They made no sound other than a curious whispering. "Do not fight them," the king called down to them. "They mean no harm. Simply accept whoever comes forth." Hal tried to calm his thumping heart and knocking knees. He wished he could float off the crisscrossing metal floor and get away from the creeping mist that pooled around his feet. The phantoms darted this way and that outside the cage, sometimes pressing their faces against the bars, sometimes through the bars. One wraith gripped the cage with solid hands, but another entered as if the bars were inconsequential. "You should go," Hal warned Abigail in a low voice. "Just shrink and get out of here. Drop into the mist and watch out for the giant skeleton." He jerked backward as a phantom shoved its head into his cage. The female yokai looked just as wild and fierce as the rest. She stuck her face an inch from Hal's nose and glared at him, and he could see through her eyeballs to the cage wall behind her head. Apparently, she'd broken some kind of rule because other yokai reached for her and yanked her away. A noisy squabble ensued, a cloud-like pool of hissing, screeching, writhing, squirming ghosts. They fought like a teeming mass of angry fish, dipping and diving, wriggling, pushing, jostling. "Abby, go," he said again. But when he looked across to her cage, he was startled to find she'd already gone. He stood blinking in confusion, and then she zipped through his bars and landed on his shoulder, wings buzzing with a high-pitched whine. She spoke, but her voice was too soft over the strident whispering and screeching, and the cage was too small for two, especially with her outstretched wings. "Go," Hal insisted. "Find Blacknail and the others. We'll meet up later." She was so close to his face that he couldn't focus on her, but he could tell she was anxious, wringing her hands and trying to decide what to do. In the end, She blew him a kiss and zipped out through the bars. She hovered directly in front of him, over the squabbling phantoms, looking first up at the king, then down at the teeming pool of mist. Hal could imagine she had a tough choice to make: get past 70 living Oni who might transform into all manner of monsters and capture her again, or dive into the insubstantial phantoms and pass straight through them. As expected, she did neither. She fumbled with the latch on his cage. Red-faced and scowling, she grew suddenly to full size, still yanking on the latch. It came loose, and she wrenched the door wide open. "Let's get out of here." Then she dive-bombed the phantoms, dropping straight down through them and the pool of mist without effort. The squabbling paused, and the grey-faced yokai glanced at one another, then broke into an almighty row. Hal became aware of a bigger ruckus above. They'd seen Abigail leave, or maybe they just saw her now empty cage and his open door. Just as he thought that, Abigail's cage yanked into motion, ascending quickly on rattling chains. He leaned out over the pool, torn with indecision. Jump feet first and change on the way down. But not too early, because the pit's narrow and my wings'll bump the walls. And not too late either, or I'll go splat on the ground. And watch out for the giant skeleton monster. The commotion above grew louder. He hoped they wouldn't throw one of his friends into the pit in a fit of anger. Time to go. Still, he hesitated. He couldn't leave his friends. Should he soar upward instead? Take the Oni by surprise and throw some fire about? "Do something!" One of the female phantoms rose and hovered in front of him, standing in midair outside the cage. He recognized her from earlier. The rest of the grey-faced yokai grew still below, apparently having accepted she'd vanquished them with her fearsome will or superior ghostly energy. However the woman had done it, she'd claimed her rightful place, and they watched with grudging respect. She was to be honored, whatever that meant. Hal knew he had to go now. He jumped feet first, passing through the yokai ghost and plunging into the mist. He shivered at the sudden icy coldness. He felt other phantoms as he dropped into darkness, a mild resistance that made him shudder. 1, 2, 3, he counted. Not that it helped. He had no idea what he needed to count to before it was safe. After 5 or 6, he transformed, half expecting his wings to scrape against the hard rock of the pit walls. But they didn't. He was clear. He glanced up to see the vast, rocky bottom of the floating island as he fell, and the faint smudge of light from the pit. The same smudge he'd seen the day before. He was in free fall. He stuck out his wings and flapped hard, and it was in that instant he felt a crawling, tickling sensation on the back of his reptilian neck. At first, he figured it was Abigail leaping aboard, but he knew a second later that wasn't the case. This was something weird and different, a presence, and it drilled in through his thick, scaly skin and sank into his flesh somewhere along his neck. Trying to concentrate on flying to safety, he was aware of the sensation easing up his neck toward his head, cold and nasty and inside his body. He let out a roar and blasted fire ahead. It lit the way for a second, but he snapped it off as he remembered Abigail might still be zipping about here somewhere. Off to his left, he saw an enormous, shadowy figure lumbering toward him, the giant skeleton. But he didn't want to leave just yet. What if the king got mad and threw Lauren or one of the others down? He hovered there under the faintly glowing shaft, watching and waiting. The skeleton stomped closer. Lost in the mist from the bony pelvis up, it was so tall that it had to march around the floating island rather than under it. Hal couldn't wait any longer. He shot away in the opposite direction, around the other side of the island. He made out the cascading ocean falls before him and soared into daylight. It felt good to be out of that gloomy, dangerous place, but his first thought was for Abigail. He scoured the sunlit, grassy plains, and after a moment spotted her standing on the very edge of the cliff, waving at him. Not too far from her, the massive turtle snoozed, floating alongside Haven, still bumping up against the rock with Blacknail's disabled ship perched at an angle on its shell. Hal thumped down beside Abigail, reverted to human form, and ran to hug her. There was room only for a spot of relief, nothing more. Not when their friends were in mortal danger. "I'm going back," he told her. "It's too narrow to fly up from underneath, but I'll head down the way we came and see if I can—" "I don't know." He shrugged, feeling helpless. He'd just have to make it up as he went along. Abigail nodded. "Well, I'm not going to be any use in a fight. I'm going to do something else." Hal hated the idea of being separated from her. "Like what?" She pointed to the sleeping turtle. "While it's napping, I'm going to see if I can get inside its head." He frowned. It took a moment to figure out what she meant. "Your fairy trick?" "There's plenty of magic on this island. I can feel it all around. I think I can gather enough to sneak inside the turtle's mind and coax it into helping us." "You're going to hijack a giant turtle," Hal said woodenly. "Sure, and sail away from this place." He felt a glimmer of hope. If she could make that happen. "How long do you need?" She shrugged. "How long's a piece of string? I don't even know if it'll work. But you go help the others if you can, and find the goblins, and I'll get this turtle working." Go find the others and the goblins, Hal thought as doubt settled back in, and rescue them from the Oni, and get them safely outside and all the way to the waiting turtle ready for launch. It all sounds so easy. "Good plan," he said. She leveled a stern look at him. "Think positive, Hal. We can do this, and if it fails, we'll switch to plan B." "Which is?" "Haven't thought of one yet. Now go. See you soon." She kissed him and buzzed away. With a sigh, he turned toward the town of Haven, transformed and launched into the sky. The Citadel awaited, and nobody was around, at least not outside. They were all down in the mines, and I'm heading back in there. He landed in the courtyard near the entrance to the underground tunnels and reverted once more to human form. The staircase leading down was too narrow for him to be a dragon, and so was the long passage to the pit. All he could do was remain human, and maybe breathe a bit of fire if he ran into trouble. Hal started down the steps into near darkness, his eyes adjusting as he went. "I'm alive!" A woman's voice thundered inside his head, causing him to yell out and stumble on the steps. "Oh, I feel so honored," the woman cackled, her laugh echoing around his skull. "You were mine the moment I saw you." "What the—" Hal gasped, reeling. "Get out of my head!" "And spend another eternity floating around in the void? No, my friend, I have a host now, and I intend to keep it." "A host?" Hal shook his head. "You mean me?" He stood there on the steps, feeling like he wanted to run back up into the sunshine. Maybe that would chase away the demon in his head. "Yes, you." Her thundering voice softened. "But please understand, I mean you no harm. We are connected now as one, two minds in one body. And as you will discover, you will soon learn the power of transformation, and then—" She paused, then chuckled. "What am I saying? I gather you already know the power of transformation. Nobody like you has ever come to Haven before. This is exciting. Two minds in one, each with the power to transform. Will you show me what you can do?" As horrified as he was at the prospect of a phantom yokai taking over his body, or at the very least sharing his head for the rest of his life, he couldn't help puzzling over her rushed words. "I was a dragon just now, that was it." "Just now? It took me a moment to adjust and awaken. I must have missed it. But no matter. We have plenty of time together. We will share our abilities. Her logic seemed off. I can transform because of the shapeshifter blood in my body and the bit of magic that makes it work. I've been this way since I was born. It has nothing to do with my mind. Just because you're inside my head right now doesn't mean you can make me change into some other kind of monster. Again, she laughed. The noise was deafening. Turn it down a bit, he complained, holding the side of his head. Oh, I am sorry, she whispered, actually sounding genuine. Is that better? It has been a very long time since I had a host. There are just not enough humans venturing into this part of the world anymore. Not enough to go around. Hal stared down the steps, trying to decide what to do. Continue with his bare-bones plan of rescuing his friends and finding Blacknail, or head back outside and try to shake off this annoying intruder. She was silent while he considered his options, but after a while, she sighed. Please excuse my exuberance earlier. I really do not wish you harm. We have a long life together. Shall I explain how it will work? Sure, he muttered. Yeah, tell me everything so I can figure out how to get rid of you. He mentally kicked himself. She'd probably heard that. First, continue down the steps. The king is waiting, and he will need to know the honoring was successful. I'm not moving. Another pause. Well, then instead of starting at the beginning, let me skip a bit and show you something. Abruptly, his left leg moved of its own accord, making him lurch down onto the next step. He almost lost his balance. Whoa! Then his right leg swung forward and he jolted down a little farther. Stop that! His jerky, sporadic descent continued 6 more steps, and he grew angrier and more scared with every passing second. Worse, each involuntary movement was a little smoother and quicker than the last as her control increased. Ah, now you see, she muttered. I can exert my will over you. You are my puppet if I wish it. It is a tiring business, and I would rather you just did as I asked, but I have the power to steer you if necessary. After another few jerky steps that Hal was utterly unable to prevent, he yelled, All right, all right! She relinquished control of his body, and after a moment of breathing hard, he started down the steps on his own. Good, and while we walk, I will talk. She explained how the yokai were great in number and immortal in spirit. However, immortality of this sort came at a price, continually failing bodies. When their human host grew old, their oni form took over, but even that wore out eventually, and so the yokai ended up back in the void, swirling around with the rest of the phantoms. Whenever humans visited the island, they were greeted with genuine, excited enthusiasm. The oni entertained them, fed them, gave them beds, and prepared for the honoring the very next morning. The bodiless phantoms in the pit, she explained, had to be roused from their endless, pitiful existence and given a chance to discuss who would get to leave the spirit world and step into a new host. Sensible negotiations broke down long ago. Now it is a fight. The strongest of us earn the right. Some are so weak they will never get to leave the void unless many ships full of humans arrive at once. How many of you are there? Hal asked as he shuffled along the passage. It wasn't far to the pit now. Oh, perhaps 70 living and hundreds in spirit form. Hundreds? I didn't see hundreds of you down there in the pit. Maybe 20? The mist extends much farther than that. The pit is where the ceremony takes place. Hal shuddered at the thought of these phantoms flying around below the island where the skeletons stomped about. So you could have taken me any time? She sucked in a breath, at least in his head, and he felt his fists clench. He stopped in surprise as his body trembled with what seemed like anger. To disobey yokai law is to not be yokai at all. Very few would do such a despicable thing. Even though we squabble to assert who shall be next to leave the void, it is a fair fight with a clear winner, one that we all honor. Those who lurk in the shadows and snatch hosts without such honor suffer a shameful death, or are exiled to a life of misery. Hal swallowed. Like Koro something. Koromadako. Yes, he was impatient and took a host without honor, and our king banished him from Haven. That simmering anger again. Hal felt sure she wanted him to punch the rock wall and smash his knuckles. The king should have killed him. There would be many more hosts here today if Koromadako did not sink the ships before they reached us. He spites us. So sailors face death by sinking or death by invasion of the brain. Nice. At last the Phantom relaxed and gave a chuckle. I like you, human boy. Did I catch that your name is Hal? I heard someone saying it before I fully woke. He frowned, flexing his fingers. They felt like they'd just been released from over-tight bandages. You can read my mind. Why are you asking? I cannot read your mind, nor can you read mine. The yokai inhabit bodies and exert control, but it is a purely physical power. Sharing minds would be unbearable and, frankly, boring. This gave Hal more hope and relief than he thought possible, so he could think what he wanted, and she wouldn't know. What's your name? I mean, since we're going to be spending the rest of my life together, he added in a sour tone. I am Hanzaki. And what are you exactly? He asked. How does that work, anyway? How do you become— Keep moving, Hal. Our king awaits. Hal realized he'd stopped at the fork in the tunnel. He was tempted to go right just to waste time and see what was down there. This way, right? He said, taking a step. No, go to the left. There is nothing for you the other way. Knowing Hanzaki could use him like a puppet if she wanted, he reluctantly resumed his shuffling walk, heading to the left. He couldn't help thinking it was way too late to save his friends now. Since he and Abigail had escaped, the king might have picked another two to sacrifice. They'd either been honored with a phantom already or thrown to their deaths into the pit. He didn't believe that, though. According to Hanzaki, humans were too precious to toss away. Every last one of them would be a host for the yokai. Dangling Lauren over the pit had been an empty threat. They never would have dropped her. What about the goblins? He exclaimed, stopping again. Don't tell me. Are they hosts too? Did you take them already? Hanzaki scoffed. Goblins? No, we only take humans. We ourselves are human, or were a long time ago. A curse immortalized us, our entire community hexed by a vindictive sorceress. Why? But Hanzaki ignored him. We changed into the ogreish creatures you see here in Haven, a form we came to call Oni, some with red skin, others blue, all of us with horns and wild hair. Powerful, yes, but ugly. Surrounding clans shunned us. Fear and hatred greeted us everywhere we traveled. But the curse was even more devious than we thought. That sorceress had given us each an alternate form. She made shapeshifters out of you. Hal could understand that to an extent. He and his friends hadn't asked to be shapeshifters either. They'd discovered their abilities in a rather frightening way, as had Hanzaki's people. What we had become, what we could transform into, was a source of great debate and often resentment among my people. Why were some of us magnificent beasts like Kirin, and others pitiful wretches like Akaname? Still, at least we could be equal as Oni. Of course, the world shunned us no matter what, so we journeyed to find a new land to call our own. And we discovered Haven, a collection of floating islands far from the rest of the world. We claimed them. They were already floating back then? Hal asked. Like on air? You didn't make that happen somehow? Hanzaki laughed. We are powerful, but not that powerful. Yes, they were indeed floating on air, illuminated at night by beautiful lights and surrounded by a bank of fog, a truly remarkable place that called to us the way it does to all who sail this way. Hal almost didn't want to ask. Were you the first to arrive? No, a handful of humans lived here before us. joined them. You used them, Hal corrected her, shaking his head in disgust. Alas, despite the immortality curse, our new Oni bodies grew old and failed us. Yet still we existed, in spirit form, and thus we learned of our true immortality, our consciousness trapped in a misty void. Unless we used our human neighbors as hosts. Many were younger than us, perfect vessels for our bodiless minds. And so the first honorings took place, but we needed more human hosts. And then a ship full of people came to visit? Indeed, yes. They thought to claim Haven as theirs, but we quickly took control and our numbers swelled, and we have existed here ever since. The pit was just ahead. Hal slowed, his anger building. So you think you can just take over? Enough storytelling for now, young Hal. We are here. Please approach King Tengu and allow me to speak. Reluctantly, he stepped into view of the 70 or so Oni standing around the vast pit. He couldn't see much over the heads of those nearest to him, but they couldn't see him either. They had their backs to him and were too busy looking down. He searched for his friends. It was impossible to make them out with the towering Oni in the way. He did, however, notice the wobbling cages rising out of the pit. Inside one, Robbie clung to the bars. Inside the other, Darcy sat on the floor, hunched over and sobbing. Oh no, Hal thought, rooted to the spot. It's too late. As Hanzaki took control of his paralyzed body and marched forward, the crowd opened up to let them through. Dozens of Oni watched with interest. King Tengu studied him up and down, his eyes narrowed. "My king," Hal said, and almost jumped in alarm. He hadn't said that. He clapped a hand to his mouth, but the words forced their way out. "It is good to be back in the land of the living. I see the Oni are as ornery as ever, and you, sire, are still the ugliest of them all." A dead silence followed. Hal glanced around and spotted the rest of his friends in the crowd. Judging by their wide-eyed expressions and by the way their arms were pinned, their minds hadn't yet been invaded. Only Robbie's and Darcy's. He grimaced. 3 of us is 3 too many. A smile spread across King Tengu's face. He spread his arms wide and marched forward. "That has to be my dearest Hanzaki. Only you would call me ugly." And to Hal's horror, he found himself rushing forward to embrace the king, flinging his arms around the Oni's waist and burying his face into the ogre's chest. The smell up close was horrendous, and the sound of the king's soft, rumbling laughter gave him the creeps. Chapter 11. The Yokai Within. The king ordered the shapeshifters to return to the Citadel. None of them could quite believe what had happened and what was still happening. How could these ogreish people exert so much control over them with so little effort? "What's to stop us from smashing our way out of our rooms?" Fenton muttered as they left the mines behind and stepped into the sunlight. The breeze felt wonderful. "I could glue some of these Oni to the walls before they knew it." "I could just fly out the window," Lauren whispered. "Maybe take a guard into the sky and let go." "And I could rip a few throats out before they take me down," Thomas hissed. Dewey's offering was a little less violent. "I could gallop out of here with Emily and Darcy on my back. I mean, if Darcy—" He looked back at her. "If she even wants to come with us," Emily said loudly. She glanced back too. "Darcy, are you with us or not?" It stunned Hal that the others openly discussed plans for escape, while he, Robbie, and Darcy walked right behind them. Guys," he warned, "I have a yokai in my head that's listening to every word you say." He jabbed a thumb at the other two. "So do they." "Then deal with it," Thomas snapped. He looked angrier than ever before, and Hal swore he saw extra rows of teeth in his mouth. The manticore was just below the surface, struggling to stay put. If I had someone else in my head, I'd... He finished with an unearthly growl. You'd what? Fenton retorted. They were herded back inside and along the hallway. At this point, several towering Oni hustled Fenton, Thomas, Emily, Lauren, and Dewey up the stairs. But one of the red-skinned guards stopped Hal, Robbie, and Darcy from following. Instead, they were steered onward along the hallway toward the front door. Hal glanced back and groaned when he saw it was Shinchu again. "Where are we going?" he demanded. "Outside," she growled, peering through her long hair at him. Inside Hal's head, Hanzaki laughed. "This will be interesting." "Why?" Robbie shot him a sideways glance. "What do you mean, why?" "I wasn't talking to you, buddy. Hey, do you have a voice in your head yet?" "Huh? No." "How about you, Darcy?" She frowned. "I heard a whisper, but that's all." "Keep moving," Shinchu commanded. Hanzaki spoke again. "Give the honored time. There is an adjustment to be made after so long in the void, and it took longer with you, Hal, because you were not yourself at first." That sparked an idea. "So you couldn't take over when I was in dragon form?" "What?" Robbie and Darcy chorused. Hal sighed. It would be easier to have a conversation with his yokai in private. Hanzaki answered anyway. "I have lived 4 times before. This is my 5th incarnation. After entering your head, there was the usual blackness and confusion, and I woke to something unfamiliar, something I do not remember now except for maybe a fleeting vision. What I do remember clearly is you walking toward the Citadel. I was overjoyed, overwhelmed at being alive once more. It was all I could do to refrain from screaming with joy." "I remember the screaming," Hal muttered. Robbie again looked at him. "Huh?" "Nothing." They'd stepped outside by now and were squinting in the sunshine. Apart from a few guards loitering some way off, Hal and his friends stood alone with Shinchu. "Why are we out here?" he asked. The ornery Oni remained in the doorway, looking down at them. "To allow you freedom, and for you to spread your wings." You're letting us go?" "Of course." Shinchu smiled. "The 3 of you are part of the community now. You may freely roam. You need time to adjust and accept the yokai into your lives." "And what if we don't?" Darcy said shakily. The Oni tilted her head, and her voice softened. "The battle you fight is within. Your friend here," she looked at Hal, "is a dragon, and he could burn us all if he wished. We should lock him up for the safety of the community until we are certain he has accepted his yokai, but that would only anger him." She continued peering at Hal while clearly talking to Darcy. "We prefer to give him freedom so that he is calm and able to think clearly, and so that he may get to know his yokai better without undue pressure. If he wishes to fly away, he may." "And us?" Robbie said, gesturing to himself and Darcy. "We don't have yokai in our heads." Shinchu cast her gaze in his direction. "You do. They have just not woken yet." She looked again at Darcy. "Your little white lie has been revealed." "What lie?" "We saw that other girl, Abigail, grow wings and escape from the cage. She is a fairy, yes? So it seems the girls of your community can shapeshift after all. You are a shapeshifter, are you not?" Darcy stuck her chin forward and said nothing. "No matter. Enjoy the fresh air. You may come and go as you please." "So we're just free?" Hal said. He watched as the Oni stepped back and pulled the door shut. He could hardly believe it. "I guess we are," he murmured. "This is normal," Hanzaki said. "We allow our hosts freedom while they acclimate. They may walk about the island, climb the hills, or sit by the river, but we have never had a host like you before. You are fearsome. You maintain a position of power, and we must respect that. So the question is, What will you do now? Hal studied Robbie's confused expression, then Darcy's. Both looked very normal at the moment. Still no voices? At that moment, Darcy clutched her head and ducked low, almost dropping to her knees. What the heck? And there it is, Hal thought, with a tinge of sadness. What's going on? She moaned. Robbie reached for her, then snatched his hand back as she wailed and swiped the air as if trying to kill an annoying bug. What's wrong with her? He whispered. Hal hung his head. I'm guessing you'll find out soon enough, buddy, and there's nothing I can do about it. As Robbie watched Darcy moan and clutch her head, a multitude of expressions crossed his face, confusion and fear, then suspicion, and maybe even betrayal, as he again looked to Hal for answers. It's not too bad, Hal said, as he knelt in front of Darcy. I think they want to get along with us. It's easier for them that way. Ask them their names, Hanzaki piped up. Hal sighed. Mine wants to know your names. The answer from his best friend was almost comical. Robbie? No, not your name. The yokai in your head. Robbie suddenly leapt forward and gave him a shove. Hal, on his haunches, toppled over. Hey! Are you one of them now? Robbie said through gritted teeth. Help us! Help Darcy! What do we do? At the sound of her name, Darcy slowly stood. She had tears in her eyes, but also a flat, almost blank expression. It is all right. Hal's sadness deepened. Darcy? Robbie said. She gave a nod. I am arisen. After all this time, I have returned. You are arisen? Robbie raised an eyebrow. Darcy, are you okay? Ask for her name. Hanzaki, shut up, Hal hissed. While Robbie gave him a quizzical look, Darcy broke into a smile. Hanzaki, it is I, Chimmy. After a brief pause, Hanzaki muttered, Not my favorite. He is a depressing individual and he carries disease. But tell him it is good to see him. Hal felt a moment of bitterness. Hanzaki said, You're not her favorite, that you're a depressing individual that carries disease. His act of rebellion was short-lived. He sensed Hanzaki's wave of anger, and suddenly every muscle in his body tightened. He trembled and quivered where he stood, fists clenched and teeth chattering. But she also said to tell you it's good to... He got no further because his legs took on a life of their own and spun him around. He staggered and stumbled away. The feeling of being taken over like this terrified him, and Hanzaki knew it. She made him walk around in circles, as if to prove the point that she didn't necessarily need him to be a willing host. Go ahead, he stammered. Make me walk around to see if I care. Do not test my patience, Hal. I can exert my will any time I like. Yeah, well, so can I. His limbs had been hijacked, but his mind hadn't, nor had his shapeshifter blood. With almost no effort, he shifted to his dragon form. The feeling of intense pressure on his limbs faded immediately, and he let out a bellow of triumph. What do you think about that? Without another moment's thought, he launched into the air and beat his wings to climb into the sky. He called to her in his head, Can you hear me? The lack of response said no. He opened his mouth to speak, then remembered he couldn't. He doubted she'd understand his roars, but he had an idea, and it filled him with glee. He climbed higher and higher, listening for Hanzaki's voice. He heard nothing. When he was high above the island, he looked down and hovered there, distracted and intensely fascinated. The dearth was a perfect, gigantic circle in the middle of a flat, clear ocean surrounded by puffy fog. The collection of islands looked tiny and insignificant, the mist nothing more than a thin white smear. Haven was just one of many floating land masses, not the smallest, but by no means the largest. He shook his head, back to business. "Hanzaki," he grunted. Still hearing nothing, he took a deep breath and reverted to human form. He began to fall. "What happened?" Hanzaki demanded, sounding dazed. "Everything went black. What did you—" She inhaled sharply and began to yell, her voice deafening. "We are falling. What is happening? Hal, what is going on?" He smiled to himself. Not only had he proved he could still transform into a dragon whenever he wanted, it seemed she went into some kind of stasis while he was in that form. He could switch her off. The dearth grew and grew as he plummeted. "I can't live like this," he shouted above the wind. "I'm ending it. Goodbye, world." He didn't expect any points for his play acting, but the way she gasped in his head suggested she bought it. "You cannot do this. If you die, I will go back into the void." "Get another body," he retorted. "It does not work like that. I will be pulled back to the void first, the mist below, and then I will have to prove my worth again, and that will not be so easy so soon after." She broke off, and her tone switched from panic to challenging. "You are testing me. Very good. I dare you. Smash yourself on the rocks." The island of Haven lay directly below, and he fell at a frightening speed. There was no time to bluff anymore. He transformed and snapped his wings wide open. The wind caught in his sails, buffeting him hard, but he didn't slow as rapidly as expected, and he felt a moment of panic. He angled his wings, narrowly missing the cliffs at one side of the island, and shot down into the abyss where he finally leveled out and tore blindly through the gloom at great risk of crashing into the giant skeleton. When he began to climb again, he roared in terror as a bony hand came out of nowhere and snatched at him. He tumbled in a clumsy, evasive maneuver, recovered quickly, and shot away. He returned to the Citadel's front entrance where Robbie and Darcy waited. He thumped down and folded his wings. His friends faced different directions, frowning and holding their heads while speaking. At first, their conversations seemed bizarre. Hal listened in as he reverted to human form and walked closer. "But I don't want you in my head," Darcy complained. "Not if I can help it," Robbie growled. "And how will that work exactly?" "What? You'll just control me whenever you feel like it?" "Because I'm stronger than you. You can't stop me from doing whatever I want. I'm an ogre." "Even in my sleep? Can you read my thoughts?" Hal quickly realized they weren't talking to each other, but to the voices in their heads, which meant Robbie's invader had finally manifested itself. He waited a while longer, allowing each of them to work through their arguments. To his relief, Hanzaki allowed it too. While he stood there, Hal thought about Abigail. How was she getting along? It occurred to him that their conversation about hijacking the turtle had remained private. Hanzaki's first clear memory of waking in Hal's head had been after that conversation, and that meant Abigail's plans were still a secret, for now. So where was she? To do her fairy mind trick, she needed to rest somewhere safe and project her mind into the turtles. Then she would, what? Coax the giant into helping them? Hal wasn't exactly sure how that would go. She'd done the same fairy mind trick on him twice. Actually, she'd done a reverse mind trick, dragging his into hers rather than the other way around. He remembered it clearly. The first time had been so they could spy on Jolie, the beautiful and enchanting teenager, from the so-called Lake of Spirits. The second time had been when Queen Bee had invaded the town of Carter, and he'd wanted to escape the prison of despair for a while. Both times, Hal had been pulled along inside Abigail's head, effectively hitching a ride and seeing through her eyes. This time, though, she wanted to hitch a ride in the turtle's head, maybe influence its dreams and make it want to leave, talk to it and convince it to help them. Hal felt confident that if anybody could persuade a giant turtle to switch its allegiance, it was Abigail. "This bickering has gone on long enough," Hanzaki griped, breaking his train of thought. He blinked and focused on his friends. Their separate conversations continued, though Darcy seemed to be accepting it more than Robbie. While she looked grim and resentful, Robbie was angry and rude. "Try it!" he yelled. "Make me walk in a circle again and I'll—" "Transform," Hal said. Robbie cast his gaze toward him, but it was obvious he hadn't fully understood. "Ask for a name?" Hanzaki piped up. Hal was just as curious. "What's your invader called?" Robbie scowled, his lip curling up as he said the name. "Basan." "Ah, very respectable." Hal sighed. "For what it's worth, mine approves." He moved toward his friend. "Seriously, though, transform. Whatever's inside your head can't stop you." "Hal, stop!" Hanzaki warned. "Shut up!" he growled under his breath. Robbie narrowed his eyes. "That works?" "Sure does, buddy. I just did it." Abruptly, Robbie shifted to his full ogre form, growing to a height of 15 feet or so, half the size of an adult ogre, but still impressive. He stood there a moment with his long arms hanging low, shaggy brown hair all over, his smart clothes currently no more than a band around his waist. He waited, a puzzled frown on his already confused-looking ogre face. Then he grinned, a huge, goofy grin full of uneven molars. "Woog," he rumbled, tapping his head with a fat finger. "It worked," Hal repeated. "Good. See? We're in control here, not the yokai." He turned to Darcy. She'd been simmering in silence, but now she looked up at Robbie with hope in her eyes. "Go for it, Darcy," Hal said. Before she could do anything, she suddenly spun around and started walking, her movements stiff and jerky. "Hey, quit that! What are you doing?" Hal started toward her, then paused. She had to deal with this on her own. "Remember you can shift, Darcy. It's easy." She looked angry and frightened, and he guessed the yokai was yelling in her head, warning her not to do anything stupid, trying to intimidate her with its power. But Darcy was just as strong-willed. She fuzzed out, disappearing from view. He could see a disturbance in the air, like the effect of intense heat rising from a fire, just enough visibility to know that she'd stopped walking. Yes! She turned and phased back in. Only now she was in her full dryad form, with huge eyes, a long, thin face, and skin the color and texture of wood. Her normally blonde hair was now short and hard like tree bark. Though she was slim by nature, her waistline had reduced dramatically, while her shoulders had widened and developed knobby protuberances like that of an ancient tree. Her dark green silky dress had lightened to a shimmering silver. "Oh my," Hanzaki murmured. "She's rather beautiful." "What is she?" "A dryad," Hal said, feeling proud. "I have never seen one before this day." "Not many people have. Dryads are too clever at hiding in forests." Darcy smiled at him. "It worked. He's gone." "A world without Chimmy is not such a bad thing." Hal sighed. "Mine says that's a good thing." Darcy frowned. "So yours is listening right now and talking to you?" "Yeah." "But mine and Robbie's aren't?" "Exactly. When we shift, they're pushed to the back of the mind." Her eyes shone with determination. "So all we need to do is stay in our altar forms, grab our friends, find the goblins, and get out of here." "Right," Hal agreed. "Except," Hanzaki said softly. Hal sighed again. "Except it's not that simple. Even if we escape from Haven, we'll still have yokai in our heads." "And how do we escape anyway?" Darcy's large eyes bored into his. "You must have a plan." "Yes, Hal, you must have a plan." Hal stared at her. He wanted to say no while winking to clearly indicate yes. But if Hanzaki could see through his eyes, she might see the wink. Instead, he tried something more cryptic. "Sure, I have a plan. It's about as useful as that time we were in the prison of despair, and Abby tried to help me escape and ended up falling asleep. Remember that? Clearly puzzled, Darcy said nothing. I need to speak to you, Hanzaki said. Hal raised a hand to Darcy and looked off to the side, signaling that he needed a moment with the yokai in his head. Abandon thoughts of escape. Like it or not, we are linked forever. Think of it. Though you and I share a physical form, we can transform into two very different creatures. Are you not curious about that? Are you not curious what I can morph into? And what your friends are? No, Hal said shortly. Come now, let us reveal our identities. Get it all out in the open. Hal considered what it was like to be in dragon form and how the yokai was pushed to the back of his mind. No, because then you'll have full control and won't give my body back. That may be so, Hal, but there is something you may have forgotten. He paused, suddenly scared. Like what? Well, you transformed into a dragon without my permission. Correct? You did so even though we claim an equal share in this human body. Equal? You've got to be kidding. In that moment as a dragon, I did not exist. I was asleep. You took away my presence, but you do not seem to realize that while you are in this human form, a body that we share equally, I too can transform without permission. Hal gasped. In a flash, the yokai took control and morphed his body into something entirely different. There was nothing he could do about it. It just happened, and fast. Chapter 12. Nowhere to Go. Robbie the Ogre and Darcy the Dryad both yelled in horror and backpedaled when Hal changed. He found himself lying on his belly. He tried to bring his hand in front of his face, but couldn't seem to reach. In fact, his vision was awful, like he had gunk in his eyes. He twisted around, wriggling to see what... He glimpsed the thick tail end of whatever he was. Dry, rough skin, a mottled dark brown and black color. He was some kind of lizard, probably bigger than Fenton, much bigger than Fenton, despite his stubby tail. I need water, he thought. The compulsion to dive into a river hit him hard, but he'd have to walk all the way down the precarious cliff steps first, and that would be a clumsy affair in his current guise. He felt a moment of panic as the urge took hold. Relax, Hanzaki said. I can feel your stress building. We are amphibious. We may yearn for the cold, fresh water of the streams, but we are safe here. Hal wanted to ask what he was, but he couldn't form the words to speak out loud, and she couldn't hear his thoughts. So he had to wait there, feeling huge and disgusting and ugly. At least dragons were magnificent. He was fairly certain that Hanzaki, whatever she was, lacked in the beauty department. Darcy edged forward. Hal, are you in there? She remained in dryad form, fully in control. Hal wished he could say the same. He was but a mind in a foreign body. Although he'd managed to wriggle around earlier, something he'd wished to do, not Hanzaki. Maybe he had control after all. He experimented by taking a few paces toward Darcy. It worked, but Hanzaki chose that moment to take over, suddenly dashing forward and causing Darcy to scream and leap away. The two nearby Oni guards guffawed, and in Hal's head, Hanzaki laughed long and hard. Look how high she jumps! Robbie came stomping closer, fists raised, growling. Hanzaki eased off at last. Oh, Hal, we gave her a good scare, did we not? We have lots of small teeth, for we are carnivorous. We are a giant salamander. There's no we about it, Hal growled. Hanzaki laughed. Now do not be like that. Hal suddenly realized she could hear and understand his speech perfectly fine in this, her own form. Not that he wanted to talk to her. Darcy stood at a distance, wary and wide-eyed. Robbie shuffled over to her and sat, as ogres often did, hunched forward with knees drawn up. I did not ask to be a salamander, but here we are. I think we are quite majestic, yes, and almost unkillable. A warrior could slice me in two and I would survive. In fact, my name literally means Han for half and Zaki for cut, in the ancient language of my people. Shall I attack one of those guards and force him to hack at me with his sword? No! Hal yelled. He wasn't sure what kind of ghastly noise emerged from his throat, but it caused Darcy to recoil even more. Hanzaki wheezed with laughter again. I can feel a rush of heat and energy throughout my body, like anger and fear. It is a subtle way to communicate, through emotion and feeling. Do not worry, I will save the self-mutilation until I need it. Hal struggled with his inner being, tuning her out and concentrating on his own alternate shape. And suddenly, he shifted into his familiar dragon form. That shut her up, yet she hadn't managed to shut him up while he'd been in her monstrous yokai form. That was promising. His dragon was out of bounds to her, but he had full access to her salamander. He was present all the time, and she only some of the time, which meant that if he stayed in dragon form, he'd have the upper hand for as long as he wished. Fueled by this confirmation, he stayed in dragon form. Only now he had no way to communicate with his friends. To get back at the guffawing Oni guards, he darted toward them and let out a roar. Their laughter turned into yells of terror. One dropped his sword with a clatter, and the other tripped and stumbled as he ran. Sighing, Hal let them be and tried to decide what to do. He needed to collect his friends and find Blacknail. Hopefully Abigail was hard at work sending the turtles some dreams. He had the vaguest makings of an escape plan with one small problem: how to get rid of the yokai. He looked back at his friends and lay down to indicate they should climb on. Darcy immediately picked up on his hint and gestured for Robbie to follow as she clambered aboard. For the moment, he and his friends were alone: a dragon, a dryad, and an ogre with the yokai pushed to the backs of their minds. He waited as they got settled, then launched. "Where are we going?" Darcy shouted. Hal couldn't answer. He let out a grunt and shrugged as best he could without throwing the two of them off. "Huh!" Robbie boomed. "Don't know what you're saying, buddy. We're a chatty bunch, the three of us. Darcy will have to do all the talking." Frustration began to set in. What to do? What to do? He wanted to go find Abigail, but if they weren't ready to leave, then that would just reveal her whereabouts too early. So he ignored the turtle and flew back toward the Citadel. His other friends, then? Throw himself into the building, tear and claw his way through the rooms, and get his friends to climb aboard? That sounded dangerous for them, not to mention his passengers. Attack the Oni with fire? He shuddered. Go find the goblins? But how? Squeeze down the steps into the mines? Or enter from below, avoiding the skeleton monster and somehow fitting through a gap far too small for his wings? But even if he did all that and succeeded, there was still the yokai in their heads to get rid of. With a roar of frustration, he let out a blast of fire and landed again, right back where he'd started outside the Citadel's front door. After Darcy and Robbie slid off, he reverted to human form. Darcy stood there with her curiously wooden eyebrow raised, her dress still a shimmering silver. Well, that was pointless. And why are you human again? I can't be a dragon forever, he complained. I mean, I can, but it won't get us anywhere. We need to figure out how to get them out of our heads. Hal? Hanzaki murmured, sounding dazed. Hal sighed. She just woke up. What happened? Hal tuned his friends out and spoke to his unwelcome passenger. Had to be by myself for a bit. Away from you, Hanzaki. He paused for a moment, choosing his words carefully. There's nothing we can do about you being in our heads, is there? So I guess we need to figure out how to get along. Hanzaki paused. I am glad you see sense. Ask your friends to see sense as well, to be human again, and allow the honored to make their greetings. That's up to the others, Hal said. Now look, how do I get you to leave me alone for a while apart from being a dragon? What if I want to visit the bathroom? The thought suddenly mortified him. You can see through my eyes, right? Hanzaki laughed, a familiar sound by now. Such things are trivial, but I am serious. Your friends cannot fight the honored forever. Allow Chimmy and Basan a moment of freedom. You have to understand that, after so long in the void, the smell of life is intoxicating. Let them experience it just for a moment. They will settle down after that. Her logic was hard to refute. Hal didn't want to encourage his friends to relinquish their minds even for a second. But maybe Hanzaki had a point. He relayed the suggestion to Robbie and Darcy, making it clear that it wasn't his idea, but might be worth considering. Darcy didn't look impressed. Let something take control of my body? No thanks? Nah, Robbie said. Okay, let's go find the others then. Hal strode up the steps to the huge door and pushed it open. He and Darcy walked inside, rather surprised to find no guards blocking them. They turned to watch as Robbie ducked and shoved his bulky frame through the doorway. Then the three of them headed along the hall toward the staircase, where a familiar long-haired Oni woman stood waiting with her arms folded. Let us go up, Shinshu, Hal demanded. Shinshu scowled deeply, eyeing the ogre. Do you threaten me? No, we just want to talk to our friends. Listen, I have one of your people inside my head. Hanzaki's her name. So we should be allowed to walk about, right? And these two, as well. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Meet Chimmy and Basan. Shinshu looked Darcy up and down, obviously intrigued by her dryad form. Chimmy and Basan? Show me. Yes, do ask them to show us, Hanzaki prompted. Hal sighed. He turned to face Robbie and Darcy. Seems like we're going to get a bit more freedom in this place if we just let them out for a minute. Robbie maintained his confused ogre expression, but Darcy went from troubled and suspicious to grudging acceptance. Fine, but only for a minute. Her woody skin color and tree-bark forehead dissolved into normal human skin, and she returned to her familiar form, with rounded shoulders and a much more sensible waist that didn't make her look like she wore a half-size corset. There, she said. Now, abruptly she morphed again, and the Darcy they knew and loved was quickly replaced by a youth of about the same age, only with putrid blue-green flesh, yellow eyes, and long, straggly black hair. Because Darcy's silky, short-sleeved dress remained intact, his forearms were clear to see, and they looked diseased and purulent, covered with lesions and boils. But despite the ghoulish nastiness of the crooked creature, he grinned with happiness, showing his blackened teeth as a dark cloud seeped from his throat. He spread his arms wide as if rejoicing his return. Wonderf, he started. Instantly, the dryad returned. Darcy gasped and reeled, then gagged and paced the room, rubbing her arms and shuddering. Never again, never. Hal, that was disgusting. Hal couldn't help smiling, and inside his head, Hanzaki cackled uncontrollably. Yes, well, perhaps it is good that your friend keeps Chimmy at bay. How that young whelp bested our brethren in the mist and got to be one of the honored is beyond me. But then, we are very much equal in spirit form. And what about him? Shinshu urged. All attention was on Robbie now. He was seated on the floor, taking up a good portion of the hall. Well, child, Shinshu demanded, let Basan make an appearance. Still, Robbie paused. In his ogre form, his brain power tended to dim somewhat. Darcy went over to him and patted his hand. It's okay. Let's get this over with. Finally, Robbie understood and shrank back down to his usual self. His clothes rippled and reformed around him as he lost his shaggy hair and returned to normal. When he was back to his skinny self, he stood and wandered around in a circle, gazing at the floor and frowning. "I don't think I want you to," he said softly. After a brief moment, he added, "Because I doubt I'll like what I see." He's talking to himself, Hal thought. "He is talking to Basan," Hanzaki whispered, almost exactly as if she were correcting him. Then, as Robbie was in the middle of shaking his head, Basan appeared. It meant Robbie shrinking a bit farther, and his clothes reshaping once more until they were hidden among his vibrant plumage. He strutted about the hall. Hal stared in amazement. "A chicken?" "Not quite," Hanzaki said. But Robbie did look rather like a chicken, only one with beautiful blue feathers and a brilliant red tail. A spectacular chicken by any standards, but— "He's a chicken," Hal said again. Basan must have heard him because he suddenly hissed in his direction. Incredibly, a ghostly blue fire emerged, glowing intensely. The flames engulfed Hal's feet, and he yelled and leapt aside, but there was no heat, just a coolness that rapidly intensified until he felt like he'd been standing barefoot in the snow all day. "Not a chicken," Hanzaki insisted. "All right," Darcy said, backing away. "We've done our party tricks. Satisfied? Robbie, come back." Basan continued to strut around, making a curious noise that sounded like a miniature trumpet. After a moment, Hal realized Basan was talking. He moved closer to listen. But that was the end of Basan's time. The colorful chicken quickly grew and morphed into an ogre again. This time, Robbie halted the ogre transformation partway, so he ended up a mere 7 feet tall, broad and a little hairier than normal, but more like an oversized Robbie than an ogre. His clothes took it in stride and reformed accordingly. Robbie looked a little confused and embarrassed. "What the heck?" Shaking his head, Hal turned to Shinchu. "Well, is that what you wanted to see? How about letting us go up now?" She refused to move. "You may not see your friends just yet." Hal rolled his eyes. "You know, I don't have to stand here and wait for you to move aside. I'm just being polite. Maybe I should transform into a dragon and show you what real fire feels like." Shinchu made a humph sound. "Please do not make trouble. You are forbidden to see your friends just now. Even if you roast me alive, there are Oni guards waiting. Will you burn them too?" Hal peeked up the staircase behind her and spotted an Oni on the landing looking down. How many were there? How quickly could he crash and claw his way upstairs in dragon form? Would he really burn every Oni he came across? He huffed with annoyance. Some dragon he was. "Robbie could get past you all," he said, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. "You don't want to mess with—" "Our king made himself very clear," Shinchu interrupted. She glared down at him. "He said you may see your friends again tonight at the honoring, and not before." Hal felt his insides scrunch up. "Tonight? The honoring works well enough even with shapeshifters. There is no more need to delay. Tonight, 5 more of our brethren will return. Or 6, if we find the human girl that got away." "Abigail?" Shinchu offered a smile. "Now go, enjoy the sunshine. It is a beautiful day. Walk down to the river." Feeling defeated, Hal cast a glance upstairs and reluctantly turned away. "That's it?" Robbie growled as they headed along the hall. "Why can't I just smash my way past them?" "But then what?" Hal argued. "We need a plan." He wanted to discuss returning to the mines to find the goblins. He felt sure they'd be down that right-hand tunnel. But speaking aloud would alert the yokai residing in his head. It was frustrating. The 3 of them left the Citadel behind. They walked in silence down the hill and descended the cliff steps. Darcy was too distracted to feel nervous about the fatal drop-off at one side. Somewhere along the way, Both Darcy and Robbie reverted to their fully human selves, a smooth transition that nobody seemed to notice until they reached the bottom. The yokai in their heads left them alone for now, a kind of unspoken agreement that the three humans needed a moment of calm. They wandered aimlessly across the lush, springy grass. The sun felt good on their backs, the air fresh. For a while, their troubles slipped away. "So, Darcy," Hal said, knowing he couldn't discuss rescue plans, "what's with you and Fenton?" She blinked, her mouth falling open. "What?" "Come on, you and Fenton. I've seen how he's looked at you lately." Robbie snorted with laughter. "Yeah, it's embarrassing what a sap he is." Darcy flushed red and turned away. "Stop. You're imagining things. Anyway, Emily's kind of into Fenton at the moment, says he's like a gentle giant." "A gentle giant?" Robbie exclaimed. "Are you kidding me?" "Is Fenton into her?" Hal prompted. "Nope." Hal laughed. "Perfect." Robbie shook his head as if he had a gnat in his ear. "So Emily likes Fenton, and Fenton likes Darcy, and Darcy likes... who?" He directed that question at her, and she threw up her hands in a how-should-I-know gesture before stomping away. Hal chuckled. "Awkward." Robbie said nothing for a moment, but he kept looking sideways at Hal. Clearly something was on his mind. "So," he said at last, "speaking of awkward, what about you and the king?" "Huh?" Hanzaki's laughter echoed around his skull. "Your friend speaks of an old relationship I had with King Tengu, and still have." "Uh-huh," Hal said firmly, shaking his head. "Not happening?" Robbie grinned. "You have to admit, it's pretty funny." "Literally nothing is funny about that." A vague idea struck him, and he held up his index finger to signal to Robbie he was having a conversation with his yokai. "You must have some way to separate from your host for a while, right? Just for a break, like if you wanted a private conversation with someone?" "Yes, Jinmenju can help with that. The Tree of Faces. She allows for temporary spiritual unions while the physical hosts sleep." Hal felt something change, as if she was suddenly on guard. Her voice took on a warning tone. "But we will not go near that tree unless I permit it, and only when there is a gathering." "A gathering? Wait, Jimnen?" "Jinmenju." "Jinmenju," Hal said slowly, looking at Robbie. "And she's a tree?" Hanzaki fell silent. "So how does it work?" Hal prompted. "The human host sits under the tree, and Jinmenju what? Pulls the spirit out? So the spirit can fly around alone for a while, maybe hang out with old buddies without the host nosing in?" Robbie's mouth hung open. Hal stared at him with wide eyes, wanting to convey the importance of this information without being obvious. "And this gathering you mentioned, what's that for? To make sure the human hosts don't wander off? So the yokai have something to come back to?" Hanzaki hissed at him. "Do not get ideas, young Hal. While Jinmenju's power is known to all, willful human hosts in their early days usually know better than to attempt a betrayal. Tread carefully." "Or what?" Hal demanded. He doubled over suddenly as his body was gripped by a terrible force. For the next half-minute, he felt squeezed, twisted, and wrung out like a dishcloth. He would have toppled over if his legs weren't so stiff. His arms bent in a way he thought impossible, every muscle taut and stretched to its limit. His wrists contorted sharply backward, and his fingers twisted like claws. He almost transformed, but he held off, a small part of his brain realizing he was onto something and that he needed to act powerless for the moment. Let Hanzaki think she controlled him. In fact, she did control him. He could do absolutely nothing right now except stand like a crooked scarecrow making an agonized mewling sound. He was aware of Robbie yelling and gripping his shoulders, but was unable to answer him. As abruptly as it had begun, Hanzaki released him. He staggered and sank to his knees, gasping. Do not ever try to betray me, young Hal. The pressure I exerted just then was a mere fraction of what I am capable of. If I wish, I can break your body in half or crush it into a bloody pulp. I can walk you over the cliff to the Gasharakuro below. I can feed you to numerous flesh-eating plants. I understand, Hal said, breathing hard. Don't go near the whatever tree. Gotcha? I never sleep, Hanzaki went on. What you see, I see. What you say, I hear. And if you ever try to morph into a dragon in an effort to shake me loose, there will be consequences. If not for you, then for your friends. Hal fought to control his anger and disgust, and his tongue. Cutting remarks would be a bad idea right now. She, too, was pretty steamed, and for a good reason, she was worried. She'd slipped up. It might be true that no normal human host would ever get near that Jinmenju tree without her say-so, without a group of Oni to oversee the temporary separation of spirit from host and ensure a reunion shortly after. She could exert a crippling force to prevent an unauthorized visit. But Hal was different. Just for a moment, she'd forgotten he could take full control and block her out. He was a shapeshifter and could transform at will. He could shut her down any time he liked. He could visit that tree and throw her out. Chapter 13. The Deadly Trees. Hal and Robbie walked together across the grassy plain toward the nearest river, hardly saying a word. At least, not to each other. Their yokai had plenty to say, though. Hanzaki talked openly, her mood now greatly improved. Hal sensed she was trying to soften him up, get him to like her a little more. He used that to his advantage by listening and learning, asking occasional questions. She talked primarily about the yokai. There were hundreds of them floating around in the dearth, confined to the layer of mist. And some were like Jinmenju, living within plants. But plants? Hal repeated, dumbfounded. So Jinmenju isn't just some magical tree? It's one of you guys? Jinmenju is a yokai, yes. There are not many trees left on this island outside the orchard. The Oni have cut them all down to use for building our community. I remember a time when we planted new trees in their place, but they take so long to grow, too long to be of use, that it is easier to take from other islands instead. But all your houses are made of stone. Are you sure, Hal? He puzzled over that as she continued. There are but a few trees in Haven. Jinmenju is one of them. But I don't understand, Hal said as they arrived at the water's edge. You have more yokai stuck in the mist under the island, right? If some of you are inhabiting trees, then why don't the others do that? Robbie, who had been having his own quiet conversation, gave him a sideways glance. Did you say they can inhabit trees? Ask your yokai, Hal whispered. He felt Hanzaki's presence suddenly, gently forcing his body to kneel by the water and lean out over it. He didn't like it, and he fought the urge to transform. Humans or plants, she said. Trees are considered noble. Anything smaller lacks honor. Regardless, all plants are stationary. Who wants such a sedentary life? Very few. It does suit some to stand in a field for decades, but most would rather float in the void and wait for a human to come along. And remember, we were once human ourselves. Hal stared into the water. What am I looking at? Yourself. Take a look. He frowned, focusing on his reflection in the rippling, mirrored darkness. And then he gasped. His skin darkened to a deep red, his brow broadened. Tusks and long teeth emerged from his jaws, and 2 horns sprouted from his head. His short, sandy-colored hair grew very long and thick over his widening shoulders. Ah, Hanzaki murmured, you have the heart of a warrior. Very good. This, my boy, is what we will evolve into when you grow old and frail. We will remain human for your natural lifetime, and we will be close friends. But as your body ages, the Oni will emerge. Your human spirit will fade, and I will cry for you. But by then, I will have earned the right to take full ownership of your body, and I will become Oni, like all those you see in Haven today. Hal jumped back, slapping at his face and feeling for the two horns. They weren't there, and when he tentatively leaned forward to study his reflection once more, he was just himself. "Hal," Robbie said, leaning over him. "You all right?" "Yeah. Just saw something in the water." He stood and checked his hands once more. They looked ordinary enough, although he noticed a few light scratches on his wrists that hadn't been there before. He stared at them, confused, as Hanzaki went on. "We are not monsters, Hal. Just an unfortunate community, forever cursed and fighting to survive." "So everyone in Haven," he muttered, finding his voice shaky, "was once human. They were taken over by yokai and eventually died of old age." "And then the Oni emerged. Yes, our Oni form is strong. Think of it like a greatly enhanced human living beyond their years." "How far beyond?" "Another 10 or 20 years. Hal thought about that for a second. "So you're saying you'll be with me in my human body for maybe 70 years until I die of old age? At which point I will continue alone, in Oni form, for another 10 or 20 years after you are gone." "And after that?" "After that, my Oni body will wear out, my bones will be put to rest, and my spirit will return to the dearth to await the next honoring." Hal couldn't believe how matter-of-fact she was about such an invasive takeover. "When were the last humans here?" "The last ship to make it safely to Haven was over 50 years ago. Most of the crew were in their 20s and 30s. The younger they are, the longer we yokai get to live. But we are all in our final decade now. This is why you and your friends are so valuable. We will save 2 for the king and our mage. They above all must continue. The rest will be offered up for the honoring." Hal could barely contain his horror and indignation. "So you expect us to just live here with you? We're supposed to go along with that?" Hanzaki sighed with obvious disappointment. "It always takes time for newcomers to accept this, but you always do in the end." "We don't have a choice," Hal yelled. "Do you even care about us? We have families waiting at home. How can you just keep everyone here like prisoners and expect us to accept it?" She didn't answer, and he was glad. Fuming, he shakily turned to Robbie. "Let's check on Darcy, make sure she's all right." Sure. I think I saw her over that way somewhere." Gritting his teeth, Hal began marching in that direction, glancing back to make sure Robbie was following. He said nothing. Talking would give his thoughts away. He kept those to himself, closely guarded. A lifetime on Haven. Yeah, right. Not happening. A simple plan floated through his mind. Collect Darcy, find the Jinmenju tree, get rid of the yokai in their heads, rescue their friends, track down the goblins, and escape with Abigail on the turtle. Simple. Darcy sat alone farther up the river. Hal still didn't understand where the water actually came from. He could see where it went. It cascaded off the cliff at the edge of the island. But it didn't have a source. In fact, the highest point of the river was a serene, mirror-like pond surrounded by houses. It made no sense. She was perched on the edge of the grassy bank, dangling her feet in the water. When Hal approached, she twisted around and exclaimed, "They're keeping us here forever. We'll grow old and turn into—" "Oni," Robbie finished. "Yep, we all heard the same story." Hal wondered if Basan had mentioned anything Hanzaki hadn't. It would be interesting to compare the details later. Hanzaki spoke. "Be careful what you discuss with your friends, young Hal. Be careful what you say. Do not incite them. Remember that I—" "It's okay," Hal said, addressing her as well as his friend sitting by the water. He reached for Darcy's hand. "Here, Get up. I have something we can do to take our minds off it. Something fun. He could sense Hanzaki's unease. Robbie and Darcy stared at him with puzzled but expectant expressions, but he paused, wondering how to warn them what he wanted to do without voicing it. There seemed to be no way. He'd just have to be quick. "Transform!" he yelled at them both. A split second later, a crippling pain shot through his body as though a giant invisible fist had snatched him up and was squeezing. But then he transformed, and his dragon bulk burst free of the giant's grasp. He spread his wings and roared in triumph, thrashing his tail from side to side. In front of him, Robbie changed also, growing quickly and letting out a booming roar of his own. Darcy was a little slower off the mark, but first she vanished, then reappeared in dryad form. Hal felt immense relief. He'd silenced Hanzaki, hopefully forever. Wasting no time, he turned and lowered himself to the grass, allowing his friends to climb aboard. Jinmenju tree first, or rescue the others? As he flew into the air, he realized the Oni were everywhere. Maybe they had been for some time, but now that he paid attention, he could see they were watching him as he soared high. The way they stared freaked him out, standing there silent and motionless in the streets, peering from windows, even among the berry bushes in the hills. It was like they shared a single silent thought, whatever that might be. Probably nothing good, Hal thought. Friends first, then. He shot toward the Citadel, aiming for the rooms his friends were holed up in. Even though he had Robbie and Darcy on his back, he'd just have to smash his way in and hope for the best. Maybe he could swing his tail around. He tried that, hovering near the rooftop and turning so he could aim his club-ended tail at the window. He swung hard, but pulled his punch, hoping to knock a big hole through without taking out whoever might be in the room. The wall crumbled inward, and he landed quickly, thudding down on the narrow section of curving roof beneath the window. He reached up and widened the hole, clawing at the walls on either side while using his jaws to tear into the roofline. "There's nobody in there!" Darcy screamed at him. Hal froze. When he took a moment to look, he knew she was right. He scrambled sideways, uncaring how much damage he caused, almost relishing the destruction as he tore at the window opening of the neighboring room. Nobody there either. Had they been evacuated? An attacking dragon might have caused a panic, or maybe the Oni had grown jittery and taken them somewhere else. Hal roared in frustration. All right. Friends later, Jinmenju tree first. He took off and flew around the island, seeking trees. He remembered a few when they'd first arrived, and he checked those out first. They seemed innocuous, though. How was he to know which one was the yokai named Jinmenju? "I didn't think this through," he grumbled to himself. "But I definitely can't be human again until Hanzaki's gone from my head. She'll crush me." He swooped down for a closer look at the solitary trees which stood by the water's edge on the far side of the island. Landing, he stared with suspicion. He didn't know one tree from another, but Darcy did. He gave a grunt and a shrug, urging her to get off and investigate. When she failed to understand, Robbie mumbled something in an attempt to explain. But his words were little more than drawn-out, unintelligible moans, and Darcy still didn't move. Finally, though, she climbed down off his back and moved around to face him. She looked so dainty, standing there in front of him, a wood nymph facing a dragon without the slightest sign of fear. "What do you need, Hal? Can you draw in the dirt or something?" Great idea. Eagerly, he looked around for a patch of dirt. There wasn't one. The grass was lush and thick, growing all the way up to and around each tree trunk. That didn't stop him, though. He dug his claws in and scraped feverishly for a minute, churning up the turf and flinging it aside until he was down to a large patch of soil that writhed with worms and bugs. He dug a claw deep into the dirt and wrote as neatly as he could, "Jin Menju Tree Get Rid Yokai." When he'd finished, he felt quite proud of his effort. Not bad for a dragon. She frowned, looked up at him, turned, and studied the trees. He could almost imagine what she might be thinking. She was probably identifying the species in her head and wondering what in the world a Jinmenju was and how it could get rid of the yokai. But he had no idea how to help her. She had to figure it out on her own. Should have planned this better, he chided himself again. As Robbie hunkered down and watched her, Hal turned back toward the settlement. He could see the Oni even from here, and it seemed they'd guessed something was up. They were on the move, a large group of them massing together and heading their way. Not moving very fast, though. Why aren't they running? Why aren't some of them morphing and flying? Their lack of urgency worried him. It meant they weren't too concerned, which in turn meant Hal had got something wrong. Wrong bunch of trees, he wondered. Maybe. But where's the Jinmenju then? He turned to watch Darcy. Judging by the casual pace of the massing Oni army, he and his friends had a few minutes to spare. Darcy wandered among the trees. There were 3 of them, thick and sturdy, each as gnarly as the next, obviously ancient. He still had no clue what kinds of trees they were, but they had different leaves and were obviously varying species. It didn't matter. Trees were trees. Darcy stopped by the one on the far left and reached out to touch it. It reacted by softly shaking its branches and causing a rustle of leaves. She took her hand away, and the shaking stopped. She put her ear to its trunk and listened. Then she stepped back, peered up, shrugged, and began a slow walk around the tree, reaching out once in a while to touch the bark. Something fell from a branch, something the size of a pig, dark-skinned and utterly terrifying, a horse's head with a fearsome mouth of fanged teeth. It made a horrible, screaming, whinnying sound as it descended, and Darcy screamed with it, but rather than fall on top of her, it jerked to a halt and swung instead. The neck of the horse tapered to a curled point and was hooked onto a low-hanging branch. Darcy staggered away, gasping. Robbie had leapt to his feet, and Hal realized he'd spread his wings wide in preparation to launch. What on earth was this monstrous thing? A man's yell caused him and Robbie to jump again. Darcy let out another screech and backed away from the middle tree as a black hound leapt out of nowhere, straight from the trunk itself. It had a man's face, and the manic expression caused Hal to lurch forward to defend his friend. He growled and let off a blast of fire straight into the ground, and the man-faced hound yelped and backed off. It looked scared, and if it had a tail, it would be between its legs by now. It turned and leapt back into the tree, literally diving headfirst at the solid trunk and vanishing into the bark as though it were a ghost. Darcy screamed yet again. She stood before the 3rd tree. Roots had sprung from the ground and wrapped themselves with frightening speed around Darcy's ankles. She couldn't move, and no amount of fuzzing in and out made a difference. Robbie stomped forward to grab at the roots and put all his effort into ripping them out of the ground. But soon, he too was caught up in a tangled mess, his shaggy legs entwined in powerful tendrils. Hal wanted to blast the roots with fire. Instead, he stepped past his friends and roared at the tree, shooting flames all around its base. He hated to burn any kind of life form, but when it attacked his friends... Both Robbie and Darcy let out piercing howls. Frantic, Hal unleashed his full fury on the tree, a raging inferno that turned it black and peeled the bark off, then scorched the fresh whitewood until that peeled off too. The leaves above caught fire, and the branches crackled and snapped, while the trunk twisted and swayed as if trying to break free of its moorings. Suddenly released, Robbie and Darcy staggered and fell as the roots thrashed wildly and slapped at the ground. The tree continued bending and creaking, slowing as the fire took hold and rushed higher. Hal backed away, and he watched with dismay as his friends limped and cried with pain. The roots had done something to them, to their feet. He felt a mixture of horror, anger, triumph, and sadness as the tree burned. Its vulnerable neighbor leaned away with curling, smoking leaves. The black hound stuck his head out of the trunk, yelled, and disappeared again. The fast, furious fire consumed the vicious roots and the tree above, but thankfully didn't spread sideways. The flailing tendrils fell limp, and Hal knew it was dead. A moment later, a ghostly shape drifted out of the flames, a distinctly human figure that gazed at the burning tree and began to wail. The sound was muffled and distant, quickly fading as the ghost was wrenched away. The streaming aura shot toward the nearest edge of the island and then angled sharply downward into the abyss, into the mist below, into the void. Shaken by the incident, Hal became aware of Robbie and Darcy climbing slowly onto his back. "Go!" she yelled. He launched, feeling awful. He chuffed and grumbled, trying to ask if they were okay, but they said nothing. He heard Robbie moaning, and after a while, Darcy whimpered and cried. All he could think about was what shapeshifters normally did when hurt. They shifted. Transforming back and forth accelerated the healing process, and serious wounds could turn into sore spots, then light scabs, and finally faint marks in 5 or 10 shifts. Their wounds, however painful, would be all right. Except shifting would invite the yokai back into their heads. "I'm so sorry," he muttered, aware they couldn't understand him. "I messed this up. I should have planned this better." The small army of Oni paused as he flew around. What else could they do except wait for him to land? He couldn't help noticing as he circled the island that the grass seemed less vibrant now, a little brown in places. Even some of the houses looked diseased, the stonework dull. Hal saw no more trees except in the apple and peach orchard. Maybe Jinmenju lived there? But then he spotted something else, an odd patch of mist that clung to a hillside. Mist wasn't unusual in Haven, it drifted everywhere. But this particular patch didn't drift. It hung there, unmoving. Mist. If what Hanzaki had said was true, and a yokai could become temporarily separated from a host, then maybe it needed mist for that to happen. An isolated patch of mist clinging to a hillside. "It has to be there," he muttered. He headed straight for it. Just before he landed, he glanced back to check on the army of Oni. They remained perfectly still, watching until he thumped down onto the grass. Then they started marching with purpose up the hill toward him. Hal's friends stayed seated on his back, and he didn't blame them. Taking a deep breath, he stomped into the patch of mist, his depth of vision quickly shortening to a mere yard or two, and the daylight plunging into a drab darkness. The murk was thicker than the fog back on the island he'd grown up on. Letting out a sigh of relief, he stopped before the ominous shape of a twisted tree covered with some kind of fruit. He thought perhaps they were apples or peaches, but it was hard to see in the dense grayness. He stomped closer. To his surprise, he heard laughter. Not just one voice, but dozens. He swung from side to side, trying to penetrate the mist, looking for shadowy figures that might lurch toward him, wielding swords or other weapons. He couldn't believe the Oni army had made it this far already. But the laughter continued, and he saw nobody. Confused, he turned in a slow circle, ready to send a blast of fire. "Hal!" Darcy called, sounding fearful. The tree, He looked and wished he hadn't. They weren't apples or peaches hanging from the branches. They were faces, too small to be human heads, but definitely faces. Eyes closed, mouths wide open and laughing. They gave him the heebie-jeebies, and he wanted to hightail it out of there. Breathing hard, he held his ground. As creepy as it was, he was a dragon, and a bunch of faces hanging from the branches of a tree couldn't hurt him. "So what now?" Darcy whispered, her voice strangely loud amid the cackling laughter. "Is this the tree you want? The Jinmenju? How does it get rid of yokai?" He couldn't explain because he didn't know. He grunted and thought quickly. The Oni were running up the hill. He had very limited time to figure this out. "Hal?" Darcy urged. I don't know! Chapter 14. Face Off. Hal grew more and more frantic with every passing second, and the laughter from the trees rose in volume and pitch. How could he eject Hanzaki from his head? Or rather, how could he persuade a crazy yokai in a tree to drag her out? Was it a voluntary thing? Some kind of ritual or ceremony the Oni performed? But if that were true, why had Hanzaki been so worked up about him coming here? He didn't know any rituals or ceremonies. It had to be simpler than that. "Hal," Darcy said above the eerie sound of laughter, Should I do my dryad thing? Should I go talk to the tree?" Unable to provide an answer, he gave a shrug and offered a grumble. She huffed with annoyance and began to climb down, wincing all the way. He glimpsed the bottoms of her feet and felt even more terrible than before. The vicious roots had messed her up. She limped and hobbled her way across the grass, trying but failing to stifle her tears. He felt movement on his back. Robbie clambered down also, the shaggy hair on his ankles matted with blood, but thankfully covering the injuries. Hal had seen a squad of soldiers from Old Earth shoot at full-grown ogres, and the brutes had barely noticed. But like Darcy, Robbie stepped carefully, as if the ground were covered with broken glass. He looked like he wanted to help her, but he ended up sitting heavily and groaning. Ignoring the cackling laughter from above, Darcy finally reached Jinmenju and leaned against the trunk, resting both trembling hands on the rough bark. She faded for a moment, and even when she reappeared, her skin blended almost perfectly with the tree trunk. This was why most people never spotted dryads in the forest. They were reclusive creatures, always watchful, forever hidden. Hal swung his head around to glance back. Somewhere outside the depressing mist, basking in the sunshine, the Oni were marching up the hill. He imagined the redskins leading the charge, swords drawn. Not that they needed swords when fists would do the job. They were strong. He was a dragon, and he could take them on, but still he worried. Unless he burned them all, some would slip past him. Was Robbie up to the challenge? He was severely crippled with his injured feet. And how long could Darcy remain hidden? "Hal!" The sound of Hanzaki's voice struck a chord of terror. How could she be talking to him? He was in dragon form, yet her voice rose from the depths of his mind as she clawed her way out of the darkness he'd confined her to. "Hal, stop this! I will not hurt you. There will be no rebuke. My people will stand down, but only if you stop now. Stop before it's too late." "Shut up," he growled. She probably hadn't understood him, but she went on anyway. "Step back out of this mist. Your friends too. Walk away from this place. This is your final warning." Hal remained hunkered on the grass, watching Darcy as she leaned against the tree, communing with it. Robbie sat nearby, slouched and miserable. "How does this tree work?" Hal demanded. Hanzaki didn't answer. It seemed she'd slunk back down into the recesses of his mind, lost in the dark. Or hidden in the dark. Hal froze as an idea occurred to him. and it was so simple he kicked himself. He reverted to human form. At the same time, Darcy spun around. "Hal! Robbie! We need to be human!" Hanzaki's fury kicked in then. She gripped him so tightly and so violently that he toppled sideways and writhed on the grass, feeling like his bones were being crunched into tiny pieces and his flesh squeezed to a pulp. He saw Darcy and Robbie revert to human form too, and they immediately contorted, fell, and flopped about like ragdolls as their own enraged yokai took hold. "If I can't have you," Hanzaki screamed, "then nobody will!" But her screaming ended with a gasp, and suddenly she was gone. Hal lay on his back, looking up at the mist. She floated over his head, staring down, and just for a moment he saw her true form, a human woman in her early 20s with long, straight black hair that streamed outward as though she were underwater. She had a surprised look on her face, but that surprise quickly turned to anger, and she dove toward him. Hal rolled and jumped to his feet. The phantom changed direction and dove into his chest, and he felt her there again, inside his head. "Ah!" she yelled in triumph. But then she was gone again, spinning in the mist, turning in confusion, then darting toward him. Twice more he felt her entering his head, and twice more she was yanked back out. He tried to ignore her and turned his attention to Darcy, who crawled on the grass, yelling at her yokai to stay away. Hal spotted her phantom in the mist. The hideous Chimmy repeatedly dive-bombed Darcy in an attempt to take back control, but the mist, or Jinmenju, ejected the yokai over and over. Robbie's situation was no different, only he yelled and hobbled away, lurching through the mist in an effort to escape his persistent yokai phantom. Basan chased after him, and they were gone in an instant, swallowed up in the gloom. "Change!" Hal yelled after him. Then he turned to Darcy. "Change, Darcy! Be a dryad again!" On hands and knees, with her blonde hair hanging in her face, she stared at him for a moment, and then, as Chimmy was yanked out once more, she transformed and vanished from sight. Chimmy screamed. Hanzaki swooped toward Hal. For once, she spoke to him outside his head. "Do not do this to me, Hal. I need you. Please, let me back in. I beg you, please." He shifted to dragon form, and she veered away, or bounced away, repelled by his non-human form. Like Chimmy, she screamed and wailed, shooting this way and that, like an angry wasp. Eventually, she faded into the mist. Darcy climbed aboard Hal's back, and he stomped away from the tree, away from the cackling faces. The daylight dazzled him after the gloom of the mist. The first thing he saw was Robbie, kneeling on the grass and panting hard. He grinned up at Hal and jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Left it behind." The next thing Hal saw was the army of Oni, who had made it halfway up the hill and were fanning out to cut them off. He smiled to himself. "Seriously? You think that'll help?" He lowered himself to the ground and swung his tail near Robbie to get his attention. His friend, seeing the Oni, finally got to his feet and staggered over. "Go," he said, as he found a place to hang on to the bony reptilian hide. Hal launched. He couldn't resist blasting fire in the air as he went and letting out a bellow of triumph. Free of the yokai at last. He felt fantastic. The red and blue-skinned Oni stared up at him as he passed overhead. "You climbed that hill for nothing," Hal thought with glee. "Now you stay right there while I figure out where the rest of us are, and the goblins too. Are they in the Citadel? The mines? This is going to be tricky." "Hal, watch out," Darcy warned. Glancing down again, he groaned at the sight of an Oni, no, a yokai skimming through the air toward him. Itsumade, the human-faced, beak-nosed, winged serpent they'd run into earlier. Some of her copper-colored feathers looked a little blackened. She probably wasn't going to be very friendly. Preparing for an attack to his underbelly, Hal slowed and twisted around to blast her with fire again. But she didn't attack. Instead, she flew alongside. Nobody said anything for half a minute. Behind that vicious beak, Itsumade actually looked intrigued, running her gaze from his snout to his tail and taking in his impressive wings. "How do you stay airborne?" she said in a strangely ordinary voice, stranger still that she could speak in a human tongue with that beak. "Your wings are big, but not that big." "Magic?" Hal grunted, not that she could understand him. "What did he say?" Itsumade asked, addressing Robbie or Darcy. It was Robbie who answered. "We don't speak dragon. What do you want?" The serpent woman tilted her head. "Well, I just wanted to warn you that our king is very unhappy. Not only have you rescinded your invitation to our brethren, but now you have destroyed a tree. That is 4 of us you have sent back to the void." "Rescinded?" Robbie exclaimed. "We didn't invite you into our heads in the first place," Darcy finished for him. "And we burnt the tree because it was eating through our flesh." The serpent veered closer. Hal eyed her warily. Up close like this, her face didn't look so human after all. More of an eagle with front-facing eyes, ears on each side, and hair that streamed behind her head. The similarity to a human stopped there, and when she spoke again, her voice, despite sounding like a woman, seemed to be projected directly from her mind, rather than her sharp beak. "King Tenga wishes me to advise that even if you find your friends and fly away, you will not make it across the ocean. He will see to it. You do not have the stamina to travel so far, especially with all those passengers, and especially with some of our airborne warriors on your tail." That didn't sound good. The truth was, Hal's plan to flee on the back of the turtle was deeply flawed because of that simple truth, that the yokai in their many physical forms would come after them. "We'll take our chances," Robbie retorted. "Yeah, you're not getting in my head again," Darcy added. Itsumade nodded, her eyes narrowed. "Then so be it. You are choosing to wage war against the Oni rather than live in harmony with us. This will be your downfall." She paused, then added, "My king does not wish such a battle. Human hosts are too valuable. He has suggested I give you until the morning to change your mind." "We don't need—" Robbie yelled, but Darcy must have jabbed him because he made an oomph sound and shut up. "We'll think about it," Darcy said. "Thank you for being patient with us. This is just a lot to take in. We'll sleep on it and maybe see things differently in the morning." She sounded genuinely thoughtful, as if submitting to the yokai was worth considering. Hal wanted to hug her. Robbie would have tossed the offer back in their face and spat on it, and perhaps they'd have attacked immediately afterward. But Darcy was smarter. She'd bought some time. Whether Itsumade believed her or not didn't matter. Judging by her scowl, she wasn't fooled, but the king's message was clear. With a screech, she angled away and returned to the army on the hill, leaving Hal to fly onward. He sighed with relief. For now, they had a respite, a chance to gather their thoughts, make plans, and rescue their friends. In fact, they had the rest of the day and night. Plenty of time. "It's a trap," Robbie said, sounding a little sullen. "You didn't buy that, did you?" "The king wants to give us until morning," Darcy answered. "Sounds good to me." "Yeah, but seriously, why would—" "Robbie, I don't trust the yokai any more than you do. You're probably right. They might just be letting us think we have a whole night to sleep on it without being attacked. It could be a bluff, so we drop our guard and let them sneak up on us. Or maybe they want us to go look for the others because it'll be easier for them to trap us." Right. Yeah, exactly. There's no way they're letting us off this island. We're too valuable." It could even be a double bluff, like they know we know what they're thinking and expect us to prepare for a sneak attack in the night while they come up with some other plan. But it doesn't matter. It's still better than having them attack now, coming down on us like a ton of bricks and not giving us a chance to figure things out. Robbie finished with a grunt of agreement. Hal debated where to land. There were other islands floating over the abyss, some of them not much bigger than his backyard at home, but they were away from the Oni. He left Haven behind and chose an island some distance away. He doubted the Oni would be able to spy on them. The tiny floating rock had little grass-covered humps, and they could settle down on the backside out of sight and rest. "Give me a minute to fix my feet," Darcy groaned as she climbed down and hobbled over to a slab of rock sticking out of the slope. "I'm going to shift over and over until they're better." "Me too," Robbie said. Hal reverted to human form and stood watching, appalled at the gashes he glimpsed on the soles of their feet and the sticky, bloody mess. "What did that tree do to you?" Darcy vanished, then reappeared, then vanished again. She spoke the whole time, her voice unbroken. "It felt like sharp teeth reaching out of the dirt and chewing on my feet from underneath." "Yup," Robbie said, right before he shifted again. Once in ogre form, he added, "You." Hal shook his head and rubbed his eyes, suddenly tired. "I'm really sorry, I didn't think this through, and I still don't have a decent plan to find the others and get us out of here." Darcy stopped shifting for a second. The gashes on her feet were already closing up. "Wait, you don't have a decent plan? Does that mean you have kind of a plan, at least?" He sat on the grass near her, wincing at the feel of the hard, dry, scratchy blades. This grass was anything but soft and springy. "Well, here's what I'm thinking." It took just a minute or two to tell them about Abigail's idea to use her fairy trick on the giant turtle, and that she was hidden somewhere, hopefully ready to launch the escape boat. "And the turtle is the escape boat," Robbie said quietly. "That's the dumbest thing I ever heard." Hal immediately felt foolish. "Well, yeah, I guess so dumb it might just work." "Huh?" Darcy giggled. "Robbie's right. I doubt the Oni are thinking we'd try something so ridiculous. But there's still a problem. They'll come after us. The turtle's not as fast as anything that flies, and they might have a few flying monsters we don't know about yet." "And some fast swimmers," Robbie added. He screwed up his face. "If they can get across to the ocean, that is." Hal climbed to his feet, wincing again as the blades scraped at his ankles. "Well, that's what we have to figure out. How to ride out of here on a turtle without the Oni coming after us. Man, the grass here is brutal." He stopped, staring at the fresh grazes on his ankles. Thinking back, he remembered how brown the grass had started looking across Haven. It made him wonder why the Oni's home had been so lush and green in the first place when other islands were not. "I wonder if Haven's as pretty as we think it is," he muttered. Both Robbie and Darcy peered up at him. Hal pointed to their feet. "I know you're all chewed up, but did you have scratches on your ankles before?" They both shrugged and nodded. "Figures. Abby does too. It's like we've been walking around in this nasty, scratchy grass from the moment we arrived, only we haven't noticed. Maybe it's enchanted, like an illusion, to make us think Haven is nice." His friends said nothing, but they continued staring at him with frowns plastered across their foreheads. "I mean," Hal went on, "if this place was horrible, we'd probably put up more of a fight to leave, right? So maybe the Oni cast a spell on it, so we'd accept this new life of theirs a little easier." Darcy put a hand to her mouth. "So, what exactly does it look like?" Hal remembered the ornate staircase had seemed a little rougher when they descended that morning. For all they knew, there was nothing special about the staircase at all. It could be a makeshift, shoddy piece of work. "The trees," he muttered. "Hanzaki said they cut down all the trees to build their town, probably plundered all the ships as well. Do you remember seeing any wood-framed buildings? They're all stone, Darcy said. Or so we think. Robbie pointed out that he'd had a stomachache after eating too much fish. As soon as he'd said that, Darcy looked like she wanted to throw up. "What did we eat last night?" she exclaimed. "Oh, it might have been dead rats or something rotten and stinky and... Or it could have been a perfectly good fish," Hal said. "They only have to eat two. Why eat something nasty?" But secretly he doubted his own reassuring words. The Oni were monsters. Who knew what they ate to survive? What if they morphed into numerous ghastly creatures and chewed on insects and worms, or tore into the raw flesh of rodents? That fish they'd eaten could have been literally anything. "It had to be edible at least," Robbie said, looking pale. "They needed us alive, right? They needed us well. I think they would have made a bit of an effort." "You sound hopeful, buddy," Hal thought. Still, he agreed with the logic. He peered over the slab of rock. Haven floated in the distance, mist drifting across the plains and curling around the base of the hills. The sun shone down through patchy clouds. There was plenty of golden light flooding the island, yet the terrain lacked the beauty of the day before. The expanse of lovely green had definitely turned brown. The place looked dreary. While his friends continued shifting to heal their wounds, Hal wandered to the edge of their tiny suspended islet and looked down into the abyss. Nothing but thick mist. He wondered if the yokai spirits drifted lazily throughout the dearth or were confined to the area directly under Haven. He had no idea. It made him shudder to think he and Abigail had spent time in that gloom, finding skulls and shipwrecks, then avoiding the giant skeleton monster, and later dropping through the pit into that murky place once more. "Hey," he called to his friends, "there's a way into the mines from below. Not sure how I'd fly up through that narrow hole, but if we could do it—" "That's where the yokai ghosts are," Robbie exclaimed, jumping to his feet. He walked around in a rapid circle, clearly feeling better. "There's no way I'm getting anywhere near them again?" After a silence, Darcy said, "But obviously we will, if that's the only way to save our friends. Right, Robbie?" Robbie nodded, looking sheepish. "Well, yeah, sure, obviously." Hal looked once more into the dearth, ideas beginning to circulate. He couldn't possibly predict how things might pan out, but at least he had the glimmer of something to work with. He just needed to iron out the details. "I think," he said slowly, "I have a plan." "And is this a decent plan?" Darcy asked. Hal smiled. "Kind of." Chapter 15. Bones. They waited until after dusk before acting. Hal wished he had something to eat, but he trusted absolutely nothing in this strange world, not even the berry bushes in Haven's hills. His stomach rumbled, and he longed to pop back to Blacknail's ship and rummage around in the pantry. But that would draw the yokai to Abigail, who had to be hiding there somewhere. With Robbie and Darcy seated firmly on his broad dragon back, he dropped off the far side of the islet and into the abyss, hoping the Oni weren't spying on him from afar. They probably were. That was, after all, what the lookout shack was for, atop the mountain. But it would be hard to see anything, now that night had settled on the islands. Swooping down into the dearth, he plunged straight through the gloom and out the bottom, leveling off close to the ground. It was even darker down here, so he gave a few quick blasts of fire to light the way. The sight of several human skulls littering the dirt made him shudder. How many sailors had thrown themselves down here rather than become host to the yokai? He thought again about Blacknail's ship. Was Abigail there? Had the Oni already boarded in the hopes of finding her? It would be the obvious place to search for a missing human on the ship she'd arrived on. Not that Abigail would be stupid enough to let them find her. She could be there right now, a mere 6 inches in height, safely hidden in the tiniest cubbyhole. Hal scoured the fog ahead, looking for the gigantic skeleton. It could lurch toward him at any moment, a shadowy figure desperate for bones. And if it wanted bones, then bones it would get. He passed beneath Haven and, glancing up, spotted the faint glow on the underside, the narrow entrance to the pit. He'd be back for that later. But first, his friends had missions to attend to. He ascended sharply through the thickest layer of mist. This was the scary part. What if a yokai came tearing out of nowhere and dove into his chest, taking up residence in his head again? But he suspected that wouldn't happen. If nothing else, they had a code, a ceremony that decided who got to take over the next host. Then again, maybe the king had told them to scratch the code of honor. Maybe he'd given a command to capture the humans at all costs. Hal emerged from the top of the mist and slowed, flapping his wings and trying to hover. The last thing he wanted was to overshoot and spring into view over the island. No, he needed to deposit his friends carefully without being spotted. There was no simple way to do this. He threw himself against the cliff face and grappled for footholds. His claws scraped on the rock, and he slid. But then he found all the nooks and crannies he needed, and halted with his wings hanging loosely, clinging like a bat in a cave. I've done a lot as a dragon, he thought as he reached higher, but I've never climbed a cliff before. Bit by bit, he inched his way up the wall. He knew Robbie and Darcy had to be scared witless, perched awkwardly among the knobbed ridges on his back. One jerk too sudden, and they'd topple off. Hal moved as smoothly as he could, first one foot, then another, feeling for cracks and crevices, wedging his claws in tight before shifting his weight. He had about 20 feet to climb. He kept his wings low and edged his way up until he could stretch his neck and peer over the ridge. Haven spread out before him, and he smiled to himself. The coast was clear. He didn't need to say anything. He felt light feet on his neck, then his head, and then Darcy came into view, just for a moment before she fuzzed out and clambered off his snout and onto the grass. Robbie followed, but since he was far more visible, he lay down flat. "Ow!" he muttered, immediately getting to his hands and knees. "This grass is prickly." "Shh," Darcy hissed from somewhere. Hal hung there and watched them for a while. Or watched Robbie, anyway. His friend made a run for cover, heading toward a swath of tangled bushes. Darcy left faint tracks in the ugly grass as she went. The blades flattened and gradually rose halfway back up again. Surprisingly comfortable in his precarious position, Hal was happy to wait a little longer. Robbie transformed into his full-size ogre form and stomped along the cliff edge, trampling bushes and bending short, thin tree saplings as he grabbed hold. A couple of Oni wandered into view from around some of the taller bushes. Either they were out for an evening walk, or they'd been assigned as lookouts. They moved slowly, side by side, their voices low. Robbie veered toward them, scooping bushes aside as he zeroed in on his first target. Both the blue-skinned Oni halted and spun to face him. The male yelled a warning, and the female dropped into a defensive posture. Robbie threw all his weight on them both, sending the male flying and cutting off his hollering. The other squirmed and fought, and Robbie clamped a meaty hand over her mouth before she could start screaming. He carried her to the edge of the cliff and threw her off. Hal gasped. The yokai screamed then, though it was more of a disgusted, outraged cry than the piercing shriek of terror anyone else would release. Her host's body dropped into the mist, and although Hal couldn't see or hear it, he imagined it smashing down on the ground far below. He felt sick. This wasn't part of his plan. The male Oni snarled and stood his ground as Robbie lumbered toward him. At the last moment, the blue-skinned Oni suddenly sprouted tentacles. 6 of them erupted from within his clothing, shooting straight through the fabric. And his arms, which he'd already extended as if to grab Robbie in a bear hug, became the thickest, wriggling appendages of them all. The yokai's head grew large and bulbous, taking on the same pale pink color as the tentacles. The octopus man leapt straight upward about 20 feet, and all 8 suckered limbs whipped around the ogre's head before he had time to rear backwards. With a nasty cephalopod creature wrapped around his face, Robbie staggered and clawed at it, then turned and stumbled through the bushes toward the edge of the cliff. Hal tensed, ready to fly if his friend fell into the abyss, but Robbie stopped dead, leaned forward, and beat his huge fists on the back of the octopus man's head. The creature clung for a little longer, then abruptly dropped free, groaning and thrashing. Robbie grabbed the end of a tentacle, heaved the yokai into the air, and swung it hard and low. It tumbled into the abyss with a furious shriek. This time, Hal thought he saw the yokai phantom detach from the flailing host, even as it plunged through the mist. But he wasn't sure. Either way, the body plummeted to the ground far below, and he was glad he couldn't see it land. He realized he was shaking, and it wasn't from the exertion of hanging off the cliff. He eased himself up and over, keeping as flat as possible, and then reverted to human form so he could dart for the cover of the berry bushes with Robbie. His friend hunkered low, still in ogre form, watching and waiting to see if anyone had noticed the skirmish or heard the screams. All seemed quiet. Lanterns flickered in the distance, the soft glows in dozens of windows, giving the impression of a peaceful, cozy, welcoming village. Hal joined him. "Hey!" Robbie grunted and shrank down to his normal size. "They were noisy," he complained. "Yeah, well, we're not here to murder people." "Huh?" Robbie blinked at him in the darkness. "Are you kidding? Murder? Feed the skeleton, you said. Throw some Oni in and—" I know, but I meant the dead Oni from the graves. Throwing live ones in seems wrong. It's like killing them." "Huh?" Robbie folded his arms and thrust his chin out. "They're a bunch of immortal ghosts walking around in long dead bodies. The people who owned those bodies are gone. All we're doing is booting the ghosts out." Hal scratched his cheek and stared at the ground. Well, maybe, but we came here for the graveyard. A nice quiet dig." "Huh?" "Seriously, buddy, if you keep saying huh like that, with your mouth wide open, you'll end up swallowing flies." He took a deep breath and pointed. "The graveyard's up that way somewhere. Dig those up and throw the bones over the edge." Robbie shuddered. "Never much liked this part of the plan. I'd prefer to just throw the living ones over the cliff." "The bodies are old," Hal said smoothly. "Nothing but bones now. It'll be nice, quiet, manual labor in the moonlight, just right for an ogre. Much better than chasing after Oni and killing them." He could see that his friend was having trouble arguing with the logic. After a while, Robbie rolled his eyes. Yeah, I guess. They're just dusty old bones, no big deal." "Then get to it. We don't have all night." "I'll help you." They hurried up the hill to the graveyard, keeping low and on the lookout for dark shapes wandering about in the night. Hal felt sure the Oni were up to something, maybe laying a trap somewhere, waiting for the humans to make their move. He was willing to bet they'd never see this coming. The graveyard was bigger than it looked from afar. The tombstones weren't much to speak of, just shapeless rocks, nothing but markers laid out in an orderly fashion. The Oni probably didn't care about memorializing the dead, and they most likely didn't stop by and pay their respects. It was just more convenient to lay them out neatly. It meant they knew exactly where to avoid digging next time. Robbie shifted to ogre form and got to work. He dug his hands into the soil and scooped out a tremendous amount with no effort, and Hal watched, impressed, as he unearthed his first grave. He didn't have to dig deep, just a few feet before the first signs of bones appeared. He yanked a femur out of the dirt and held it aloft. "Yeah, nice," Hal murmured. As Robbie rummaged around some more, Hal stared at the dirty thigh bone and decided it was too big to be human. Hanzaki had said the physical transition to Oni happened as the host grew old and frail. So in that sense, the yokai really did take ownership of the bodies. They made them bigger and stronger to last beyond normal human years. How many graves were here? At least a few dozen. The skeleton would be feasting tonight, if that was the right word. Maybe assimilated. In any case, it would have gorged on these bones long ago if the Oni had continued throwing their dead off the cliff. The fact that they'd stopped spoke volumes. They thought the skeleton was getting too big. "More," Robbie rumbled, grinning as he brandished another bone. For once, Hal understood him perfectly. He gave a thumbs up to encourage the ogre to keep digging, then settled down to keep watch in case any more of the Oni wandered across the fields at night. What if the octopus man had been more cephalopod than Oni? They didn't have bones, so a wriggling octopus slamming down on the ground would have resulted in a huge mess with nothing for the skeleton monster to collect. Then again, all the nearby graves appeared to be filled with humanoid bones, which probably meant the yokai reverted to their physical Oni form upon death. And that meant the octopus man was just a regular Oni right now, lying dead on the ground, waiting for the skeleton to come and steal his bones. Robbie gathered a pretty hefty stack in no time, including a few hideous snake-like spines. Covered in dirt, he scooped them up in his arms and shuffled to the cliff. Seconds later, the collection toppled into the abyss, dropping silently through the mist. As he returned to work, Hal heard the skeleton monster let out a low, mournful moan. It was impossible to tell what it meant, but one thing was sure. It was close. It had to have seen the bones cascading through the air. Hal decided it was time. "Keep them coming," he called. Giving Robbie a thumbs up, he headed to the cliff and took a dive. A second later, he transformed and spread his wings as he dropped through the mist. He was shocked to find the giant skeleton hunkering directly below. He veered sideways, narrowly missing its broad, bony shoulders. He shuddered as he passed by the rough, incomplete head. Why did it not use bones to give it some shape and substance? Why not use the many skulls littering the place? He glanced sideways as he flew by. The giant was so intent on picking up the bones, it failed to notice a dragon. And it didn't just pick them up. It grabbed a femur and slapped it against its thigh, then grabbed a humerus for its upper arm and a tibia for its lower leg. Or was it a fibula? As each bone slammed against a limb, it quickly wriggled into place, nestling between dozens of similar bones and causing others to spread sideways, up or down. Hal couldn't help flying around again, keeping well below the mist in case some phantoms decided to skip their ceremonial process and attack him. Except he mentally kicked himself. They couldn't attack him. He was in dragon form. The skeleton fascinated him. When it ran out of graveyard bones, it reached for the two dead bodies that lay twisted and bent nearby. The blue-skinned flesh instantly crumbled to dust when the skeleton made contact, leaving only bones amid a fine coating of ashes. Well, that answers that, Hal thought. No mess, no gore, and no waiting ages for the bodies to rot naturally. They just crumble away. It was only when those ash-covered bones had been added to the giant's frame that Hal saw something truly remarkable. The extra mass on the limbs at first looked like lovingly sculpted ivory muscles, and they'd thickened with each addition. But now they thinned again, rejigging, shifting, the thighs lengthening, the giant growing taller. By how much, though? At least a yard, maybe more. It was difficult to tell. More bones rained down. Robbie's second double armful. Hal grinned. The giant would be having a growth spurt tonight. Taking advantage of the skeleton's distraction, Hal turned his attention to the faint orange glow on Haven's underside, just visible in the grayness. He steeled himself. If he messed this up, his injuries could be serious. He picked up speed and aimed for the narrow opening in the rock, then folded his wings back at the last second, relying on momentum to carry him through at a breathtaking speed. He scraped the wall just inside, but that was the least of his worries. To his horror, 2 cages hung in the center of the shaft, directly in his path as he hurtled upward. With no way to spread his wings and slow his ascent, he reverted to human form instead and smacked into one. Despite banging his head and wrenching his shoulder, he managed to grab hold of the bars. And then he hung there, gasping and hurting. This is bad, he thought, as he monkey-barred across to one edge. Dangling underneath wasn't going to help. He needed to climb up the side. Then he could stick a foot through the bars and have something to stand on. But first, he had to get there. How was he supposed to climb vertical bars with slippery palms and his feet hanging in the air? That ain't happening, he realized as his fingers threatened to let go. Worse, his feet were now dangling in the mist, and the cage he clung to was still descending. What the heck? Hal, what are you doing? A voice whispered from above. Lauren? She reached through the bars, stretching downward and under, groping to find him. Her hand chanced upon one of his, and she just about managed to squeeze his wrist. But she couldn't help him. I can't hold on, he muttered. Then change, be a dragon again. Then I'll be too heavy. He had a vision of the chain breaking and the cage plummeting through the shaft into the abyss below. Could he twist out of such a fall with a cage grasped in his claws? Both cages continued to descend. He could hear the rattling chains above, and now that he tuned in, he could hear the Oni chanting. They were up there, standing around the pit, leaning over the railing and watching the next honoring. He had no idea if they'd seen him shoot up through the mist. Probably not. His arms ached. His slick fingers were losing their grip. He knew he was seconds away from falling, but that was okay. He could drop down the shaft and out the bottom of the floating island, then transform and fly to safety. He'd done it before. I think I'm going to have to come back later, he groaned. Lauren's hand was still clamped around his wrist. There might not be a later. Hang on, Hal. Yes, hang on, Hal. The new voice, soft and reassuring, whispered into his ear. At first it shocked him so badly he almost let go out of fright. A yokai. But then he felt a soft peck on the cheek, and a figure drifted into view. Abby! She grinned. Then, wings buzzing, she rose up the side of the cage. Hal heard the rattling of the lock, and the door swung open. The chanting high above cut off. Lauren leapt out and transformed with a whump sound as her feathered wings snapped open. Rather than fly away, she came straight back with her bird feet, her huge, powerful harpy talons aimed at Hal. They hit him pretty hard, knocking him free, but the long, clawed rear toe of each foot wrapped under his arms and arrested his fall. Hal realized he'd never been grabbed by a harpy before. He wasn't sure he liked it. He felt vulnerable, like a rodent captured by an eagle. Lauren was very much in charge of where he ended up, and she let out a crazed whoop of excitement and flapped upward, past the cages and higher, spiraling around the dangling chains, ascending to where the startled Oni stared down from their safety railing. Over to you, Hal, Lauren screeched as she soared higher still. She let go. For a second, Hal felt like he was suspended in mid-air, with a sea of blue and red-skinned faces staring up at him. Then he started to fall, and he transformed. One flailing wing caught a chain. The other smacked hard against a number of Oni, sending them reeling. He flapped once, twice, and lurched sideways until his rear feet thudded onto the railing and flattened it. Uncaring of where his tail swung and how many Oni it knocked senseless, he fought for balance and ended up perched there on one side of the viewing circle while the spectators surged away. He let out a blast of searing hot fire. He couldn't bring himself to burn the Oni, but he could heat them a little. He aimed low, some of the flames licking around their feet and causing the crowd to yell and hop. Right now, all he wanted was to get rid of them fast enough that they had no time to stop and think, and no time to morph into whatever ghastly creatures they might be. Lauren screeched with delight high above his head. Below, Abigail had the other cage door open. Hal caught a glimpse of her in the mist, tightly hugging a small figure, Dewey, as she buzzed away. The cages were empty. Time to get rid of them for good. He lashed out with his tail. They jerked and jangled, but another couple of lashes wrenched them free, and the cages dropped into the mist, taking the chains with them. When Hal took stock, he spotted Lauren landing nearby. The Oni had vamoosed. We have Dewey and Lauren, Hal thought. We have Abby and Robbie and Darcy somewhere about. But where are Emily, Thomas, and Fenton? Chapter 16. Goblins in Chains. As soon as Hal reverted to human form, Lauren hugged him so tight he couldn't breathe. I knew you'd come for us. Yeah, and thanks for rescuing me. I couldn't hold on any longer. He grimaced. My plans haven't been going so well lately. Are you kidding? Lauren swept an arm around, grinning broadly. You completely wrecked their ceremony. You and Abby arrived just in time to stop Dewey and me being possessed. The Oni ran away, scared out of their minds. I'd call that a win. Hal peered down into the mist. I didn't even know Abby would be here. She just showed up and saved us. Well, anyway, we need to find the others. Lauren shook her head, her smile fading. Those weren't all of the Oni tonight, maybe half of them. The other half are waiting to ambush you. Waiting where? Don't know. Probably wherever Emily, Thomas, and Fenton are being kept. I heard the Oni talking. They're laying a trap, but they didn't need all of us for that. So they thought they'd get a couple of extra honorings sorted out, Dewey and me. She frowned. Where's Robbie and Darcy? Robbie's tossing bones down to a giant skeleton, and Darcy's probably in the Citadel somewhere by now. Lauren narrowed her eyes. Then she grinned. She's invisible, sneaking around, listening, spying, so she might already know where the others are being held. She might be unlocking their doors as we speak, Hal said. But he doubted it. And even if she were, the Oni wouldn't just let 3 humans walk out, or a Naga, Manticore, and massive black lizard for that matter. We should go before they come back. They both peered up the tunnel leading to the Citadel. Then, as one, they looked into the funnel-necked shaft below. Down there? Lauren murmured. You need to drop straight under the island. Lauren frowned at him. Me? Abby was carrying Dewey. He's only small, but I bet she can't lift him out of the abyss. She might still be down there. Hal spoke in his most no-nonsense voice and gave her a stern look. You need to go find her. Lauren's eyes widened. You're not coming? I will. First, I want to see if the goblins are around here somewhere. But the Oni... I can breathe fire. As soon as they show up, I'll just come back here and throw myself into the pit. I'll be right behind you. And the goblins? She demanded. What if you find them? It's not like they can throw themselves into the pit after you. Hal hadn't thought that far ahead. "Just a quick look, I promise. Go ahead. Watch out for the giant skeleton." She sighed, said "giant skeleton" under her breath, shook her head, gave him one last look, then jumped over the buckled railing with her wings spread wide. She plunged into the mist and was gone in seconds. Hal exited the chamber, heading up the tunnel. Somewhere on the left was an offshoot. If that didn't lead to the mines, then he had no clue where the goblins might be. What were the Oni doing right now? The whole lot of them had run for their lives at the sight of a fire-breathing dragon, probably imagining flames roaring up the tunnel behind them. But they would be back. Or they'd be waiting to ambush him up ahead. He had no intention of walking into a trap. Hal jogged as lightly as he could, grateful for the gas lamps hanging on the walls. A little way up the tunnel, he found the branch off to his left. It led downhill again, hopefully to the mines. He paused to listen. Not a sound anywhere. The Oni could be lying in wait wherever the goblins were being held, fully expecting him to show up and rescue them. Still, he had to know. Tiptoeing along, holding his breath, he strained his ears for telltale signs of an ambush. A cough, the scuffling of a shoe, the gentle clang of a sword on the rock floor. He heard nothing at all, not even goblins. This is a bad idea. The narrow walls concerned him, barely any elbow room and no space to transform. If the Oni suddenly appeared ahead of him, blocking his way, he could maybe turn and run back to the pit and throw himself in, but only if they hadn't cut him off already. Then he'd truly be helpless. "I can blast them with fire," he thought grimly, knowing full well that trick would only get him so far. He imagined a flame-proof yokai creature running at him. The tunnel wound on and on. He'd gone too far to turn back now, so he kept moving, tense and alert. Finally, the gently curving tunnel opened into a brightly lit cavern. Everything glowed orange. He walked straight past the small table and chair by the entrance and stopped, looking around in awe. The cavern had to be half the size of the island itself. Huge stalactites hung everywhere, some almost reaching down to the slanted rocky floor. Literally every square inch of the place pulsed and throbbed with energy, as though Hal stood within the beating heart of a great beast. He hadn't seen this much magic in the walls since the Chamber of Ghosts at Bad Rock Gulch, a place he'd destroyed. He sighed with relief at the sight of the goblins resting against the wall to the right. Hal hurried over, praying they weren't dead from exhaustion. A few wheelbarrows stood close by, each filled with geo-rocks. Geo-rocks! Hal ran his hand along the rim of one barrow, staring with fascination at the egg-shaped rocks within. Each had energy inside, a dazzling glow that suggested potent power. He picked one up and absently hefted it while he approached the goblins and stood over them. All 24 of them were sprawled in one long line-up, their backs against the wall, heads lolling. Their wrists were shackled, held secure by bolts in the rock floor. Hal watched the goblins for a moment, then nodded with relief when he saw their chests rising and falling. At least they had blankets and flat pillows to lie on, filthy as they were. Many of the goblins had pouches of water tucked into their belts, and a barrel stood to one side, a little tap suggesting they had plenty more to drink if needed. Still, they were prisoners. He found Blacknail among them and hurried over. Goblins weren't the friendliest creatures, but they'd always been stalwart and trustworthy to the people of Carter. It saddened him to find them chained up like animals, slaves to the Oni, mining for geo-rocks. "Hey," he whispered, giving Blacknail a gentle kick. "Wake up! It's Hal." He shook the goblin hard. "We don't have much time." Blacknail's eyes snapped open as though he'd been awake the whole time. "It's dangerous here, kid. Get out of here." "No way," Hal told him. He went to look for something to break the chains or pull the bolts from the rock. Plenty of tools stood against the wall. He imagined the Oni had to take them away after shackling the goblins while they rested. Hal dumped his geo-rock back in a wheelbarrow and went to fetch a pickaxe, but when he hooked it in the chain links next to one of the bolts and heaved, nothing happened. It was much too strong for the likes of him. The pick would probably break before the bolt popped out of the rock floor. Anyway, pulling just one out wouldn't help. The chain was threaded through 5 bolts and all the shackles on the goblin's wrists. It would be easier to break the huge padlock than simply pull the chain free. He tried that next, aware that all the goblins were silently watching him. He felt a little feeble as he struggled with the padlock. There was nothing to hook the pickaxe into, and no way to exert pressure on the chain links at either side. Where's the key? He looked around again, his gaze falling on the table and chair in the entrance. He guessed an Oni guard sat there while the goblins toiled. Perhaps a big, fat key hung on the wall behind him. Alas, there was nothing. "He won't be back till morning," Blacknail grumbled. Hal turned to him. "Did they hurt you?" The goblin stared at him with a grimace on his pig-like face. "Why'd you wake us?" he complained. "Huh?" Hal was speechless for a moment. "Why did I wake you? I'm here to get you out of this place." Blacknail closed his eyes. "Go away, kid. Gotta sleep. Lots to do in the morning." "Lots to—" Again, Hal struggled for words. "Look, help me figure out how to get these chains loose." "Why? Don't you want to escape?" Half of the goblins settled down to resume their sleep, while the rest peered at him with small, dark eyes. "Escape why?" Blacknail asked loudly. "We have work to do here." Hal pointed the head of the pickaxe at him. "Because you don't belong here. You're prisoners. We need to get out of this place and go back home." "Nothing wrong with work," the goblin retorted with a particularly heavy scowl. "You kids don't know nothing about work. See all this energy? Ain't seen this much since you wiped it all out." Hal hung his head. The goblins would never stop going on about that. "There's enough here to power Haven for years if only they knew how to harness the energy, and this is just one dig site on one island. Telling ya, we ain't hardly got started yet. Those 3 wheelbarrows of rocks, that's all we've been able to do. Gotta work harder, but for that, we gotta rest harder still. So get out of here, kid, and let us sleep. Go now." With that, he slumped back and closed his eyes to the accompanying sound of several others in mumbled agreement. Hal stared open-mouthed. He glanced over at the 3 wheelbarrows, 2 of which were full, the third only partially. They'd done all that in 2 days? They had been busy. But why work so hard, and so willingly? Then he remembered. The island's spell. The sneaky enchantment had worked on him and his friends, and it had worked on the goblins. Only leaving the island and flying around in the abyss had broken the spell, and of course the rude awakening of being honored. But the spell was rather like a gentle voice in the ear, coaxing and reassuring, easing any fears and steering the mind away from suspicion. The goblins needed a rude awakening, something to jerk them back into reality. A blast of fire wouldn't work. They'd just be scared of him. They needed to see the Oni in all their undisguised nastiness as yokai. He stood there pondering a while longer, knowing he couldn't force 24 goblins to follow him. And he couldn't transform into a dragon because of the stalactites hanging everywhere. Come on, he muttered to himself. Think. He almost wished the Oni would come tearing down the passage right now. He could put up some kind of fight, maybe get them to morph into ghastly creatures and inadvertently shock the goblins back to reality. But even as he wished for that to happen, he realized that was probably the reason they hadn't come after him yet. They didn't want to upset their amiable, hard-working slaves, and they knew Hal, being a mere boy who couldn't transform in such a tight space, would be unable to free them anyway. So now I'm trapped, he thought. They're waiting for me back up the tunnel, and there's nothing I can do about it. He searched for another exit to no avail. The mine had just one way in and out. This is stupid. I'm here to rescue goblins, and they're too busy sleeping. Wandering over to the nearest wheelbarrow, he stared at the glowing geo-rocks. He'd seen so many of these egg-shaped nuggets since arriving in New Earth. The town of Carter ran on their energy, which was basically raw magic. The walls of the cavern were ripe with the stuff, what some called sparkle. Sometimes it ran in long, thick veins, but more often showed up as a series of small, isolated hotspots. The surrounding rock was always brittle and unstable, which made it easy to chip away at, but it took skill and care to extract a hotspot without cutting into it. The resulting chunks of glowing rock were then whittled down some more, leaving egg-like geo-rocks. How had the Oni learned of this? As far as Hal knew, mining for geo-rocks was something the goblins had invented. He picked up one after the other, marveling at how smooth they were and how light and how they differed in size, some small enough to hold in the palm of the hand, others best cradled in both arms. Yet so powerful. And to think, the energy within was harnessed with a couple of thin rods carefully inserted into the core. Whoever did that job was crazy. Hal considered throwing one against the wall. If it split open, it would likely explode, and the released energy would coalesce and reform as a portal. Yeah, he muttered, a portal would be useful. We could cross into Old Earth, then cross back again somewhere nearby. He abandoned the idea. The explosion would be dangerous and could bring the whole place down. No way, he muttered, putting the rock back. A sensible move, a male voice said. Hal picked it up again. Turning slowly, he held the geo-rock aloft as if to lob it really hard. Don't come near me, he warned. King Tengu stood by the tunnel. If he had anyone with him, they were out of sight. For now, the king seemed to be alone. The Oni, small for one of his kind but still taller than Hal, put his hands behind his back and sauntered closer. The gold crown on top of his thick, fiery hair still perched at an angle. He peered at Hal with his close-set eyes as he approached. We are at an impasse, he said softly, sounding almost sad. Before this situation degenerates into a tragedy, please allow me to introduce you to someone. Perhaps she will help you understand our plight. I already understand your plight. No, you do not. The king stepped aside and gestured. You know you cannot escape. So come willingly, and I will treat you with the honor you deserve. The king left his implied threat hanging. Or else. Hal wasn't ready to surrender so willingly to the enemy, but he knew to delay, while he thought about it, would probably make things worse. He kept hold of the geo-rock, though, and he raised his voice so the goblins could hear. Okay, I'll go with you if you promise not to kill me or my friends. If any of the goblins heard, they didn't move an inch. As the king turned to leave, Hal felt something brush his arm. A girl's voice whispered, Go! He spun around, but he saw nothing. Darcy? Or... A chill swept through him. Remembering the Chamber of Ghosts, he looked toward the nearest wall, half expecting to see a phantom figure moving about within the rock. Are you coming? The king prompted. Putting the strangeness aside for the moment, Hal followed King Tengu out of the cavern. To his surprise, it did seem the king had come alone. But as he returned to the main tunnel and headed up the slope toward the Citadel, he became aware of footsteps behind him and knew a group of Oni were back there. His suspicions of a quiet ambush were confirmed. He really was surrounded now. As the king led him up the steps and outside into the night, he couldn't help noticing the amount of weeds everywhere. The island's spell seemed to be wearing off. Across the courtyard, The massive building loomed ominous and foreboding, quite unlike its former majestic splendor. More and more Oni appeared, mere shadows in doorways, hulking shapes lurking on corners, and others standing boldly to one side as the king took him along the well-lit hall. A second flight of stairs loomed in the darkness, tucked out of the way. It led up to a landing and into another wing altogether, one that smelled musty and ancient. Only a couple of feeble lanterns illuminated the place. The rooms here had proper doors, the sort that even Robbie would have trouble crashing through. King Tengu marched toward a huge set of double doors at the end. Hal began to feel really nervous. Up until now, he'd been tense, ready for an ambush. But now he realized the king actually did want to introduce him to someone, and he couldn't fathom who it could be. Stopping outside the door alongside the king, Hal glanced around to see the Oni hanging well back. "This room is restricted," the king whispered. "As the leader of your group, you are privileged." Me? The leader? Hal gripped his geo-rock, thinking of it like a bomb he could lob. The king wrenched one of the wrought iron handles downward and put his weight on the door. It creaked open a little, and he slipped through. Hal swallowed and took a peek. The darkness in the room prevented him from seeing much. Straining his eyes, he waited in the gap in the door until he could make out something, anything. The king smiled, reached for Hal's hand, and pried the geo-rock from his fingers. Hal struggled briefly, but the king's firm and gentle insistence somehow won him over. Oddly, the king held up the geo-rock, and with his red face bathed in the soft glow, he sidled deeper into the room toward a huge four-poster bed. Hal squinted. He could just about make it out now, and the light from the rock illuminated it a little more as the king moved closer. "Here you are, my dear," he said in a soothing voice. Unable to stand in the doorway and not see what he needed to see, Hal edged into the room toward the bed, where someone or something shifted and mumbled in the darkness. But what? The light from the geo-rock hovered over a monstrous, black-skinned creature that took up most of the bed. It was hard to make out its form, but it definitely had thick insect legs. Chapter 17. The Most Powerful Magic. Hal breathed so hard he felt like he might pass out. "What is that?" he hissed. In the darkness, King Tengu clicked his tongue and said, Now, child, please have some respect." "Let me see it then." Tengu sighed and spoke to the thing on the bed. "May I introduce you?" The creature let out a low, almost mournful moan. Taking the light of the geo-rock with him, the king moved toward a table or desk by the wall, and Hal found he couldn't make out the monster anymore. He squinted, cursing his terrible human eyesight. If Abigail were here, she'd see just fine. He heard sounds, the creak of the bed, a fluttering of sheets, then a gentle patting, as if someone was straightening the covers or puffing up a pillow. Light flared from the desk by the wall, and the king turned with a lantern held high. Its wan glow was almost blinding after so much darkness. Hal squinted, then blinked in disbelief. A woman sat upright in the bed, a rather beautiful, slender human woman wearing a silky robe. Her straight black hair flowed over her shoulders. She had to be in her 20s, with clear, pale skin, a tiny mouth, button nose, and very dark eyes. The king approached and handed her the geo-rock. "I apologize for disturbing your sleep at this late hour." She took the rock and studied it with a frown, turning it over and over in her hands. "It is like an egg." "Indeed. Very portable. So I will not need to visit the mine anymore? You can bring the magic directly to me?" "Yes." She nodded, placed the geo-rock by her side, and gestured toward Hal. "Which one is this?" "This is—" The king paused, then looked at Hal. "Your name again?" It took Hal a moment to respond. He swallowed and croaked, "Hal." King Tengu smiled. "Hal, meet Kitsune." Hello?" Kitsune stared at him for a long while. "And which shapeshifter is he?" "The dragon," the king said. The woman pursed her lips. "And why is he here? You know I need my sleep." "I wanted to show him who you are, what you do, so he understands the need for this energy." He pointed at the geo-rock. "And for Haven, and for humans, and for the honoring." "Why do we care if he understands?" Hal didn't like her. She was a spoiled brat, lazy and rude. But the king seemed nervous around her. Scared of her? Scared of what she was or what she could do. "What happened to the thing I saw in the dark?" Hal asked, finding his nerve at last. "It was black and nasty." The words popped out of his mouth before he could stop them. He winced inwardly. Kitsune simply stared at him. Hal wasn't sure, but he felt the room dimmed somewhat. Then, finally, she smiled. "Do you mean this?" She morphed, slowly and deliberately, her silky robe melting away as her body turned completely black and puffed up. Bed springs creaked as the weight increased. She soon became something unrecognizable, a monstrous, shapeless lump, covered in black hair, with the head of a warped cow complete with ivory horns. The creature had 6 legs like an insect's, though each was as thick as Hal's arms. He backed away, horrified and disgusted. "Yeah, that." She changed again, this time shrinking down small and sprouting pure white fur. A few seconds later, a glowing fox sat on the bedsheets, tilting its head at him. "That's better," he said, feeling weak in the knees. The fox stood, and Hal blinked at the sight of 4 tails, wait, no, 5. They moved about so much that he could barely keep track, and just when he thought he had it nailed, Kitsune changed again. Hal stared in astonishment. "You're me." He rubbed his eyes. The figure on the bed was himself, sitting there quite calmly with matching clothes, the same mussed-up sandy hair, and the same goofy expression he glimpsed in the mirror every day. What exactly did Abigail see in him anyway? He blushed, and to his horror, noticed his double's face reddening at the same time. "Stop that!" Hal growled. "Stop that!" Kitsune growled back. Hal ground his teeth, instantly cottoning to her game. He looked at the king, who stood with his hands behind his back and a slight smile on his face. "What is this? Why am I here?" Kitsune is the mistress of illusion. She is also adept at mind manipulation. All that you see here, Haven, these islands, this citadel, is all made possible because of Kitsune, because of her power, but she needs magic to maintain it. At this, Kitsune, still looking like Hal, picked up the geo-rock and held it to her chest. It glowed brightly as she gripped it between her palms, and she closed her eyes. As she did so, her Hal Franklin illusion faded, and she morphed back into the far more pleasing young woman. "Haven is an illusion," Hal said slowly. "Well, I figured it wasn't as pretty as we first thought, but not real? How is that even? I mean, we're standing on it." He imagined the illusion shattering and everyone plunging straight into the ocean. The idea terrified him. "It is more than an illusion," the king explained. "It is real. The islands exist, floating in the air just as you saw. The sea stays away. We found this place ugly and inhospitable when we arrived, inhabited only by a small group of human settlers. But Kitsune enhanced Haven's appeal and gave us all a home." "But..." Hal didn't know where to start. "How did you build all these homes? This citadel? What do you eat? How can one person's magic make all that possible?" The king nodded. obviously expecting the questions. This island had trees when we first arrived. We toiled for many years building our community. All the structures here are timber frameworks. Hal shot a glance sideways. The walls didn't look like timber. Haven is a magical place ripe with energy, and Kitsune has the power to harness that energy. She embellishes what we build. She transforms our timber structures into magnificent palaces. Meals are enjoyable rather than something to be tolerated. We wake every morning to a breathtaking, enchanting landscape. In spite of what we are, life here is worth living. King Tengu paused for effect before continuing. But we must mine for energy to feed Kitsune, so she may turn that magic into illusion. Looks like the goblins are doing all the mining, Hal complained. Yes, for now, since they are here. I like their diligence. They will stay. But do you understand? Kitsune cannot conjure something out of nothing. She can only enhance. She can make an ugly thing look beautiful, but she cannot create or change the basic structure of an object. She cannot provide us with living, breathing, physical hosts. For that, we must rely on visitors from afar, visitors like you. Hal shook his head in disgust. So we show up in a ship, and your turtle brings us across to the island. If Koromadako doesn't sink you first, the king interjected in a sour tone. Everything looks really nice, Hal went on, and we all think, oh, let's stay a while. And you treat us like special guests and make us feel comfortable, and we all start to forget what we're supposed to be doing, and by the next morning we're happy to go down into the mines and have our heads invaded by phantoms. This is slavery, and so is using the goblins for mining. Hal felt anger burning in his chest. Any moment now the dragon in him would burst forth and set the place on fire, and he wasn't sure he wanted to stop it. Kitsune had been sitting up in bed the whole time in silence, listening intently, staring at Hal with interest. "Why are you not under my spell?" she said finally. "Why should I tell you?" he retorted. The king cleared his throat. "Kitsune, it has been a long time since you made such a concerted effort to maintain the very deepest illusion for visitors. Your enhancements have been wearing off here and there. But the goblins are strong miners, and in the morning I will bring you all the energy you could possibly need." He looked toward Hal. "And then you will see what Haven can be. I am confident you will agree to stay with us forever." "Not a chance. What's the point of an illusion if we know it's an illusion?" he scoffed. Tengu raised his thick eyebrows and looked down his long nose. "You will be surprised how quickly the ugly reality ceases to matter. Out of sight, out of mind, as the saying goes." Hal looked over his shoulder. The door was still ajar. He could make a run for it, or he could transform right here and stomp about the place, smashing things and breathing fire, causing havoc and generally kicking up a stink. Maybe the extra special Kitsune would be forced to get out of bed. "Where are my friends?" he demanded, not expecting an answer. The king walked around the bed toward him, speaking as softly as ever, while gripping the handle of his sword as if preparing to draw it and slice Hal in half. "I urge you to yield in peace. Life here can be rewarding, I promise." Hal steeled himself. No. He transformed, allowing his enormous dragon bulk to spread out in all directions and send the king flying backward. His tail smacked the chest of drawers by the wall, smashing it in two. His wings took out the chandelier and the nearest corner posts of the bed, which promptly collapsed, and his claws scratched across the intricate mosaic flooring. Kitsune tumbled sideways and instantly morphed into the glowing white fox she'd showed off earlier. She started yapping angrily, her feet spread wide, and her 5 tails, no, 6, maybe 7, splayed out in all directions. The king morphed too. He grew quickly, doubling in size, his shoulders bulging to impossible proportions, his upper arms and biceps probably twice as thick as a human torso. Instead of his shirt and pants ripping apart, they just altered, the sleeves melting away, and the front opening up to reveal a massive, muscular chest. Whether he wore a form of enchanted smart clothes or his clothes were just part of Kitsune's mass illusion, Hal didn't know and didn't care. The king's transformation continued. His long nose stretched and widened into a beak, and his face took on a bird-like quality. Giant feathered wings erupted from his back. Tengu's true form, then, was a red-skinned, muscle-bound bird monster. Everything had happened so fast. All three transformations, the crashing and banging of furniture breaking, the roaring and yapping, all in a matter of seconds. But any guards along the hall would be running this way by now. Hal turned and swung his tail hard, batting Tengu across the room with such force the king smacked against the wall and put a huge dent in it. The fox, meanwhile, growled and ran for cover under the bed. The door burst open. But Hal was already at the window, thrusting his head through the glass. He pushed his shoulders hard against the frame, wondering how tough it would be to force his way out. To his surprise, he almost tumbled out as the walls collapsed with ease on either side. He thought he heard splintering wood, but he saw blocks of stone and debris crashing down into the courtyard below. Made of wood, he thought dimly. Timber-framed structures. Nothing but wood. He felt a terrible pain on the back of his neck and knew something had stabbed him between his armored scales. With a roar, he tore loose of the building, shoving himself out, his wings smashing through more of the stone. No wood walls. Again he heard wood cracking, but as he launched himself away, he glanced back to see great chunks of toppling stone and dust. Another sharp pain, and he realized someone was on his shoulders. He twisted around and glimpsed a red-feathered wing. He had King Tengu as a passenger, and the monstrous figure wasn't afraid to be taken for a ride. Hal felt more pain and tried to fathom what the king was doing. It almost felt like the muscle-bound freak was trying to rip off a few dragon scales. Filled with horror at the idea of it, Hal spun upside down and somersaulted a few times, which caused Tengu to cease what he was doing and cling on tight. With a vague plan in mind, Hal shot toward the tallest mountain while spinning and bucking to keep his passenger occupied. He felt sharp pains and dull aches, and it scared him to think something as strong as the king could inflict serious damage just by sitting on his back and wrenching at his reptilian armor. And if he got even one bony plate loose, it would give the king access to soft, vulnerable flesh. The thrust of a sword could end him. Hal spun himself around just as he reached the mountainside. It was a difficult maneuver to scrape a passenger off his back, but it worked. He heard the king's roar of anger abruptly cut off. But Hal grazed the rock pretty hard himself, and it caused him to bounce and tumble as though he'd just crash-landed upside down. He fell away from the mountain, battered and shaken, leveling out as he swooped lower. Glancing back, he saw Tengu plummeting into a nosedive. But at the last moment, he pulled out of it and veered away. Never mind him, Hal thought. Find the others. He rocketed back to the Citadel. To his dismay, flying creatures of all sizes streamed into the air from the damaged wall. Oni guards, now yokai, dispatched by a yapping kitsune fox. Hal barely had a moment to get a look at them, especially in the darkness of the night, but he saw glowing eyes and snatches of fire and heard all kinds of roars and hisses, and they were all coming for him. Ideas raced through his brain, attack and burn them, draw them away and then burn them, hide somewhere and pick them off one by one, pretend to surrender and ambush them when their guard was down. He rejected all of his notions and instead tore between the flying creatures, returning to Kitsune's bedroom where a half-dozen non-flying Oni waited. They scattered with shouts as he approached, and Hal glimpsed the white fox darting across the room. He closed his eyes and crashed straight through the wall. This time he felt wood breaking as well as hearing it, though his eyes still deceived him. Stone and rubble pummeled the bedroom, and a cloud of dust billowed everywhere as he turned and tore into the hall. The doorway and half the wall came with him. Oni ran away, and he sent a blast of fire to speed them up. The small white fox darted between their legs and down the staircase. Hal stomped along the hallway, allowing his wings to drag through the walls at either side. The more damage he caused, the less it felt like stone. He could almost see it in his mind's eye, thin sticks and branches woven together to form walls sturdy enough to hold, but nothing much to look at. Kitsune's spell of enhancement worked so well that snapped timber resembled chunks of stone. It just didn't feel like it. He wanted to study the debris a little closer, but he didn't have time. He arrived at the staircase. He doubted he could navigate that, wood-framed or otherwise. But the Oni had escaped down it, so that was good enough. "Where are you guys?" he wondered, turning back. Could Emily, Fenton, and Thomas be in any of these rooms? If so, they were free to leave, now that he'd ripped open the tops of the walls. Hunting for 3 prisoners while in dragon form, with yokai bent on attacking him from all angles, was an impossible task. But tearing the Citadel down was something he could manage. And while he was doing that, the yokai's attention would be on him and not his friends. He had to believe that Darcy would find a way to rescue the 3 captives. It was up to her. She was invisible and secretive, and the only one of the shapeshifters able to get about undetected. She had to find them. Hal leapt straight upward through the ceiling. It took another jump to crash through the rafters and roof, but once he was outside, he went crazy, ripping the place apart and setting fires. If his friends were below, Darcy had better save them quickly, because he intended to demolish the place. Not much of a plan, he thought. It had started out pretty well, Robbie tossing bones into the abyss and Darcy sneaking off to locate the prisoners, while Hal breached the pit and saved the others. He'd released Lauren and Dewey anyway. With those 2 and Abigail on his side, maybe together they could come up with some ideas about how to find the goblins and yeah, not much of a plan. I have to get better at this. Tengu swooped down from the night sky, perched on the apex of the badly damaged roof and about to start widening some more holes. Hal paused a moment, panting and letting out puffs of fire. Whatever happened, he couldn't let the king on his back again. This time, he was prepared to send a blast of fire. Better to burn a yokai than have scales ripped off his shoulders. Tengu let out a terrible screeching roar. His fury rippled ahead of him like a shockwave from an explosion. When Hal felt it, he almost curled into a ball with fright. No wonder the Oni bowed to the soft-spoken little king. He wasn't so demure after all. Hal waited, eyeballing the winged man's rapid approach. More flying beasts came in from both sides, all of them zeroed in on Hal. As Tengu spread his wings wide and landed, Hal did the only thing he could do to survive such an onslaught of attacking yokai, reverted to human form, and slid through a gap in the roof. Heavy feet thudded down above as he rolled on the floor of the attic and got up. He ducked between rafters, stumbling the length of the attic in near darkness. The noise of his attackers was tremendous, all of them roaring and tearing into the roof, ripping it open so they could break in the same way he had. Hal was getting ready to transform again and smash through into the hallway below when he found a hatch. He pulled it open and dropped, landing on the same chunks of stone he'd stomped over earlier. Just for a second, he picked one up, a slab as big as a dinner plate, but as thick as his arm. It felt heavy, and it looked like stone. Yet, how could it be? Despite the noise from above, he had to know. He put it down and breathed fire, a neat trick he enjoyed, though he had to be careful to avoid a heated kickback to his delicate human face. The chunk of stone turned black, at which point he shut off the flames and watched it for a few seconds more. It continued burning. He breathed on it again, superheating the slab. The fire ate into the edges of the stone. Definitely wood, he muttered with satisfaction. His eyes and his sense of touch still deceived him, but it crackled like a log in the hearth and smelled like smoking wood. And he knew for a fact stone didn't burn. The noise above grew louder, a series of crashes that made him jump up in alarm. He ran for the stairs and tore down them. When he reached the bottom, he jerked to a halt as a couple of red-skinned Oni brutes hurried past in the wide corridor. Then another. Hal peered out of the stairwell and watched them disappear around a corner. The place was deserted, at least for now. He dashed across the hall, feeling exposed and expecting a mob of Oni or weird yokai to jump out at him. He hid behind a pillar as thick as a tree trunk, then did a double take, suddenly distracted. "Oh, it probably is a tree trunk," he muttered, patting the cold surface and peering up at it. It looked so stone-like, but when he laid his palm on the surface and focused on it hard enough, he thought it felt rough, exactly as a tree would feel with the bark stripped off. Similar columns stood all along the corridor, holding up the building. How many trees had it taken to construct the walls, floors, and rafters? All that rough-hewn lumber. For all he knew, they'd used half a forest in the Citadel alone. Focus, he thought. Quietly, he made his way to the rear entrance. The door stood open. A racket on the staircase he'd just come down told him the yokai were close, probably with the king leading the charge. The roars of anger suggested they were done with polite persuasion. Risking a glance outside, Hal expected to find Oni guarding the building. He prepared to dart through the doorway and transform. Instead, he stared in amazement. Chapter 18. Yield or Die. Hal stood rooted to the spot in the doorway, open-mouthed and gawking at the sight of his friends and all the goblins waiting for him. Fenton, in his huge lizard form, menaced 3 Oni, who writhed helplessly on the ground, covered in a thick, fast-drying, glue-like substance. Thomas crouched over them too, baring his manticore teeth and dangling his stinger dangerously close to their faces. Emily slithered casually around the group, swaying from side to side as she moved. Her dress hung loosely about her serpentine torso. The moonlight glinted off her long, thick snake tail. Dewey the centaur clip-clopped anxiously, unable to keep still as he kept a lookout for more Oni. Robbie and Lauren were there too, an ogre covered in dirt, hunkering low with a white-feathered, yellow-eyed harpy at his side. Darcy fuzzed in and out, still in her wood-nymph dryad form, though invisible most of the time. All his friends together again, except no Abigail. As startling as it might be to find the shapeshifters right outside the back door of the Citadel, it was the 24 goblins that surprised Hal the most. He could only stare in amazement, trying and failing to get a few words out. "Kid's had the brains knocked out of his head," Blacknail commented. "Kid had no brains to start with," another retorted. "Quit standing around, Hal," Emily said, glancing over at him. "We need to move." Behind him, shouts came from the hallway. The king and his angry mob would be here in seconds. "On my back," Hal urged, hurrying out to find a clear space to transform. "No, Hal," Darcy said, appearing in front of him. "There's too many of us to climb on, and too many of them in the sky." "They're not in the sky right now," Hal wanted to argue. "The flyers are behind me in the hallway." But he didn't know if that was accurate. What if there were more? And she was right. His friends and 24 heavy goblins were too much weight. Emily headed out, slithering around the side of the building. As Dewey went after her, he paused long enough for Darcy to mount. Robbie lurched after them, then Lauren, then Fenton, and Thomas. "Where are we going?" Hal called after them. Nobody answered him, and he had no choice but to run and catch up. Seconds later, a commotion behind him suggested the king and his followers had burst out of the open doorway. It took only a moment for them to shout and give chase. Leaving the shadows of the Citadel behind, the shapeshifters and goblins started down the grassy slopes, ignoring the gentle, curving path and cutting straight across the field toward the cliff steps. Hal kept glancing back, growing more and more frantic at the sight of Oni amassing from all directions, a stream of angry blue and red-skinned brutes alongside a menagerie of weird beasts. Some of those creatures scampered, others charged on 4 legs, while a few soared high and swooped. Hal wanted to stop and transform. He could breathe fire, warn the monsters off, and give his friends a head start. But he didn't want to leave them so soon after being reunited. "Where's Abby?" He had to assume she was fine, just busy elsewhere. King Tengu tore toward him. He was flanked by the airborne serpent Itsu Made, along with a white hound with eagle wings, and something that looked like a giant otter that wasn't so much flying as leaping, huge bounds that carried it hundreds of yards in a graceful arc. "Keep going!" Hal shouted ahead. "I'll hold him off!" His friends were too preoccupied with navigating the grassy hill to answer, and the goblins were too out of breath. He stopped, spun around, and transformed. King Tengu swooped down with a ferocious screech, the other flying yokai right behind. A small army pounded down the hill toward him as well. Hal breathed fire, turning his head from side to side and sweeping his flames all around. Tengu veered off with a yell, but the leaping otter creature had no way to change direction and ended up plunging through the inferno with flames licking off his fur. Rather than stop and be an easy target, it leapt again, straight over Hal's head, gone in an instant. On the ground, the stampeding army fanned outward to come at him from the sides. Still backing awkwardly down the hill, Hal stumbled across the pathway that led to the cliff steps. He stuck to that path as he breathed more fire, daring anyone to come close. King Tengu stayed just out of range, hovering with a terrible scowl on his face. The winged serpent and some of the other flying yokai abandoned Hal and flew straight overhead, targeting Hal's friends. "They can handle this," he told himself. Something ghastly floated toward him, an angry-faced human head about 4 times the normal size, flames sprouting from its hair. What the heck? The nightmarish creature dive-bombed him, and Hal automatically blasted it with flames, but his were no different than those already leaping off the creature's hair, and the oversized face only grew angrier, like it might be about to spit fireballs. Luckily, it seemed the bizarre yokai had no superpowers other than floating around, and Hal quickly turned his attention elsewhere. An ethereal human woman cruised about in the night sky, and Hal thought she might be a phantom yokai with no host body. But no, she was real, or as real as a ghostly banshee spectre could be. A rather large, furry animal hopped out of the grass and stopped before him. Hal kept backing up, and the creature followed. It opened its mouth wide and spewed a black cloud in a cacophony of fluttering wings and high-pitched shrieks. Hal found himself besieged by hundreds of small bats. He kept blasting fire, but there were too many of the critters. He roared as they engulfed his face, clung to his snout, and covered his eyes with their little wings. Temporarily blinded by the mass of squirming bodies, he scraped at them and shook his head, blinking furiously, catching strobe-like glimpses of Tengu and the rest of the yokai as they took the opportunity to charge. He had no choice but to spring off the ground and fly away with a savage roar. The bats dispersed, But almost immediately afterward, he felt a weight on the tip of his tail. Tengu hung on with mighty arms, his red wings fluttering loosely. "Yield!" the king shouted. "You are outnumbered!" Hal bent his neck to peer upside down along his belly to the tip of his tail. He drew a breath and released a long stream of fire, aiming as carefully as he could at his own tail. He was pretty resilient to flames, and he barely felt a thing. But Tengu screamed and fell away, writhing and spinning in a billowing funnel of black smoke. Halfway down the dangerous cliff steps, Dewey and Darcy raced ahead with Emily right behind, while the rest were busy being attacked by the winged serpent and other monsters. Fenton tried to blast them with a jet of sticky water, and Thomas carelessly swung his tail about, shooting off poison-tipped quills. Robbie towered over them all, twisting and hopping about dangerously close to the perilous drop-off at the edge of the steps. He waved his arms in the air, daring a foolish yokai to approach. Behind the shapeshifters, the goblins crowded together with their swords drawn. Hal threw himself into the battle, thudding down on the steps right behind the goblins and lighting up the air with another stream of fire. The winged serpent shot away, apparently remembering the last time it had caught a light. "We can't keep this up," Hal thought, as his friends and the goblins resumed their frantic descent. "How are we supposed to make an escape on the turtle? They'll come after us." By the time the group had reached the bottom of the steps, the army of Oni were already thundering down after them, and more flyers were gathering above. They might be wary of Hal's fearsome fire at the moment, but he couldn't keep that up all night, and they knew it. Where were his friends going anyway? It seemed Emily had taken charge, but instead of heading for the turtle, she turned toward the village. Hal almost let out a roar of protest. "This is nuts!" He refrained, realizing this was for the best. Riding the turtle away from Haven would be a slow affair and had to be done while nobody was looking, if that were even possible anymore. At the moment, everybody was looking. Leading the chase away from Abigail and the turtle made sense. But where to now? What could they possibly do next? Hal half-hopped, half flew behind his friends. He heard Thomas questioning Emily rather rudely about her directionless scheme as he passed her with his scorpion tail bouncing. "We'll figure it out," Darcy said from Dewey's back. There was no plan, just a mad dash. More Oni appeared ahead, emerging from the village to cut off the escaping humans and goblins, what they saw as valuable hosts and useful miners. Lauren swooped in and screamed something to Emily, who immediately veered left toward the nearest building, a fair-sized town hall of some sort. Everyone followed, even though nothing in the world would keep the Oni from racing in after them, especially as the walls were much flimsier than they looked. The escape led to a dead end, but Hal had an idea, just a random stab in the dark, a desperate notion that caused him to leap into the air again. He snarled and went after whatever flying creatures strayed close, snapping at them with vicious intent. He went around and around, darting from one to the other and making it clear they were in serious danger of being snatched from the air and bitten in two. Then they flew off to a safe distance. That left the ground troops. Seeing the shapeshifters and goblins disappearing into the isolated building excited the pursuing Oni. They cheered and hollered, some of them picking up speed, while others slowed to a satisfied walk. Hal could almost hear their thoughts. They presumed their hosts were well and truly trapped, and they were. As the converging armies spread out to encircle the hall, Hal desperately scoured the night sky for the king. Where was he? Surely he hadn't taken himself out of the battle. The king seemed far too tough to let a few burns stop him. Just then, a glowing white fox darted between numerous legs. Kitsune trotted eagerly toward the town hall, leaving many of the Oni behind. Hal swooped down. He had one eye on the large entrance door, which his friends and the goblins had disappeared into, and another eye on the Oni and the many varying forms of yokai that took up position around the building. He had a third eye on the white fox and a fourth on where he was landing. He thudded down with all four legs surrounding Kitsune. She jerked to a halt, yapped, and darted forward to escape, but he battered her sideways, and that knocked her out cold. As a war cry filled the air and furious red-skinned Oni charged at him, he scooped up the fox and took off. Hal didn't go far. It was time to make a stand with his friends. He hopped and flapped toward the building, tossed the fox in through the open doorway, and reverted to human form at the very last second. He had a glimpse of a startled Fenton ready to shut the door, and then he stumbled past, tripping on something in the gloom and falling flat on his face. The door slammed behind him. He swung around to see Fenton looking for a lock or a bolt or even a heavy timber beam to slide across. But there was nothing. A second later, a dozen or so Oni thudded against the door. It burst open, and they surged inside. "Stop!" Emily screamed. Hal realized then that the thing he'd tripped on in the gloom was the white fox, only just visible in the moonlight from the entrance. Emily leaned over Kitsune with her serpentine coils wrapped tightly around the limp, white-furred body. Thomas pounced into position with his stinger poised. "I dare you to come any closer," he yelled. A silence fell. It took a few moments for the message to spread throughout the Oni ranks, but those in front, standing in the doorway with thunder written across their faces, stood rooted to the spot, breathing hard and glaring in anger. "Let her go," the nearest one snarled, drawing his sword. Hal judged him to be the very biggest Oni of the lot, with tusks the size of a wild boar's and horns that jutted high from his forehead. Robbie shuffled toward him, uttering a low, warning growl. Emily squeezed harder, and Hal thought he could hear the sound of the fox's ribcage creaking and cracking. "Get out of here," the Naga hissed at the Oni, "or I'll keep squeezing until she pops." Hal found his voice. He climbed to his feet, saying, "You promised us until morning. It isn't morning yet." "We promised nothing," the huge Oni growled. "Your king did," Hal stated. "Itsumade told me. Ask her, or him, if he's still alive. I burnt him pretty bad. You'd better go look for him, because if you break an agreement, that will dishonor your leader." He was aware of puzzled frowns from some of his friends, because they hadn't been there to hear Itsumade's warning. "I think you're squeezing too tight," Thomas told Emily in his curiously high-pitched, fluty voice. He was peering closely at the fox. "She's not breathing." This evoked a gasp from the Oni crowded in the doorway. A few of them took a step back. Others tightened their grips on the swords and advanced further. "That's a shame," Emily said loudly. "Such a pretty fox. But I guess she's not important enough to save." "Well, I'll sting her then," Thomas added in a flippant tone. "No point drawing it out." He arched his tail high overhead and allowed a drop of yellow venom to ooze out. "Watch out, Em. She'll be dead in seconds." "Stop!" the huge Oni yelled. He spun around and held up a hand. Swords lowered, and several of the group backed away. A sea of wide eyes glared at Emily and Thomas. "If you kill our Kitsune—" "Get out!" Emily yelled. Thomas brought his stinger down to touch the fox's cheek. Finally, the Oni yielded and edged outside. As the last one cleared the way, his hulking size filling the entrance, Robbie stepped in and slammed the door so hard the walls rattled. Everything went black. "Anyone got a light?" Darcy said in a wavering voice. The silence continued both inside the hall and out. In the darkness, goblins started muttering and shuffling about, and finally Blacknail said, "Where's Dragon Boy?" Light this for us." A blast of fire at a sacrificial chair set it ablaze. Then it was easier to find a few lamps dotted around the place, and once those were lit, the chair could be left alone to burn on the flagstone floor. The smoke drifted off into the ceiling. The wooden ceiling, Hal reminded himself, and the wooden walls. Is the floor wood too? We need to be careful with fire in here. With a long, ragged breath, Emily eased off the fox. Darcy dropped to her knees. Lauren's wings sagged. Dewey finally quit clip-clopping about the place. Fenton wiped his mouth and chin, which were dripping with his foul-smelling stomach water. Hal hurried over to Kitsune to check on her. She was breathing just fine, and probably had been before, despite Emily's powerful grip. He smiled up at her and Thomas. "Nice work, guys. Now we have a standoff. That'll give us time to think." Emily lowered her face to meet his. "Who is this?" she whispered. "Is she important?" "Very. Her name's Kitsune." Thomas raised a skeptical eyebrow. "So not just some random critter you picked up on the way in?" Hal shook his head. "She's about as important as the king, maybe more. She's the one who holds this island together. Without her—" "What?" Fenton prompted. He'd quietly reverted to human form sometime in the last few seconds. "What happens without her?" "Well, I guess the illusion breaks." Hal gestured around him. In the soft light, he saw one huge room with dozens of rather large wooden chairs stacked against one wall and a raised platform at the far end. It really did seem like some kind of town hall. Everything you see, these solid stone walls, the tiled floor, the fancy windows, those tapestries hanging in the corner, it'll all fade away, and we'll see the place as it really is. "Which is?" Darcy piped up. Hal turned to look at her. "A barn? Thin wood walls, a rough dirt floor, filthy cracked glass, probably dusty old rugs." Nobody said anything. Hal could tell they didn't fully understand. The Oni milled about outside the door and the windows. Hal imagined the whole of Haven had turned out to cluster around the building. There had to be 70 Oni pressed up against the stone walls. No, the wood walls. What if they surged against the flimsy framework? But they could just as easily break through the door any time they liked. They didn't, because they valued the life of the white fox. It was indeed a standoff. For now. "So now what?" Dewey asked. He trotted forward with dull footfalls, quite unlike the clatter of hooves on a tiled floor. It was more like the sound of walking on hard-packed dirt. "We're trapped in here," the majestic yet timid centaur went on. He glanced from one end of the hall to the other. "How long are we planning to stay? Because the Oni will be waiting for us outside. We'll never get out of here." "We have a hostage," Fenton retorted. Thomas grinned. "Yeah, a cute white fox?" Someone outside slammed a fist against the door. Others stuck their faces to the windows and glared in. "I think they can hear us," Emily whispered. "Gather round. We need to talk quietly." She looked across at the goblins, who stood in small groups, shrouded in shadows like statues in a graveyard. "Come join us, goblins." "You ain't the boss of us, young miss," one growled. "You're dead wrong, Knotface," Blacknail countered. "Lady Simone says they are." The discussion heated up. "Not when our lives are on the line." "Especially when our lives are on the line." "Yeah, they're shapeshifters. They can do stuff we can't. One or two are pretty smart. Best listen." "Ain't listening to nothing with that lot outside banging on the windows." Emily huffed with impatience. "Fine. Just stay out of our way and be quiet." Most of the shapeshifters reverted to human form and sank to the floor in a circle near the burning chair. Thomas, as usual, remained a manticore, standing guard over the fox, who lay still in the middle, where they could all eye her in wonder. Hal knew exactly what they were all thinking. How could a small white fox be so powerful? Why does it have so many tails? Fenton wondered aloud. That's what I was thinking, Lauren muttered. Pretty, though. Robbie squinted. Is it glowing? I kind of want to take it home and keep it as a pet, Darcy added. Hal sighed. Well, maybe they weren't all thinking alike. Em, how did you rescue the goblins? It wasn't her, Darcy interjected, sounding indignant. Honestly, Hal, sometimes you can be so dense. You seriously didn't know I was there in the mines with you? He looked at her blankly, then mentally kicked himself. Oh, yeah, I guess I did. I totally forgot. You nudged me and said something. I told you to leave. I got there first and was about to free the goblins with the key I found hanging on the wall when you came stamping along the tunnel in plain sight of anyone who might want to, oh, I don't know, lay an ambush? She rolled her eyes and grinned. So while you were messing about trying to break the chains, I went along the tunnel to see if anyone had followed. And yep, sure enough, the king was right there with a bunch of others, listening to everything and cutting off your escape. So basically, you led the Oni straight to us. Hal swallowed. She shrugged. All I could do was wait for you to go off with the king. Then the coast was clear. I unlocked the chains and led the goblins outside. Despite feeling like a fool, Hal was glad he'd at least distracted the king and led the Oni away. They'd sprung their trap and caught themselves a shapeshifter, not realizing another loitered under their noses. But what about me? He said, putting on a shocked tone. You let me get caught. She smiled a little sheepishly. I knew you'd escape somehow. I figured it was just a matter of time before you lost your temper and started burning the place down. Robbie snickered. Fenton gave him a friendly nudge. At least he was busy doing something, Beanpole. What have you been doing? Playing in the dirt? Yes, Robbie. Why are you so dirty? Emily asked, sounding a bit like a schoolteacher scolding a student. Hold on, Hal interrupted. Before we get to that, Em, how did you get free? You, Fenton, and Thomas? I mean, if Darcy was busy rescuing goblins, then who— Lauren gave a little cough. That would be me. And me, Dewey protested. Well, us, then. But it was me who found the trapdoor in the ground. Dewey's eyebrows shot up. Only because I walked over it with my hooves, and it sounded different than walking on the stone. Oh, stop arguing, Thomas complained, and keep your voices down. We were in a nasty little cellar, Emily said, placing a hand on Lauren's arm before she could retort. We were all upstairs in those flimsy rooms, but after they took Lauren and Dewey away, they moved the rest of us to the cellar, a dark room with one exit, a trapdoor over our heads. Lauren gave Emily's hand a return pat and looked around the circle. Yeah, Dewey and me were taken to the cages to be honored by the yokai, except Hal and Abigail showed up and got us out. Abigail dropped through the mist with Dewey, and I followed, but Hal went off up the tunnel and got himself in trouble as usual. Hey. But anyway, she said, looking directly at Hal now, I caught up with Abby, who was struggling with Dewey just like you guessed, and I took over and got him out of that horrible place before the giant skeleton came after us. And where's Abby now? Hal urged, finally able to ask. Back with the turtle. Lauren's eyes shone as she lowered her voice further and leaned forward. She said it's ready to launch. She's just waiting for us, but she said it'll be a slow ride, so she might sneak away early. All we have to do is catch up. They all pondered her words. A slow ride. This was exactly as Hal had guessed. He hadn't considered getting a head start, though. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. That could work. When's she leaving? We need to hang on here until she's clear, and then— I don't know, skedaddle? Fenton snorted. There it is, gang. That's Hal's new plan. We just need to skedaddle. So we open that big door over there, march outside to where the Oni are waiting, and we just— skedaddle. Brilliant. Everyone chortled and even Hal had to smile. Despite the arguments, or maybe because of them, it was good to be back with his friends, but he missed Abigail terribly. He glanced across at Robbie, then at Darcy. "Have you told them what we did?" They shook their heads in unison. "Haven't had much time to sit and chat until now," Robbie pointed out. "I can tell 'em now, though." As everyone faced him, he drew a breath. "So, while Darcy turned invisible and snuck off, and Hal went into fire-breathing dragon attack mode, I stuck around the cemetery." "Playing in the dirt," Fenton muttered. "Well, not exactly. I was busy." And just then, the white fox woke with a groan. Chapter 19. The White Fox. Kitsune sat up and looked calmly around the circle of faces. Thomas, still in manticore form, put on his most menacing blue-eyed glare. She dipped her head to chew on something caught between her toes, then shook herself, licked her lips, and stood up. Her multiple tails spread wide, and Hal counted 8 this time. No, 9. She was a beautiful creature, especially with the way her white fur glowed in the relative darkness and cast a pale light over the faces of everyone present. But then she ruined the effect by morphing into her human form. As pretty as she was, she lacked the magic and wonder of the pure white fox. The ring of shapeshifters oohed and ahed as she changed. The woman's silky robe appeared as if by magic, and Hal wondered again if she wore smart clothes or just conjured the illusion out of thin air. "This," Hal said when she was finished morphing, "is the real Kitsune." He frowned. "I think." They all looked her up and down. Kitsune stood in the middle of the circle, hands clasped in front, her cream-colored robe hanging almost to her bare feet, and her black hair plastered across her shoulders. "She doesn't look very powerful," Fenton muttered. "She's the reason everything is so perfect in Haven. Without her—" Thomas bared his 3 rows of needle teeth, then said, "So she's our ticket out of here. We can take her with us when we—" "Shh," Emily hissed. She put a finger to her lips. Hal had to agree. They probably shouldn't have talked so openly while she'd been unconscious, in case she wasn't in fact unconscious. But now that she stood there alert and listening, they needed to keep their plans under wraps. Until then, they just had to guard her. Blacknail and some fellow goblins moved in to take care of that duty. A dozen of them muscled closer and scowled. "You try anything, miss, and—" She grinned suddenly. "Like this?" For a second, Hal thought she was dissolving into a congealed, inky glob. But she quickly took on the form of the hideous monster he'd seen earlier, part bovine, part bug, with thick insect legs, a misshapen body, protruding rib cage, and a flattened cow's head, complete with horns. The black body hair added to its ghoulish appearance. Many of the goblins took a step back, letting out grunts of disgust. Hal heard quite a few cries and whimpers from his friends, especially Lauren and Dewey. Kitsune opened her mouth and emitted a mournful howl, not exactly the moo Hal was expecting. The sound roused the crowd outside the barn into banging on the walls and door with the flats of their hands. Some pounded on the window so hard the glass cracked. They could smash their way in if they wanted. But they held back. Kitsune stopped howling, stretched her head forward, and exhaled. A green gas escaped, billowing in the faces of 3 goblins standing before her. They coughed and gagged and dropped to their knees, clutching their throats. "Stop her!" Blacknail roared. Thomas pounced on her back, digging his claws in and leaning forward so his tail could dangle directly in her face. She stopped dead, her bovine eyes rotating to focus on the stinger. Her insect legs, thick though they were, couldn't hold the weight of her and the manticore, and she slowly sank to the floor. She morphed again. Her hair turned a deep red. 2 of the insect legs melted away, while the other 4 thickened and developed paws. She grew a mane and the head of a lion, and out of the hindquarters a scorpion tail appeared, curling up to entwine with Thomas's. Hal stared in amazement. 2 manticores. Kitsune differed only in the face. She retained her own human features, though her small mouth widened to reveal the same needle teeth as Thomas sported. He yelled and flung himself off her, but his tail caught and yanked him back. She screeched with laughter. Everyone, shapeshifters and goblins, retreated. "What have you brought in here, Hal?" Darcy whispered. Hal had no words. He knew Kitsune could shapeshift, but this was ridiculous. The yokai spun around to face them, flicking her stinger about. "I like this form. I approve. What else can I mimic? Show me what you are so I may see." Her gaze fell on Hal, and he had a terrible moment of fear. No way. Could she mimic his dragon form, too? She narrowed her eyes and grinned. "Ah, yes, being a dragon would be nice." A goblin rushed in and clobbered her on the back of the head with a meaty fist. She staggered, and then 2 more joined the fight and punched her so hard she went down in a flurry of limbs and startled cries. Thomas leapt closer again, and as he aimed his tail at her, the goblins jumped away. Quills shot out and struck her in the neck. Kitsune tried to roll onto her belly and climb up, but she swayed and groaned. Her manticore form blurred and warped, and suddenly she was a partial goblin, and then Hal, and then a white-furred fox with insect legs, and just for a split second a blue-skinned Oni form appeared. Finally, she slumped to the floor as a robed human woman, limp and drooling, her gaze rolling from side to side. The relief in the barn was palpable. Shapeshifters and goblins alike let out long breaths, muttering, "What the heck just happened?" and "Never want to see that again." Hal swallowed. "So, you can see why she's important. The others have 2 forms only, but Kitsune can be anything she wants. And, well, like I said, she—" He glanced sideways, noticing something odd. A multitude of gaps silently appeared in the walls, letting shafts of moonlight through. She controls how things look?" Emily finished for him, turning in a circle. "I'd say her concentration is slipping." They all watched, fascinated, as the majestic hall revealed itself for what it was, a simple timber-framed structure braced with sturdy branches and woven with endless twigs. The stonework was gone. The tiled floor gave way to compact dirt. The velvety red drapes hanging in the corner were exactly as Hal imagined, long, dusty, dreary, ragged blankets. Outside, the Oni surrounded the building, the flickering light from several flaming torches and lamps now visible. As the illusion dropped away, they glanced at each other first, then edged forward to peer through the multitude of gaps. It was hard to tell in the darkness, but Hal thought their clothes had lost their splendor too. The warriors had looked regal and magnificent before. Now they were like ragamuffins, nothing but tattered, filthy rags hanging from their giant frames. Hal checked on Kitsune. She was still alive, just woozy from Thomas's poison-tipped quills. And the punches probably hadn't helped. Her own silky robe was lackluster and threadbare. He was still curious, though. An illusion to beautify everything was understandable, but how had the material survived her weird transformations? He bent forward, took hold of the robe's hem, and strained to tear it. Seeing what he was doing, Blacknail squatted next to him and withdrew a knife. "Hold it still," he growled, and jabbed the point into the taut fabric. The blade punched a hole through, but as Blacknail pulled the knife away, the material knitted itself back together, slowly but surely, and not all the way, but enough to demonstrate they did indeed wear smart clothes like the shapeshifters from Carter. "Interesting," the goblin rumbled. "Yeah, fascinating," Thomas said with a sigh. "Look, what now? If she's losing her grip on the illusion, The Oni might think she's dead already. And then there won't be anything to stop them crashing in here, Dewey added, his voice wavering. And lynching us, Fenton finished. They were all correct, except about the lynching. They need us alive. Hal turned to find his friends staring at him. What? We're waiting for your plan, Fenton said. Emily spread her hands. How are we getting out of here? Yeah, we don't have long, Robbie added. The Oni agreed to give us until dawn. Well, that can't be far off. Hal looked around at his friends, then realized the goblins were waiting on him, too. He felt like saying out loud that it was the girls who'd made a beeline for the barn. It was their fault they were trapped in here right now. But he knew they'd done the only thing possible at the time, and he'd have done the same. Still, it was funny how everyone seemed to turn to him at times like this. You said you had a plan, Lauren prompted him. I did. Oh yeah, but I thought Robbie was going to tell you. Robbie shrugged. The plan has holes. I mean, what if it doesn't work? What if throwing... Darcy turned and hushed him fiercely. She pointed all around. These walls have ears. Literally. They really did. Oni crammed against the outside of the timber frame, with their faces pressed to the gaps, peering in. They were as good as in the room with them. Hal threw up his hands in exasperation. So you want me to tell you my plan, but you don't want me to tell you in case we're overheard. Just a clue would be nice, Emily said. You could whisper it to us, Dewey piped up. He reddened as everyone glanced at him. Emily brightened. That's a good idea. Hal, you whisper it to me, and Robbie can whisper it to someone else, and then we can all whisper it to the goblins. So, as she shoved her ear next to his face, Hal whispered that Robbie had tossed bones into the abyss. He explained how the giant skeleton attached the bones to its frame and grew a little bit each time, and that hopefully it had grown enough to reach up to the island and climb out. When he finished, Emily stared at him with a quizzical look. And that helps us how? He felt a little deflated. Well, I mean... In his head, the storming of the giant skeleton would throw the Oni into panic. There had to be a reason they'd stopped tossing their dead into the abyss and started burying them instead. But when Emily demanded to know exactly what he expected to happen and how it would assist in their escape, he came up short. She was right. This was yet another foolhardy, poorly developed plan in a long, sad line of lame plots. That didn't stop Robbie, though. He threw his arms about with glee as he whispered his own version of the idea to his rapt audience. Dewey, Fenton, and Thomas seemed quite taken by his vision. Meanwhile, Darcy quickly told Lauren. The two girls seemed nervous as they passed on the story to the first few goblins. Still feeling doubtful, Hal whispered in a few gnarly ears himself, helping to bring everyone up to speed. The stout fellows stood there unmoving for a while, their brows furrowed. Hal hung his head in shame. Well, Blacknail announced, we better be ready then. I imagine it'll get a bit hairy. They all nodded and muttered under their breath. To Hal's surprise, Emily patted him on the shoulder. Your plan is 100% better than mine. Oh? What's your plan? I don't have one. With nothing to do for the moment, they all settled down on the floor to wait. A few goblins pulled out some chairs, but found them a little too big for comfort. Hal closed his eyes and touched the floor. Hard dirt. How on earth had he seen and felt stone earlier? Kitsune's power didn't just cloak everything in a vision, it worked on their other senses too, touch, feel, smell. But some things could not be masked, like when he'd set fire to a chunk of so-called stone and watched it burn. Even so, the changes to the building astonished him. What did the rest of the island look like now that Kitsune's enchantment had slipped? Sky's brightening, Robbie announced. He stood by a window, peering straight past the snarling Oni to the horizon. What happens at dawn? Does the king say time's up before busting the door down? If he does, "This woman gets a full dose of manticore poison," Thomas said, loud enough for everyone outside to hear. He stood over her motionless form. A couple of the goblins had found something to bind her wrists and ankles. They kept guard over her, though with doubtful expressions on their scowling faces. What if Kitsune morphed into the fox again? She'd slip free. So they wrapped an additional rope around her waist and secured it to a support post. But again, what if she slipped out of that too? As tense as it was in the barn, boredom managed to set in as well. They all sat cross-legged in the middle of the cold, hard dirt floor, watching the sky brighten through the gaps in the stick-woven walls. Hal sighed and lay back. He'd been up all night, and becoming still allowed his exhaustion to catch up with him. "I need a nap," he muttered. Emily said, "Go ahead. We had one earlier, in the cellar. Close your eyes for a minute. We'll keep watch." Robbie lay back, too. Darcy said she was too jittery to even think about sleeping. The soft murmur of voices, coupled with pacing goblins and occasional grunted remarks, all blended into a low background noise as Hal dozed off. He felt like he had one ear open while his brain shut down, more of a restful state than actual sleep. "There you are," a girl's voice whispered. He frowned. "Huh? Don't jerk awake or anything. Just stay calm and sleepy." He froze. Was that Abby? Shh. Relax. Fighting the urge to jump up and yell her name, he controlled his breathing and waited for his heart to stop thumping. "Where are you?" "Very close." That gave him pause. He took a second to think it through. Was she in the barn with him? Or was she just in his head? "Don't wake up," she murmured. "I've been sitting here for ages listening for you, and finally you dropped off, just as the sun's coming up. But there's always more magic in the air at dawn, so that's okay." "Are you—" he started to ask, then paused. He couldn't figure out if he was speaking aloud or not. He didn't want the Oni to hear his ramblings. "Shh," Abigail said again. "You rest. I'll talk." He wished he could see her instead of just blackness. "So I got the turtle working," she went on, and giggled. "I sound like Blacknail tinkering with a giant machine. Anyway, it took ages. I got into the turtle's dreams really easily without any trouble, but it took a while to convince her to save us." An image flashed in Hal's mind. He couldn't decide if he was imagining it or receiving a fairy transmission. In any case, he was floating over the dearth, heading away from Haven. The ocean tumbled like a waterfall before him. When he approached, he rose just a little and glided into the water. It flowed around his body and felt wonderful, cool and wet on his dry skin. He plunged into a fog bank, cruising through the calm sea, happy to be away. "Minogame is old," Abigail whispered. "She's one of a handful that has never stopped living, never been in the void, always been the same ancient turtle ever since her people were cursed. King Tengu won't let her be part of the Haven community. He needs her out to sea, patrolling for ships, picking them up, and avoiding Koromodako if she can. Didn't quite get there in time for us, but she saved us anyway." Another vision faded in, this one of a storm, a ship being tossed on the waves, and the Kraken monster reaching for it. Hal assumed this was Blacknail's ship, until Koromodako wrapped it in monstrous tentacles and squeezed so hard the whole vessel cracked in two and began to sink. He blinked, mesmerized and horrified at the same time, as sailors, human sailors from hundreds of years ago, wrestled with lifeboats, then dove overboard when the monster attacked once more. Most of the wreckage sank, but Minogame swept underneath and caught much of it, lifting it to the surface along with dozens of men. She waited long enough for more to climb aboard, then set off for Haven. The Oni greeted the sailors with enthusiasm and treated them as guests, at least on the first day. On the second day, A group were honored, 2 at a time, while the rest of the crew ambled about the island, laughing and joking with the townsfolk, unaware of what was happening in the mines. Minogame viewed it all from her mooring, floating alongside the island as she always did. It saddened her to see her once proud people squabbling for a chance at a semblance of life. They were so caught up in Kitsune's perfect illusion that they'd lost all sense of dignity. The enchantment didn't work on Minogame. She saw exactly what the island and its inhabitants looked like. The ugly town full of twisted wooden frameworks, the dreary clothing, cheap baubles, shapeless ornaments. The vile food, the murky shallow streams the Oni drank from and swam in, the half-dead vegetation and tangled weeds, the rotten apples and peaches. Even the pathetic wooden swords the Oni swung in battle. Minogame had distanced herself from it all, opting to remain in the same form and dwell in the sea. And because turtles naturally lived for so long, the infusion of her yokai spirit had added many hundreds of years and increased her size beyond imagining. Not that she relished such longevity when her honor and pride were lost. She saw Gashadokuro in the night, Abigail told Hal. You fed him well, maybe too well. Minogame predicts that the end is near and she's ready to leave. Not to escape, but to... She trailed off and sighed. Just to leave. Hal could hardly believe it. So she's agreed to take us? We've already left. You just need to catch up, okay? Hal, listen. Minogame said the giant skeleton is out for blood. Not yours, but the Oni's. The thing is, he might not recognize the difference between you and the Oni, so you need to make sure... A tremendous crash and scream jerked Hal awake. He bolted upright, confused and disoriented. All his friends had jumped up, except Robbie, who looked just as confused as Hal. Goblins stampeded past, brandishing chair legs with pointed ends. Everyone faced the door, which stood wide open. "Hal, get up!" Emily shouted as she shifted into her Naga form. Robbie grew to full height. Thomas, as usual, leapt forward with his stinger, oozing yellow droplets of poison. Fenton lurched forward with a hiss. Dewey reared up, with forelegs flailing. Lauren spread her wings and crouched, and Darcy disappeared. Hal ran straight through the middle of them all to the front, where he came face to face with King Tengu, standing in the doorway with his hands on his hips. He was in his Oni form, small and reserved. It had to have been the giant Oni by his side who'd thrown the door open so hard. "It is sunrise," the king said softly. "Time to decide. Are you with us? Or not?" "Get lost!" Thomas shouted. An army of Oni stood in the dawn light behind Tengu, but just as many spread around the sides of the barn. Hal knew the woodstick building wouldn't hold them if they wanted to crash through the walls. "We still have Kitsune," he said boldly. "She's tied up back there." Hal," Lauren whispered from behind him. "If you try anything," he went on, "just one more step inside, she's dead." "Hal." Hal shut her out. He raised his voice. "Don't think we won't do it. We're not murderers, but if it's self-defense, then... And anyway, see these goblins? They wouldn't think twice about wringing her neck. She's gone, Hal. So let us go, or you won't see her again." An idea came to him. "In fact, we're going to walk straight out of here with her. You'll get her back when we're all safely away from this place." The king smiled. "And remind me, who exactly are you talking about?" Hal jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Kitsune." It was only then that he caught up with reality. He grit his teeth, swallowed, and sighed. "She's gone, isn't she?" he muttered. Lauren nodded. "I tried to tell you. Changed and slipped right out of the ropes." King Tengu laughed. He held up his sword, and to Hal's surprise, he saw it was indeed made of wood, just like in his fairy vision. The king stared at it, waiting with a smile on his face. The wood slowly turned into steel. The blade glinted in the dawn sunlight. Kitsune was up and about somewhere, getting her strength back. The king's smile broadened. "Doesn't mean it's real," Hal shouted, although in his heart he knew the Oni were probably strong enough to sever a limb even with a blunt piece of wood. King Tengu seemed to believe it too, judging by the way he fingered the enchanted blade with loving care. Around them, parts of the barn changed. Some of the walls started to knit together, the gaps fading and, inexplicably, throwing the interior back into darkness. Powerful magic indeed. "Something's happening," a goblin barked from the back end of the barn. At the same time, a shout went up outside. That shout turned into many shouts, then widespread panic. The king frowned and looked sideways as his Oni army began to surge away from the barn. "My king," the hulking Oni by his side rumbled. "I think—" "Gashadokuro is coming," another screeched. As the king backed away from the barn to see for himself what his army was yelling about, Robbie rushed forward and slammed the door shut in his face, then leaned against it with a huge grin. Hal realized everyone was staring at him again. "Hal," Darcy said, reappearing. "It's up to you now." "What?" he exclaimed. "What is?" "Flying us out of here." Blacknail clamped a hand on his shoulder. "Think you can do it, kid?" Chapter 20. Attack at Dawn. Peering through cracks in the wall at the far end of the barn, the shapeshifters and goblins let out startled cries at the sight of the monster from the abyss. The skeletal fingers that clutched the grassy edge of the island dug in so hard that clods of soil and turf exploded into the air. With a lurch, it reached up and over the grassy plain with its other hand, stretching for a grip farther inland, the movement slow and almost graceful. This caused its head and shoulders to rise into view. Hal had never seen anything like it. The sheer scale of the monster. Its head was no more than a misshapen lump with one gaping eye socket and a loose lower jaw. While the skull was unfinished, the spine it was attached to looked complete, with every vertebra perfectly shaped and intricately locked, flexing with the Titan's movement. The well-formed, gargantuan shoulders had to be as wide as the barn Hal and his friends cowered in. The huge collarbones were made up of 100 smaller ones. The rough and ready ribcage creaked, clacked, bent, and twisted in a surreal manner as the monster reached forward and pressed its weight against the cliff edge, struggling to climb up. Its fingers dug in deep, clawing at the earth and ripping great trenches in the fields. The Oni had broken into full-on panic. Some were angry, others frightened, but all moved as one, streaming away from the barn as the skeleton monster heaved itself halfway out of the abyss and lay on its chest, legs still hanging over the cliff. Hal couldn't imagine the strength such a climb required, but it was happening. The giant would be throwing its bony knee up in just a second, and then it would lurch onto its feet. "We have to move," Emily shouted. "We might be safer in here," Thomas countered. "Unless it happens to stamp on the barn," Darcy said. "We're right in its path if it's going after the Oni." Fenton hissed in agreement. That had been Hal's thought too. The barn literally stood between the skeleton and the rest of the village, and the village was where the Oni were headed. "Whose bright idea was this anyway?" Thomas complained. Emily backed away from the wall. "Hey, it got rid of the Oni. We just need to get out of here while it's still trying to climb up." Hal again shoved his face against one of the gaps in the door. He saw nobody outside. "Is it clear? Have all the Oni gone?" "Looks clear to me," Dewey confirmed from the wall at the far end where he galloped back and forth. "Except for the giant skeleton." "Nobody on this side!" Darcy shouted. A goblin grunted the same kind of answer from his vantage point. "They're all running." "Then let's go!" Knowing he had the full length of the barn between him and the monstrous skeleton, Hal wrenched the door open and dashed outside, ready to transform. The idea of carrying so many worried him, but he saw no other option unless he took some over to one of the nearby islands and then came back for... Something slammed into him from above, knocking the breath from his lungs and pinning him hard to the ground. He gasped like a stranded fish on his belly as whatever it was jammed its knees into his back and pressed a cold blade to his throat. Cold blade? Or a lump of wood? It feels pretty real. "Transform and you will die," the rumbling voice warned. It was King Tengu. "Hal!" one of the girls yelled. The king pressed the blade harder. "The slightest sign of a change will be the end of you. Sharp or not, I will plunge this sword deep into your throat far quicker than you can throw me off. Tell your friends to stay in the hall." I can't," he gasped, still struggling for breath. He couldn't even see them from where he lay. He heard their shouts, though, and the sound of approaching feet. "Stay back!" Tengu roared to them. "Or he dies!" Hal was sure the tip of the blade had penetrated his skin by now, or was he just imagining it? He kept absolutely still, convinced the king meant every syllable of his threat. "Back inside!" the king shouted. "All of you, back inside and close the door!" "But the skeleton," Lauren said, her voice sounding small and frightened. King Tengu laughed. "Oh yes, make no mistake, Gashadokuro is out for blood, or for bones anyway. You made sure of that by feeding him and letting him grow too tall. But he will not attack unless he sees you. Get inside the barn." "Oh, so you have our best interests at heart?" Hal thought, wincing at the pain of the knee jammed into his back. "After all this, you still need us alive." Hal grimaced at the terrifying sound of the skeleton struggling to climb up onto the island. It had to be difficult trying to find a foothold when the island floated in mid-air. It seemed to be managing, though, judging by the deep thuds and the clacking of thousands of bones as it dragged itself free of the abyss. The barn door shut with a pitiful bang. Hal imagined his friends and the goblins were all peering out to see what would happen next. He thought Kitsune would be hiding with them too, but she suddenly appeared in front of him, a small white fox with all her tails hanging low. "Kitsune!" Tengu gasped. "You should be inside. Please get to safety. Run!" The white fox stared down at Hal, then up at the king on his back, then higher still, her eyes widening. Tengu followed her gaze. "It is here! Kitsune! Go!" The fox turned and ran. Tengu grabbed Hal's collar and, keeping the sword to his throat, yanked him to his feet. They both spun around and had a moment to gape at the colossal skeleton before Tengu launched into the air and wrenched Hal with him. Seen from high above, Hal's perspective altered in a strange way. Now the monster struck him as a regular, normal-sized skeleton, while the barn and the nearby village were tiny, intricate models. But that brief illusion shattered at the sight of the fleeing Oni. "Look at what you have done!" Tengu roared in his ear. Hal hung limply, half strangled by his own shirt collar. He could feel the fabric ripping, except smart clothes couldn't rip, and if they did, they mended themselves straight away. So they had to be stretching and adapting to allow for the excessive tension on the silk. Either way, he dangled by threads, with a sword at his throat. "Gashadokuro is greedy," the king growled, hovering in place with his red-feathered wings, making a steady whump-whump-whump sound. "He always was. I banished him to the abyss long ago for that reason, and he continued to feast on the bones of sailors whose ships plunged over the falls before Minogame could catch them. Now there is no stopping him. He will take us all." The skeleton took his first step on the island. It was a huge stride, his bony foot arcing slowly through the air for what seemed like ages before thudding down halfway to the village and sinking deep into the dirt. The skeleton shifted his weight forward, and then the other foot lifted and began its graceful journey, finally crashing down and flattening several structures where some of the Oni had attempted to hide. Tengu sucked in a breath. "There is no hope!" With Gashadokuro clumsily shuffling about and demolishing homes and leaning down to reach for panicked crowds, Hal knew his vague plan to cause a distraction had worked. In spades. He had no desire to see the Oni reduced to ashes and sent back to the mist, but that outcome seemed most likely now. Astonished and morbidly fascinated, he could only watch as the skeleton bent low and swept his bony hand along a street, scooping up at least 5 or 6 of the blue-skinned ogre people. But almost as soon as they fell backward into the cupped hand, their flesh, skin, and clothing dissolved into dust, leaving only a collection of bones. With their hosts obliterated, the yokai phantoms floated for a second or two in confusion, and then shot away in a fuzzy trail of energy toward the nearest cliff edge, where they vanished into the dearth. A handful of bones wasn't enough to sate the skeleton's appetite, or maybe appetite had nothing to do with it. Gashadokuro dropped the booty and swept his hand around again, smashing through a small house and collecting up several more Oni on the way through. More dust, more bones. Still flapping and hovering, King Tengu threw his head back and howled. He was so caught up in anguish that the tip of his sword fell away from Hal's throat. Now's my chance, Hal thought. A quick change and I'm away. Yet he dithered. Despite everything, guilt gnawed at him. His head told him the yokai deserved everything they had coming, but did they? He watched the white fox dashing about just below, away from the carnage that beset the village and out onto the grassy plains. As she ran, more of the mass illusions slipped away, revealing simple stick buildings throughout the town and great swaths of ugly, harsh scrubland all the way up to the unkempt, overgrown hills. The wide, glittering rivers dwindled to shallow, murky streams. The waterfalls faded to nothing. The vibrant trees in the orchards sagged and wilted. Tengu's howls continued, while the skeleton demolished the village and turned dozens more Oni to dust. Their bones rattled to the ground, and their spirits rushed away in all directions, yanked down into the mist below the island. "I'm sorry," Hal muttered, shaking all over. "I never wanted—" Whether the king heard him or not, it was like he suddenly remembered the cause of the destruction and whipped the sword back into place against Hal's throat. He pressed hard. "Give me a reason why I should not dispatch you." Because you still need human hosts, Hal thought. But he said nothing, more concerned right now about the slowly stretching fabric around his collar. The king hovered well out of reach of the skeleton monster, but not quite high enough for a falling dragon to swoop safely away. Could his shirt tear? He saw his friends burst from the barn below, followed by the goblins. Lauren was in her harpy form. The rest had reverted back and now dashed around the barn toward the cliff, a line of nimble boys and girls followed by a longer line of stout, shambling goblins. Lauren flew straight at Hal, her eyes blazing yellow. "Stay back!" Hal shouted. She put on her most fearsome expression. "No way!" Her white wings were a blur, and she approached at a frightening speed. King Tengu yelled at her and shifted the blade, but Lauren never faltered. What did she hope to achieve? A harpy couldn't possibly take on such a strong, muscle-bound brute, especially one so angry and determined with very little to lose. Hal did the only thing he could think of to prevent her, and Tengu getting tangled in an airborne fight she couldn't win. He turned his head and let out a blast of fire, catching the king's sword arm and causing him to screech and let go. He didn't just let go of the sword, he let go of Hal's collar too. Suddenly in freefall, Hal had a split second of terror as he realized without a doubt that he was too low to transform in time, yet plenty high enough to smack down and die. But Lauren altered her course just a tiny bit and slammed into him, throwing her arms around his torso and gripping hard as they spun away. Hal caught a glimpse of Tengu's red wings and puffs of black smoke as Lauren rushed back to the ground for a controlled landing. The king released another howl. "Your turn," Lauren said, letting go as soon as his feet touched the ground. "I'll fly myself out of here, but you still have a lot of weight to carry. Can you do it?" Hal swallowed. "I don't know. If I had more time." He transformed and, following Lauren, flew over the top of the barn toward the cliff where his friends waited. If only the turtles still floated there, but King Tengu would never let them sail calmly away on the back of one of his own people. With Lauren standing to one side, the rest of the shapeshifters and 24 goblins clambered aboard. There's no way, he thought, as he started to feel their combined weight. Even if he could fly, how much room would they have? He twisted around to look and caught a glimpse of goblins securing positions along the upper half of his tail and balancing on his flanks. He felt weight on his head and across his shoulders. Carrying all of his friends was easily doable. He'd done it before. But 24 goblins as well? He already knew each was as heavy and immovable as a boulder. In the distance, the skeleton's thunderous footfalls continued as it stamped through the town. The Oni still yelled and screamed, but the number of voices was rapidly dwindling. "Go!" Robbie shouted. "We're all on!" Hal flapped his wings. He lifted up onto his hind legs, mindful of the warning shouts from one passenger to another. Praying none of them fell off, he threw himself into the air and slammed straight back down on the cliff edge. "We have to go!" Emily screamed. "The skeleton is coming!" Hal heard and felt the tremendous thuds the moment she warned him. He twisted around to see the giant already back at the barn, a towering Goliath that shook the very foundation of the island. Not that it had a foundation. Taking a deep breath, Hal pitched forward off the cliff, spreading his wings wide as he did so. Normally, gliding out of a fall was easy when he had enough altitude. This time, his wings barely worked. He angled them various ways, feeling the familiar drag of the wind, but not sensing much of a difference in his descent. And even when he got something right and leveled off a tiny bit, he was already into the dreaded layer of mist and flying blind. Ignoring the screams of terror from his back, he focused on overcoming the sheer weight he carried. Lauren flew alongside, yelling at him to pull up, like he hadn't thought of that already. He ground his fangs and flapped as hard as he could, feeling the strain. The mist cleared slightly, but that wasn't a good thing. It meant he'd dropped to the very bottom of the abyss, just a rooftop's height from crashing down. Would that be so bad? He wondered idly as the floor of the abyss stretched ahead. He had plenty of room. I can land safely, take some of the passengers to another floating island, then come back for the others. I can make a few trips, no sweat. The skeleton won't catch us down here. "Hal, you can land!" Lauren shouted to him, apparently having the same idea. "Just get everyone down safely and—" Then she screamed and veered away. Hal glanced sideways. What? To his horror, he spotted a stream of phantoms dive-bombing her from the layer of mist above. She twisted and spun away, zigzagging wildly. Hal knew then it wasn't safe down here anymore. The yokai were riled up. They wanted hosts, ceremony or not, and regardless of honor. Heck, they might settle for 24 goblins if they were desperate enough. They came after him seconds later, nightmarish, wide-eyed faces lunging at him, their wispy bodies stretched long and trailing behind. The yells and shouts from his back told him the phantoms were close, too close. He beat his wings harder than he'd ever beat them before, concentrating only on speed. The phantoms matched his pace. He dropped a few yards to get out of range, knowing his wingtips brushed the ground on every downsweep. The club end of his tail scraped the dirt and caused drag, and he angrily lifted it and flapped harder still, wondering how much it would hurt if he ended up crashing down and sliding on his belly. Not today. With phantoms descending from the mist all around, hungrily reaching for his friends but just out of range, he roared and angled sharply upward, straight into the danger zone. For a second, his passengers fell silent, clinging on for dear life and ducking their heads to avoid being taken over by dozens of phantom yokai. Then he shot out the top of the mist and into clear daylight. Phantoms came with him, rising like dolphins from the ocean and dropping away as others took their place. Hal continued his manic roaring. The angry, panicked, adrenaline-fueled release gave him just enough of a boost to take him up above sea level. But now he was far away from the nearest island. Circling would drain him. He had to keep moving, up and up, while he had momentum, climbing steadily, no longer roaring but panting, his muscles tiring. He couldn't keep this going for much longer. Worse, the sea lay directly ahead. He'd reached the perimeter where the ocean cascaded and a wall of fog rose high. He hurled himself into the pale grayness without pause, still beating his wings, rising little by little. When he emerged from the fog bank on the other side, he found calm water below. But there was nothing ahead, nothing but flat, empty ocean. He'd come out on the wrong side of the circle. He finally quit flapping. He couldn't do it anymore. He positioned his wings for gliding and banked around to the left. He figured Abigail and the turtle had to be around that way somewhere. If the circle were a clock, and she'd headed toward the 12, he'd ended up nearer the 3 or 4. He just had to glide around the outside of the fog bank until he found her. "Don't stop, Hal!" Lauren shouted from above. He'd forgotten all about her. He refrained from seeking her out. Doing so would break his concentration and accelerate his descent. He gave a gentle beat of his wings to acknowledge her, and to show that he was thoroughly pooped. The sea rushed by faster and faster as he cut through the air. He watched his shadow coming to meet him. Still banking gently left, he knew his wing on that side would slice through the water first, and he prepared for a crash landing. Ordinarily, he wouldn't care one bit. He could take a dive without a problem. But all those passengers... They began to yell and scream, and he leveled off. "This is as far as I go," he thought grimly, as his tail dangled in the sea, then his rear feet, and then his belly. He sluiced through the water at an exhilarating pace, for him anyway. And then, when he sank low enough, he threw up his wings like a couple of sails to bring himself to a halt. He hadn't felt so tired in ages. He floated there, wings spread wide, neck stretched forward, enjoying the cool water and gently kicking his legs. On his back, a cheer went up. Mostly his friends, but the occasional grunt from a goblin as well. "Best ride ever," Fenton yelled. "I think I peed my pants," Dewey laughed. Emily was a little more controlled. "Hal, you outdid yourself. Nicely done." "Yeah," Robbie agreed. "Man, we came into land at 500 miles an hour. "Huh?" Thomas didn't seem as ecstatic. "Thought you would have made it a bit farther. What are we supposed to do now? Are we sinking?" Hal wasn't sinking, but he couldn't resist shrugging and dipping his body just a little more to get them all gasping at the feel of cold water sloshing up their bodies. Lauren came swooping in. "Look, guys!" She hovered above Hal's head, pointing back the way she'd come. Hal saw nothing but fog off to his left. Yet, when he squinted, he thought he saw Abigail. Or maybe not Abigail herself, but the giant turtle with Blacknail's ship perched at an angle atop its shell. The shallow dome and pointed structure were just a vague, fuzzy shape at first, looming out of the grayness. But it steadily emerged from the fog at much the same rate Hal paddled toward it, and the dull grey outlines slowly transformed into sharp, colourful focus as the fog thinned. Hal could sense the relief of his friends and the goblins, even though they said very little. As the turtle neared, he scoured its surface until he spotted her, a dark-haired human girl standing calmly on the highest point at the bow of the ship, peering down at them with her hand shielded against the sunlight. Abby, Hal thought happily. Chapter 21. Escape from Haven. Hal waited until everyone had jumped into the sea and climbed aboard the turtle before crawling out of the water himself. He reverted to human form as he went, dripping wet and exhausted but happy. The sounds of cheering and laughter filled his heart with pride. Somehow or another, he'd flown the entire group away from the dearth, away from the enraged Oni and stampeding skeleton, away from the crazy fox lady and her mind-manipulating enchantments, and away from a lifetime of body sharing. He didn't want to brag, but he felt pretty good about himself. Finally, a plan that had worked as expected. He hadn't wanted to see the Oni's homes demolished and their souls sent back to the void, but that wasn't entirely his fault. Hal trudged up the turtle's slick shell to where his friends jumped about with huge smiles on their faces, yelling and hollering. After numerous hugs and claps on the back, and quite a few painful shoulder squeezes from grunting, grimacing, overjoyed goblins, he spotted Abigail climbing down from the ship. All the babble seemed to fade away as he hurried to greet her. "Did you miss me?" he said into her neck as they hugged. She pulled back and blinked, her eyebrows raised in surprise. "Why, have you been somewhere?" "So you did, then." "Well, I guess I did miss you a little bit, now that I think about it." Despite her mock flippancy, she never let go of him as everyone headed inside to eat. Wet or otherwise, they were hungry. Blacknail spoke rather grumpily to his cohorts. "We ain't out of trouble yet. Some of you keep watch." So a few goblins remained on guard outside. The rest, along with all 9 shapeshifters, raided the ship's stocks and ate well on the last batch of good eggs, firmly scrambled, along with salted ham, pickled vegetables, cheese with the mold scraped off, and a bowl each of canned soup from old Earth. They'd thrown the bread away days ago, and the fruit was mushy by now, so the journey home would mostly consist of canned food, along with roasted chestnuts and whatever fish they could catch. Hal imagined a group of goblins sitting near the turtle's rim, fishing poles in hand. When he mentioned this, Robbie pointed out that being in the middle of the sea didn't necessarily mean fish were in abundance around them. Plenty of sailors had been stranded at sea and unable to catch anything. Blacknail, however, said the turtle would attract them. With all its algae, moss, and seagrasses, Minogame was like a floating island, teeming with plankton and other organisms for the fish to nibble at. After eating, they all sighed and leaned back on the sloping floor. "Now I feel human again," Darcy said. "I'm surprised you're not barfing all over the place," Thomas muttered. "Did you forget to be seasick?" Darcy sat up again. "But it's not the same. The turtle doesn't sway like the ship did. Blacknail, are we staying on board Minogame the whole way home?" "We ain't got no choice," the goblin grunted. "We'll do some repairs in case the turtle dumps us someplace." "I hope we're going the right way," Hal said, getting up to peer out of the porthole. The fog bank was already receding into the distance. "How do you tell a turtle to steer us back to Carter?" Blacknail jabbed a fat finger toward Abigail. "Ask young Missy there." "Oh, that's easy," Abigail said with a smile. "You tell me which direction, and I'll somehow get that across in a turtle-dreamy dream." The goblin smacked his hands together and climbed to his feet. "Right. Let's get back on deck. Bring some food for those on watch. Come on, you lazy bunch. Ships don't fix themselves. Off your backsides and up those stairs." Unfortunately, Blacknail wasn't just talking to the goblins. "Who? Us?" Fenton complained. "We don't know anything about fixing ships." "Can you lift and carry stuff?" "Well, yeah, but—" "Then get to it!" With reluctant groans all around, everyone present stamped up the steep steps into the dazzling daylight, where Blacknail began gathering the crew and shapeshifters together. Since navigating the tilted deck was much too difficult, he ordered everyone down onto the turtle's back, where they shuffled about until a large circle formed. "Right, you horrible lot," Blacknail began, yelling at the top of his voice from the center. "Here's what I want you to do." Hal tuned him out. He was too busy thinking about the yokai. With a clear blue sky, a mild wind, and no sign of errant puffs of mist that might contain yokai phantoms, all seemed well. Of course, the kraken might be lurking just below them. He scoured the sea for the monster. "Do you think we should do something about Cora whatever?" he whispered to Abigail. "Cora Modako?" Abigail said. "What can we do? Maybe if he attacks us again?" "He'd better not. I doubt he'd sink Minogame. But he could still drag the ship off and us with it." Hal drew himself up. "If he tries that, I swear I'll burn every tentacle to a crisp. See how he manages then." Abigail laughed. "My powerful Hal—" "Are you two listening?" Blacknail roared. Hal and Abigail jumped and nodded furiously. Nearby, their friends chortled quietly. It was like being at school again. As soon as Blacknail went back to issuing orders, Abigail nudged Hal and whispered, "I thought about you the whole time, you know." He looked sideways at her. "Thought you didn't even notice I was missing." "Well," she sighed. "I spent most of the time holed up in a cabin. The Oni came looking for me, and I had to shrink down and hide. Easy to do, but they sent these weird yokai creatures in after me, all kinds of sniffers and prowlers. There was one, an old woman, that somehow got above the ceiling and kept peering down through cracks in the boards." She shuddered and nudged up closer to Hal. "And another that kept threatening to set fire to the ship." The very thought gave Hal a shiver. They wouldn't have, though. Not only had they needed Abigail alive to use as a host, but they'd probably wanted to plunder the ship's wood as well. "Trouble!" a goblin suddenly yelled. Everyone turned to see what he was looking at. In the distance, coming out of the fog bank, tiny specks rose into the sky and headed toward the turtle. "Oh no," Emily moaned. "Is that Tengu?" Goblins and humans alike stared in silence, trying to make out the specks. Hal counted 7. Dealing with Tengu was one thing, but how could one dragon be in several places at once? Best to deal with the problem as early as possible before they got too close. He stepped into a clear spot within the circle. "Blacknail, I need to head them off." The goblins swung to face him. "Yup. Get going, Dragon Boy, and—" Blacknail paused, his beady eyes narrowing to slits. "Hang on a minute. Something ain't right." Blacknail swung around again, searching the ring of goblin faces. "Knotface, where are you?" "Here," a goblin called from his left. "Here," another called from behind Hal. Confused, Hal turned to find a goblin stomping toward him. Before he could figure out what was happening, a meaty fist lashed out and smacked him so hard on the side of the head that he crumpled in an instant. He lay blinking up at the blue sky with muted yells and screams all around, his ear ringing. Abigail's face appeared, her mouth moving, but then a goblin yanked her away. "Get up! Get up!" he told himself. "Whatever's happening, you need to get up and help." Groaning, he blinked some more and tried to rise. He felt groggy, and his vision swam, but he managed to roll over and push himself up onto an elbow. As he did so, the muted sounds rose in volume and clarity, and suddenly he was back in the land of the living. The goblins had closed ranks, tightening the circle. His friends stood within, alongside Blacknail, who had a snarl on his face. To Hal's side, another goblin loomed over him with an arm locked around Abigail's throat and a short sword jabbing into her back. "I will do it," the goblin growled. "I will kill her. Keep away." Knotface, Hal thought, as he slowly climbed to his feet. He had to steady himself as his visions swam again. How were there two goblins named Knotface? He could tell everyone knew what was happening. A second later, his addled brain worked it out. "Kitsune?" he demanded. The goblin glanced sideways at him. "Do not transform. Do nothing but wait." Hal looked her up and down. There was no way anyone could have realized an extra goblin had slipped onto his back as he'd made his escape from Haven. She was a perfect copy from head to toe, a duplicate of the one named Knotface, though any of the stout fellows would have done just as well. "Wait for what?" he said, fully aware of the way Abigail winced as the blade pressed into her back. "For Tengu? And then what?" "And then we turn Minogame around. So you can take us back to Haven and force us to be hosts again," Hal concluded inwardly. "Yeah, not happening." A silence had fallen, broken only by the waves sloshing up Minogame's shell. All eyes were on Kitsune. Abigail, though, squinted at Hal as he stood there trying to decide what to do. If I transform, Kitsune will stab her. He had no doubt about that. What would the desperate yokai have to lose? But if Abigail transformed... He played it through in his mind. She shrinks to fairy size, then zips away while I shift and deal with the yokai. It could work. Except, could Abigail honestly shrink so quickly that Kitsune had no time to react? It would take a split second to thrust the sword between her hostage's ribs. "Hal," Fenton said, bent forward with his feet planted wide. "Your call." Kitsune must have pressed a little harder then, because Abigail cried out. Hal advanced half a step with his fists balled. Was the sword even real, though? Morphing into another creature was one thing. She wore smart clothes, which adapted to suit her shape and size, and then she cast an illusion over them to complete the effect. But a sword? Did her magic extend that far? Abigail seemed to think so, and even a fake wooden sword could puncture a lung if thrust hard enough. Hal felt woozy. Kitsune's punch had packed the full force of a goblin's strength. "They're coming, Hal," Emily said, speaking softly and without moving a muscle. "Tengu and some other flying things." "We're not going back there," Thomas added with a scowl. "Remain still," Kitsune warned everyone. "And you, girl, I see you sidestepping behind your friend. Move into view." Darcy scowled and did as she was told. Yeah, that could have worked, Hal thought. Slide behind Lauren, turn invisible, and then sneak up on Kitsune. Dewey appeared frozen like a statue, his face white. Beside him, Robbie stood quite a bit taller and broader than usual, his calculating gaze darting from side to side. A roar of anger sounded from the sky beyond the leaning ship. Tengu swooped down, followed by the battered and burnt-winged serpent named Itsu Made, and then 5 other yokai. One in particular caught his attention, an ethereal human woman he'd seen before, who floated easily through the air, her gown billowing softly as though she swam underwater. Behind her was a small, fiery, bird-like creature with a face resembling a dog. Flames curled off its red-feathered body, leaving trails of black smoke. Oddly, the next yokai was almost the opposite, a white-colored, short-haired hound with the wings of a golden eagle. He'd seen this one before, too. Hal gulped at the sight of a much larger creature with a brown-haired body, but a tiger's familiar orange and black striped legs. It had the head of a monkey and the tail of a serpent. He guessed it would give Thomas a real challenge. And the 5th yokai to follow Tengu was bright, colorful, and hard to identify. Perhaps the head of a pheasant, a snake's neck, the back end of a tortoise, the legs of a crane, and the spectacular tail of a peacock. Tengu hadn't brought an army of warriors. Being able to fly, they'd simply escaped the giant skeleton's grasp. There were others like these back on the island, not to mention those who could swim and hide in the depths of the rivers. Hal returned his attention to Abigail when she spoke softly. "Kitsune, let me go. We're not going to be your hosts. You should leave before Robbie gets mad. And Thomas, too. None of us can control Thomas. I think he's about ready to leap over here and tear your throat out." "What are you doing, Abby?" Hal watched her closely, looking for a signal of some kind. What did she have in mind? Her words spurred Thomas into transforming, which in turn caused Kitsune to growl and spin toward him, keeping Abigail in front as a shield. Now that Hal had more of a side-on view, he could clearly see the sword digging into her back. He also had better access to Kitsune herself, if and when the chance rose to launch himself at her. Robbie slowly shifted, growing larger until he towered above everyone else. Neither he nor Thomas moved from their places, yet. Tengu thudded down on the bow of the ship, where he could crouch in a casual manner and still look down on everyone from a kingly vantage point. A few of his followers landed in less elevated spots about the deck: the dog-headed bird, the bird-winged dog, the larger monkey-faced tiger creature, and Itsumade. The floating woman remained airborne, along with the colorful pheasant peacock. "You have wreaked havoc on our community," the king roared, muscles bunching as he shook a fist at Hal. "And now you seek to escape with our very own Minogame? Without her, all ships will fall into the dearth. If ships fall, humans die. And if humans die, the yokai cannot return to life." He focused on Abigail. "What kind of spell did you put on her?" "It's not a spell," she retorted. "Minogame just decided she'd had enough of you." Tengu snarled and stood up straight. "Kitsune, bring her to me." Kitsune changed suddenly, morphing from goblin to harpy in about 2 seconds flat. Her sword vanished, and Hal kicked himself. It hadn't been real, despite how it might have felt to Abigail. Keeping one arm clamped around Abigail's neck, the Lauren lookalike beat her wings and began lifting off the turtle's shell, but her inexperience with flying was clear, and she veered one way and another before getting the hang of it. All of a sudden, Abigail shrank to 6 inches in height and dropped out of Kitsune's grip. Pandemonium broke out then. As the fairy buzzed away, Robbie roared and shambled toward the surprised harpy. Thomas darted around him and leapt, stretching to reach her. He hooked his claws on one dangling talon just enough to yank her downward before his grip slipped, and then Robbie batted her from the air and fell on her, engulfing the fake harpy within his huge, shaggy bulk. Tengu was already yelling at his followers to attack. Not surprisingly, only Itsumade and the monkey-faced tiger launched with savage screeches and roars. However, even they seemed reluctant, all bark and bluster, never venturing far from the ship's elevated deck. To reinforce their uncertainty, Hal transformed and stomped toward the ship, letting out the most fearsome growl he could muster before shooting off a couple of fiery bursts. He didn't want to set fire to the hull, but to his satisfaction, all of Tengu's warriors darted into the sky and hovered high above. Suddenly alone, Tengu unleashed his fury on them, yelling and roaring and shaking his fists skyward. The railing he stood on splintered under his weight, and Hal prayed it would send the king toppling. It didn't. As soon as the king regained his composure, he turned to the 24 goblins and 9 shapeshifters and spread his wings wide as he glared down his long nose at them all. He raised his voice again, only this time it was clear his message was directed elsewhere. "Minogame, heed my words. I am Tengu, King of Haven and first of the immortals, and I command you to turn around. Take these humans back to our land. Do this now, and I will forget your treachery and reward you instead. You shall name your price and receive it with my blessing. Turn around, Minogami. I will ask you only once." The threat in his voice was obvious to all, though what a few flying yokai could do to a gigantic turtle was unclear. Kitsune struggled and screeched under Robbie's colossal weight. He had her wrapped tightly in his arms and legs, and despite morphing into other creatures, she could not wriggle free. Hal glimpsed the black cow spider monster, then a manticore, and when she switched to her pure white multi-tailed fox form, she almost made a dash for it, only to find Robbie's full weight falling on her. She abruptly changed to something bigger and tougher, another ogre, but for some reason, she wasn't anywhere near as big as Robbie, and he had no difficulty overpowering her. Throughout the struggle, Thomas prowled and stalked, itching for their wily captive to get loose so he could sting her. Dewey came galloping over in centaur form, ready to put in a kick if necessary. Both Emily and Fenton slithered closer too. Kitsune was well and truly overpowered and outnumbered. "Minogame!" Tengu roared. "Do not think you are untouchable!" He glanced up at his so-called warriors and snorted his anger at them, then turned toward the open sea. "I call upon you, Koromodako, to redeem yourself to your king. Do this, and your honor will be restored. Your exile will lift, and Haven will welcome you home." It seemed everything went quiet again. Even Kitsune stopped struggling. Hal searched the water ahead of where Tengu faced. Was that a shadow just below the surface? "Oh no," he groaned. "Now I'm going to have to burn some more tentacles." He'd mentally prepared for this, though. The Kraken couldn't be allowed to damage the ship further or sweep it into the sea, and it certainly had to be stopped before it tried to hurt Minogame. But should he attack the Kraken or Tengu? Sighing, he knew he'd have to deal with the furious king. Without him, the yokai would be finished, and the Kraken might sink below the surface and lose itself in the darkness. Tentacles rose from the sea. The Kraken's head appeared, glistening in the sunlight. Hal hadn't seen many octopi in his life, but he was pretty sure that was what Koromodako was, a massive, oversized specimen with a penchant for destruction. This one had an eye missing, an ugly wound that surely added to its fury. The giant eyeball towed by the sailors in the lifeboat. Miss Simone had guessed correctly. "Koromodako!" Tengu bellowed. He pointed in the direction of the turtle's head, which he could probably see clearly from his kingly perch on the ship's bow. "Destroy Minogame and sink the ship. Allow these humans to flounder in the open sea. Then perhaps they will be more willing to return with us to Haven." Time for a roasting. Hal stood up on his hind legs and drew a long breath. Circling above, Itsumade screeched a warning, and the other flying creatures retreated farther. Tengu turned to face Hal, snarled, bent his knees, and spread his wings. But before he could launch, and before Hal could breathe fire toward him, a tentacle swung in from one side and whipped around Tengu's waist. The king's eyes opened wide in surprise. Lifted into the air, he could only thrash in anger at the indignity. His sword was pinned to his side, and he couldn't draw it, so he flapped hard and pounded the tentacle with meaty fists. Slowly, deliberately, the tentacle rose higher and higher, as though the Kraken were holding aloft a prize trophy. And the king was a trophy to a shunned yokai. Tengu had made a huge mistake in summoning Koromodako. The Kraken had no interest in redemption. It only wanted revenge. As Tengu screamed and yelled, his flying warriors scattered to the wind. Kitsune lay still. The goblins and shapeshifters watched with morbid fascination. It seemed even Minogame stopped paddling to enjoy the spectacle. Hal figured it could go one of two ways. Either the Kraken crushed the king in midair, or it dragged him underwater to drown. Koromodako did both. 24 goblins and 9 shapeshifters watched in silence as the bizarre collection of flying yokai skedaddled back to Haven, 6 specks in the sky that eventually disappeared into the distant fog bank. The Kraken was gone, and Tengu with it. All that remained was Kitsune. "What do we do with her?" Thomas snarled. "I can easily use my stinger. She'd be dead in 5 seconds. "Thomas," Emily warned, "that's not who we are. And look, now you've set her off." Kitsune began struggling again, and Robbie pressed down harder. She tried to morph into a centaur, and Hal spotted flailing hooves and a horse's tail, but then she gave up and switched to the familiar white-furred fox with 9 tails. "I'll send her to sleep then," Thomas muttered. As Kitsune tried to wriggle out from under Robbie's ogre bulk, Thomas turned around and shot off a few of his poison-tipped quills. His aim was good, and they jabbed into the fox's skin. She immediately groaned and slumped into a heap with her tongue hanging out. "Lock her in a cabin," Blacknail barked. "We'll take her home with us." "Why don't we just drop her back on Haven?" Lauren asked. "I could pick her up and fly over there right now." "You could," Blacknail agreed, "but it's too dangerous. I don't want nobody going nowhere near that place, you hear? Anyway, I want to show her to Lady Simone. I reckon this one will get her excited, a shapeshifter of a different kind. We have questions that need answering, like who cursed the yokai, and why. Maybe this Kitsune will talk and explain everything." With that said, the white fox was taken off to be locked in a cabin. Several goblins grabbed their tools to board up the porthole and secure the door so she couldn't break out. It would be a long, frustrating journey for her, probably 2 weeks staring at 4 walls. The rest of the passengers had the same journey ahead, only much more relaxing. The enormous turtle's shell was like solid ground, as firm as an island. No more seasickness for Darcy and Dewey. Lots of room to run about and slide into the water. Plenty of wide-open landing spots for Hal and Lauren. Quality fishing for the goblins. And for Minogame, a task she could take pride in, one that would restore her honor, her sense of self-worth, her purpose. For the first time in hundreds of years, she had a reason to live. Epilogue. It was a fine morning in Broden, and the news was spreading fast. Blacknail's ship had appeared on the horizon. Simone abandoned her studies and rushed out of the small library. She issued a few rapid-fire instructions to her scientist colleague and left the castle. Before heading down to the beach, she paused at the overlook high above the deepest end of the bay. A little way inland, gentle waves lapped up the golden beach. Directly below, however, the churning water was deep and dark, swirling around the sheer cliff. Simone squinted out to sea at the distant horizon. The sea glittered, and there, in plain sight, were the masts of Blacknail's ship. But they listed terribly to one side. Simone felt a moment of panic. Was Seaworthy sinking? She watched it for a little while longer, not minding the strong breeze and uncaring of how it whipped her hair about. Her silky cape billowed in a crazy fashion, rather like one of the sails on the... Startled, she realized Blacknail's ship had no sails. They were lowered. A listing ship? And no sails? What did that mean? How was it even moving? Could it have drifted home? "I sent word to the mayor, Lady Simone," a voice behind her said. "Thank you, Dr. Kessler." The curly-haired lady narrowed her eyes as she looked out to sea. "Wait a minute." "No sails," Simone confirmed, "and it's leaning to one side. Do you see that? Is it sinking?" "We need to send help," Dr. Kessler cried. "Yes, except it's still heading this way." They both watched a little longer. The ship refused to tip over or sink out of sight. Instead, it kept on coming, maintaining its acute angle, rising bit by bit as it sailed toward them over the horizon, steadfastly staying on course for Broden Port. "How?" Dr. Kessler said at last. "I have no idea. Maybe Hal is pushing it." That boy, Simone thought in wonder. He'd once dragged Blacknail's crippled airship through the sky after being attacked by rocks, and now it seemed he might be nudging an equally crippled vessel across the ocean. Looking inland toward the beach, Simone spotted a crowd gathering. Of course, everyone had been excited at the idea of a ship full of shapeshifters setting off to find the edge of the world, and the ship's return, a month after it had left, was sure to spark interest among even the most unimaginative residents. No doubt, many would be hedging bets as to what, if anything, had been discovered. Anticipating their return, Simone had spent the last few nights in Broden with Dr. Kessler, poring over rare tomes in the castle library. It had been quite restful, a change from her busy life in the science lab. Not that she ever complained about her work. In fact, she loved it. Still, the break had been nice. "What the heck?" Dr. Kessler whispered. Simone refocused on the distant ship. It had not only risen on the horizon, but now appeared to be grounded on a small island. For a crazy moment, she had a flash of understanding that made no logical sense. The ocean is draining away. The water has become so shallow that the ship has run aground. She shook her head. Of course that wasn't the case, though she had to check the sea level on the beach just to make sure. Everything seemed normal, the waves lapping up the shore as usual. So what then? Rooted to the spot, she and Dr. Kessler could only stare in amazement as the tilting seaworthy drew closer and closer on the back of... What? A moving island? "I think," Simone said after a while, "it's a turtle." "Don't be ridiculous." But Simone sighed, knowing it was true. She herself had told the children of the stories surrounding the giant turtle, and now here it was, carrying the ship home. "Only a group of resourceful shapeshifters could make this a reality," she said. "Maybe the turtle picks up ships all the time, but getting it to bring them back to Broden..." She chuckled. "I'll see you on the beach." Dr. Kessler took her glasses off and blinked at Simone. "Oh, you're going to climb over the railings and... oh my goodness." Giving her a reassuring smile, Simone flung herself off the overlook and stretched out her arms. As she dove headfirst into the swirling sea, she transformed and felt a thrill of exhilaration as her mermaid tail unfurled. She hadn't taken any dives like that in ages. Being a mermaid held no real satisfaction for her, but sometimes, just sometimes, she got a kick out of it. She swam hard and fast, heading out to sea, emerging once or twice to get her bearings since the water was so dark. The ship stuck up high, and the turtle was enormous. "Oh boy," she thought, "is this monster going to walk up the beach? That can't be allowed to happen. The mayor will lynch me." When she arrived in front of the turtle, she paused for a moment to marvel at the sheer size of the giant. It looked ancient, too, judging by the seagrasses and barnacles. It paddled with huge, powerful but graceful strokes, maintaining a steady speed that easily matched a galloping horse on land. She looked for a place to climb aboard and found a low ridge on the side where the shell dipped into the water. As she slid out, she reverted to human form and stood up, then absently waited for her hair to dry, a matter of seconds, before striding up the hard, slick carapace. Simone paused again to take in the sight before her. The grounded ship was no laughing matter, especially where a huge gash in its hull had been patched up, but what made her smile was the 24 goblins and 9 shapeshifters spread out in a long line at the very front of the turtle's shell, shielding their eyes against the sun as they headed toward shore. Nobody noticed her as she padded silently up the shell. She spotted Hal and Abigail holding hands and went to stand behind them. Still, nobody noticed her. In the end, she leaned between them and said, "Are we there yet?" "Not yet," Hal muttered. He gestured impatiently. "Why are you asking me? You can see for yourself that—" Abigail wasn't so easily fooled. She gasped and swung around, then hurled herself at Simone and flung her arms around her waist. "Miss Simone, so nice to see you." Hal gaped, then rolled his eyes and smiled. Before he could open his mouth to say anything, suddenly all the shapeshifters were surrounding Simone in a massive, very noisy group hug that took her breath away. "Goodness," she managed at last. "Anyone would think you haven't seen me for a month." "We haven't," many of them chorused. As she disentangled herself, Blacknail stomped up. "Ma'am," he said grumpily, "had a spot of bother. All dealt with, though." "I see that. And did you—" Blacknail grimaced. "Find the edge of the world?" "Yup." The shapeshifters began talking at once, and she caught snippets of information that made very little sense. She raised her hands to calm them. "Now, there's plenty of time for your story later. First, we have to consider what we do about this turtle." "Minogame," a few said at once. Right. Anyway, we can't let, Minogame stroll up the beach. Will he stop?" "She," Abigail corrected her. "And yes, I can stop her. I just need to close my eyes for a moment and send her a fairy dream." Simone stared at her. "You're a remarkable young lady, do you know that? All right, you'd better go close your eyes and send that dream. We're nearly at the beach. The mayor won't like a giant turtle stomping about his town." "I'm on it," Abigail said, dashing off. "There's something else," Blacknail said. Simone tilted her head. "You mean other than a giant turtle and the edge of the world?" "Yep, we brought someone back, someone dangerous." This caused Simone to glance about. "And where is this dangerous person?" "Locked in one of the cabins," the goblin explained. "We had to reinforce the door and board up the porthole. She's pretty steamed." "Wonderful. And you brought her back because—" Hal spoke before any of his friends could get a word in. "Because she's a shapeshifter. She can turn into anything. If she sees it, she can be an exact replica. Except she can't be like me." "Or Abigail," Emily pointed out. "Or Abigail," Hal agreed. Simone waited for a further explanation, but in the end had to prompt him. "Why everybody else and not you two?" "Because I'm too big and Abby's too small. Kitsune can change her mass a little bit, so she can be almost anyone here, but a dragon is too much mass, and a tiny fairy is not enough. She can copy us, but she can't be our size." "She tried being an ogre," Robbie interjected, "but she wasn't as big and strong as me." The turtle suddenly slowed, and everybody looked toward shore. There, crowds of Broden residents were running about screaming and pointing. Simone sighed. "I'm sure Broden will just love to know there's a dangerous shape-shifting criminal on board, because they didn't get enough of dangerous shape-shifting criminals last time we were here." As if to punctuate her remark, a sudden banging and screeching came from the back end of the ship. "That's her," Darcy said helpfully. "She throws a fit once in a while." Simone nodded. "All right then. A giant turtle, a dangerous shape-shifting criminal, the edge of the world, and a giant eyeball." Hal snapped his fingers. "Oh, you were right. That came from the Kraken. Well, not a real Kraken." A piece of the puzzle fell into place, except, not a real Kraken? "It's a yokai called Koromadako. Minogame's a yokai too. They mimicked their shapes and kind of stuck like that." Simone rubbed her eyes. "All right, let's save the stories for later. I can see I have a lot to catch up on." She peered around at the children. "I'm glad to see you. So, other than the ship being damaged, I trust you didn't run into too much trouble. Was your voyage to the edge of the world safe apart from that? Was the sea full of wonder and adventure? The shapeshifters exchanged glances. In the end, Emily smiled and said it was a sea of legends. The Island of Fog series. What could a witch possibly want with a kraken's eyeball retrieved from a lifeboat carrying 4 dead men and their ghastly treasure? In the next book, Tower of Time, Hal and his shapeshifter friends follow the trail to Madame Frost, a sinister witch in the woods who has devised a way to peek at events from the distant past. Events that are best forgotten. Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.